Crashlander by Larry Niven. This book is read by Connor O'Brien. This book consists of 14 parts and is 281 pages long. The following material appears on the dust jacket of the book. Crashlander Beowulf Shaeffer has long been one of the most popular characters in known space. Now, for the first time ever, Larry Niven brings together all the Beowulf Shaeffer stories, including a brand new one, in one long tale of exploration and adventure. Neutron Star. Beowulf Shaeffer uncovers one of the puppeteer's greatest secrets. At the core. Beowulf Shaeffer learns something that scares the puppeteers into fleeing known space. Flatlander. Beowulf Shaeffer meets the love of his life and discovers a haunted planet. Grendel. Beowulf Shaeffer solves a mystery, foils a kidnapping, and rescues an alien. The Borderland of Soul. Beowulf Shaeffer stops a mass murderer and destroys the ultimate weapon. Procrustes. An exciting new story in which Beowulf Shaeffer loses his head, literally. Plus, an all-new framing story that pulls together all of Beowulf Shaeffer's adventures and allows Shaeffer and his family to make a clean start at life once and for all. Larry Niven was born in 1938 in Los Angeles, California. In 1956, he entered the California Institute of Technology, only to flunk out a year and a half later after discovering a bookstore jammed with used science fiction magazines. He graduated with a BA in mathematics, minor in psychology, from Washburn University, Kansas in 1962, and completed 1 year of graduate work before he dropped out to write. His first published story, The Coldest Place, appeared in the December 1964 issue of Worlds of If. He won the Hugo Award for Best Short Story in 1966 for Neutron Star, and in 1974 for The Whole Man. The 1975 Hugo Award for Best Novelette was given to The Borderland of Soul. His novel Ringworld won the 1970 Hugo Award for Best Novel, the 1970 Nebula Award for Best Novel, and the 1972 Ditmars, an Australian award for Best International Science Fiction. Foreword. The Headless Corpse Man. A corpse was no surprise, given what I remembered. I looked it over. It had been wearing local man's clothing, boots, loose pants with a rope tie, a jacket encrusted with pockets. The jacket was pierced with a great ragged hole front and back. That could only have been made by Feather's horrible arm weapon. This close, the head... I'd thought it must be under the water, but there was no head at all. There were clean white bones and a neck vertebra cut smoothly in half. I was hyperventilating, dizzy. I sat down next to the skeleton so that I wouldn't fall. My empty stomach heaved. This was much worse than anything I'd imagined. I knew who this was. Beowulf Shaeffer, wandering Crashlander, generally too lazy to stay out of trouble, but bright enough to think his way out once he was in, as long as he kept his head. Dedication. For my mother, for all that I owe you. Part 1. Ghost 1. We had wonderful seats 10 rows back from the glass. 200 feet below the ocean's surface, sunlight flooded down through seaweed forests in 1,000 flickering golden beams. Players swirled in shoals among the forest roots like 100 color-coded fighting fish. Grandstands had been set against the city dome. Beyond the glass was the playing domain for 10 color-marked teams, each team being 5 humans and a dolphin. 60 players, down to 50 now, the humans using breathers and oversized fins. The prey were local life forms, 3 flattened turtles armed with hind flippers as wide as wings. Their painted shells glowed like captured suns, red, yellow, violet. The point was to move the prey through the arches, paraboloids painted in the same blazing colors. A player might pull a prey against his chest to swim with it, or hold it at arm's length and steer by the strength of his arms while the prey did the work, or even leave it swimming toward the sand during a melee, hoping a teammate could get it before it disappeared. Cheryl was entranced. When a swarm of Entertainment Guild players carried the violet prey through the violet arch, she bellowed with the rest. I don't understand water war. She watched the game. I watched her. Cheryl was dressed Shafter style, a fancy cloak over a body stocking with windows in it that would serve for swimming. She was small even by Flatlander standards, beginning to bulge with our second child. Strong jaw, pale skin, straight black hair. The real Cheryl. On Earth she'd worn many fantastic images in Flatlander style. For too long fear had lurked beneath her surface emotions. Cheryl wasn't made for this world. But we'd lived beneath Fafnir's world-spanning ocean for a year and a half. We'd conceived and birthed Gina and started a sister for her, and we'd come to see this place as our own. Gradually the fear had been etched away. I saw no sign of it now. Cheryl was at home. Light beams danced down through the water and played over the wonderful landscape of Cheryl Jance. But I'd missed brunch. I nudged her and said, "I'm going for provisions." She didn't turn. "Good. Hand meal, red, yes, on veggies. Popcorn? Juice, any." I left my back purse in the seat. I glanced back when I reached the aisle. Cheryl was lovely in profile and entirely absorbed in the game. The stands didn't include food stalls. You had to go under the stands and all the way across the Strand, by elevated slide bridge, and into a fair-sized food court. Or you could walk 20 yards along the glass, use a transfer booth, and save 15 minutes. I flicked in on the second-floor balcony. I looked over the railing at several long lines. The longest was a window for hand meals. My attention snagged on a face below. He caught me looking. Or not. I didn't wait to be sure. I stepped to the lone phone booth at the end of the row of transfer booths, found a coin and dialed. I did not want this call registered on my pocket phone. We might have had a whole lifetime, I thought. We'd been promised that, but it had been a lie. But we'd had our year and a half. The glass at the back of the booth reflected the top of the slide stair if I held my head right. I watched while Cheryl's phone chimed 6 times. She was looking past her phone, watching the game. "Bay? What?" She showed flat in one of the walls. Her pocket phone wasn't sophisticated enough to give me a hologram. I said, "I saw a face." "Who?" Now she looked at me. "Not her. Tell me it's not her." "No, of course not. But it's not good. He was my ghostwriter." "Bay? Your what?" "Dear one, I'm short of time. Anders Smitarashid shouldn't be here. I think he knew me." "Unlikely. I was looking over a balcony. He saw just my head and shoulders, foreshortened. But maybe he doesn't know about you. So book a single for me at the Pequod as Persial January Abear." It was a name I hadn't used in a while, but she knew it, and we'd stayed at the Pequod once. Furnished the room a little? Luggage? No, but... "I left my back purse on my seat. Leave it in the room. Nothing else." "Next?" The man I'd seen hadn't appeared yet. She was taking it all in, but muscles were flexing at the corners of her jaw, and her eyes were wide and frightened. I asked, "How tough are you?" Her eyes slid away, watching the game, because someone might be watching her. She said again, "Next?" "If you can. Get Gina. Go to Shasht. Get Outbound Enterprises to freeze you for transfer to home. Sign me in, too. And pay the extra to ship Gina. I'll be there when I can." Her jaw set. Cheryl was a flat-phobe, and the continent Shasht wasn't just halfway round the world. It was the surface. I couldn't guess whether she was strong enough to get through this. I said, If you can't do it, leave word. When can you join us? If I'm not on the same ship, go to Carlos. I'll get to you soonest. You'd better have one tinge of a good story for me when you do, Cheryl said, and then a head came into view, reflected in the glass. With my head still turned away, I flicked off the phone, my back blocking the action, and wiggled out my pocket phone. It was him. Square face, thin blonde hair, jaw like a prey turtle, muscles rippling under the shirt. He was puffing a little. Ander was born of Earth, and he'd kept a Flatlander's wild taste in dress and appearance. Today his drawstring pants were a miracle of wriggling colored lines. He wore a tunic in solid colors, green and brown, with a jagged black line across chest and back. Classical cartoon characters kept peeking over the black line, chattering to each other about what they saw, then dropping back. He wore a back purse, disappointingly drab. He was taking his time, looking puzzled but determined, coming right at me. So I let him see me pocket my unused phone as I turned and stepped out of the booth and right into him. I yelped, "Ah!" "Sorry." "Beowulf, how you've changed." He looked me over, visibly shocked, blocking me in the booth. I shied back, wimp, intimidated by a street thug, a bit offended and a bit afraid. "Sorry, man. I didn't mean to nudge you." He stepped forward and took my hand in both of his, despite lack of encouragement, and pumped it and hung on. He bellowed over the crowd noise. "Ander Smitarashid, we made 2 travelogue vids together. Beowulf, all I can say is you must have a hell of a tale to tell." He had no doubts. He knew me. I said, "Hide. Hell of a tale to hide, Ander." "Not anymore." I shouted, "Yeah, right. Are you with anyone?" "No, on my own." "Come watch the game with me. I think there's an empty seat next to mine." There'd better be. He was still staring. Whatever he'd known, whatever had brought him here, he hadn't expected what he was seeing. I hugged that thought to me. He was seeing me for the first time in 12 years. I dared to hope that Ander hadn't prepared for this meeting. There was no backup, just him. As we passed the booths, his hand closed on my upper arm. He might not think it likely that I'd dive into a transfer booth and vanish, but he wasn't risking it. He shouted, "Why a phone booth to use a pocket phone?" And I showed myself astonished at his stupidity and bellowed, "Noise!" Then the crowd roar drowned out any hope of conversation. We moved onto the slide bridge, and I had a few moments to think. There's only one spaceport on We Made It, and the ships don't land every day. Some of us kids used to watch them take off and land. I'm the only one who became a pilot. What I noticed about the tourists was muscle. I wasn't under-muscled for a local. Some of the tourists hailed from worlds no more massive than mine. But we got Jinxians and Flatlanders, too. They walked like they expected us to shy away from their moving mass. We tall, narrow, fragile Crashlander men and women did as they expected, and resented it a little. Nakamura lines ran their ships at 1 Earth gravity. I had to train hard just to walk around on my own ship. Thus trained, I was a superbly muscled athlete by We Made It standards. It was still true that too many passengers looked at my albino pallor and tall skeletal frame and saw a sickly ghoul. I'd gotten used to that. Maybe it had left me touchy. Visceral memory had come flooding back when Ander's hand closed on my arm like a predator's jaws. I hadn't known Ander well. I'd seen him twice in 14 years, for periods of intense activity of a few weeks each. Now I needed a story to tell to Ander Smitarashid, but what I remembered best was that I disliked him on sight. Cheryl's seat was empty. Ander settled into it. "You really like these water wars? What guild do you favor?" "No, Ander, it's not like that. You've seen my home world. There's only one ocean on We Made It. and it's all one storm. Nobody swims." "So what are we doing here?" I had come here following a woman's whim, but Anders shouldn't know that. "I don't care who wins. I just get a kick out of watching how good they are." But I'd listened to enough of Cheryl's prattling. Water War derived from a game the Kzinti played on the continent, on land. In both forms the game is local to Fafnir. No off-world tourist would know of it. I need only open my mouth and let Cheryl speak. "They all swim like dolphins, don't they? But the dolphins can't grab the prey. They can only push the other players around. Except that the structure team dolphin has hands. It's an option. But the rig is slowing her down. Can you tell? Do you know anything about strategy? They're down to 7 teams, looks like—" I saw that he was only waiting for me to stop talking. "Ander, what are you doing on Fafnir?" "Looking for you." "Yeah, I always thought so. You're with the United Nations Police." I need not pretend to like it. Ander frowned. "Not exactly. I'm not an arm. I'm with Sigmund Osfaller, and Sigmund is an arm, but he has his own agenda. By which I mean to say, I'm not here to bring you back, Beowulf." "That's good. I don't want to go back." I didn't have my story yet, but it would not include wanting to return to Earth. "Why, then?" "Can you tell me what happened to Feather Philip?" "It's long and ugly." "No problem. I'll take you to dinner." "Thanks." It might help me, now or later, if Ander thought I was short of money. Better yet, "There's an item of great value involved, Ander. One I can't touch myself. That, and Feather, and the way I look. They're all linked." "Yes. Good," he said absently. "And though he never said so to me, Sigmund may have wanted you to know that if you outsmarted the arm, you did not outsmart Sigmund." "I expect he did. Anything else?" "Oh, yes. I got into this because we were talking about Pearson's puppeteers. Sigmund and I decided that you, Beowulf Shaeffer, know as much about these aliens as any arm." "Ha! Were you sober?" "And then we worked out where you must be." "No, not sober then, but we talked the next morning and didn't change our minds. Beowulf, how did you first learn of the puppeteers?" "School and the Holocube. We watched a lot of travelogues when we were kids. And we hung around the spaceport, so I knew they make the general product ships." "And your first contact?" "We wrote that up together." "Oh, Tange, Ander, you're recording, aren't you?" He said, "Yes," giving me an instant to object, daring me. Who was he recording for? Who was involved in hunting Beowulf Shaeffer? If it was Sigmund Osfaller, I'd never outguessed Sigmund yet. Ander said, "We'll pay you a consultant's fee. 10 per hour, Beowulf. Will you accept?" "How many hours do you need?" It was generous, but my yes would be a verbal contract. I'd be his prisoner. He waved it off. "Until midnight. Then we can renegotiate. I need the recording for Sigmund." Ouch. "Until midnight," I said. "Present time being 10 to noon local." "Your first contact with Pearson's puppeteers?" 15 years flying passengers between the worlds. Then Nakamura lines collapsed, and I was on the street. On We Made It, because the bankruptcy courts allowed us transport home. 2 years later I was ready to accept an offer from anyone. Anyone. Part 2. Neutron Star. The skydiver dropped out of hyperspace an even million miles above the neutron star. I needed a minute to place myself against the stellar background, and another to find the distortion Sonia Laskin had mentioned before she died. It was to my left, an area the apparent size of the Earth's moon. I swung the ship around to face it. Curdled stars, muddled stars, stars that had been stirred with a spoon. The neutron star was in the center, of course, though I couldn't see it and hadn't expected to. It was only 11 miles across, and cool. A billion years had passed since BVS-1 had burned by fusion fire. Millions of years, at least, since the cataclysmic 2 weeks during which BVS-1 was an X-ray star, burning at a temperature of 5 billion degrees Kelvin. Now it showed only by its mass. The ship began to turn by itself. I felt the pressure of the fusion drive. Without help from me, my faithful metal watchdog was putting me in a hyperbolic orbit that would take me within 1 mile of the neutron star surface. 24 hours to fall, 24 hours to rise, and during that time something would try to kill me, as something had killed the Laskins. The same type of autopilot, with the same program, had chosen the Laskins' orbit. It had not caused their ship to collide with the star. I could trust the autopilot. I could even change its program. I really ought to. How did I get myself into this hole? The drive went off after 10 minutes of maneuvering. My orbit was established in more ways than one. I knew what would happen if I tried to back out now. All I'd done was walk into a drugstore to get a new battery for my lighter. Right in the middle of the store, surrounded by 3 floors of sales counters, was the new 2603 Sinclair intrasystem yacht. I'd come for a battery, but I stayed to admire. It was a beautiful job, small and sleek and streamlined, and blatantly different from anything that had ever been built. I wouldn't have flown it for anything, but I had to admit it was pretty. I ducked my head through the door to look at the control panel. You never saw so many dials. When I pulled my head out, all the customers were looking in the same direction. The place had gone startlingly quiet. I can't blame them for staring. A number of aliens were in the store, mainly shopping for souvenirs, but they were staring too. A puppeteer is unique. Imagine a headless, 3-legged centaur wearing 2 Cecil the Sea-Sick sea serpent puppets on its arms, and you'll have something like the right picture. But the arms are weaving necks, and the puppets are real heads, flat and brainless, with wide, flexible lips. The brain is under a bony hump set between the bases of the necks. The puppeteer wore only its own coat of brown hair, with a mane that extended all the way up its spine to form a thick mat over the brain. I'm told that the way they wear the mane indicates their status in society, but to me it could have been anything from a dock worker to a jeweler to the president of General Products. I watched with the rest as it came across the floor, not because I'd never seen a puppeteer, but because there is something beautiful about the dainty way they move on those slender legs and tiny hooves. I watched it come straight toward me, closer and closer. It stopped a foot away, looked me over, and said, "You are Beowulf Shaeffer, former chief pilot for Nakamura Lines." Its voice was a beautiful contralto, with not a trace of accent. A puppeteer's mouths are not only the most flexible speech organs around, but also the most sensitive hands. The tongues are forked and pointed. The wide, thick lips have little finger-like knobs along the rims. Imagine a watchmaker with a sense of taste in his fingertips. I cleared my throat. "That's right." It considered me from 2 directions. "You would be interested in a high-paying job?" "I'd be fascinated by a high-paying job." "I am our equivalent of the regional president of General Products. Please come with me, and we will discuss this elsewhere." I followed it into a displacement booth. Eyes followed me all the way. It was embarrassing being accosted in a public drugstore by a 2-headed monster. Maybe the puppeteer knew it. Maybe it was testing me to see how badly I needed money. My need was great. 8 months had passed since Nakamura Lines had folded. For some time before that I had been living very high on the hog, knowing that my back pay would cover my debts. I never saw that back pay. It was quite a crash, Nakamura Lines. Respectable middle-aged businessmen took to leaving their hotel windows without their lift belts. Me, I kept spending. If I'd started living frugally, My creditors would have done some checking, and I'd have ended in debtor's prison. The puppeteer dialed 13 fast digits with its tongue. A moment later we were elsewhere. Air puffed out when I opened the booth door, and I swallowed to pop my ears. "We are on the roof of the General Products Building." The rich contralto voice thrilled along my nerves, and I had to remind myself that it was an alien speaking, not a lovely woman. "You must examine this spacecraft while we discuss your assignment." I stepped outside a little cautiously, but it wasn't the windy season. The roof was at ground level. That's the way we build on We Made It. Maybe it has something to do with the 1,500-mile-an-hour winds we get in summer and winter, when the planet's axis of rotation runs through its primary, Procyon. The winds are our planet's only tourist attraction, and it would be a shame to slow them down by planting skyscrapers in their path. The bare, square concrete roof was surrounded by endless square miles of desert, not like the deserts of other inhabited worlds, but an utterly lifeless expanse of fine sand just crying to be planted with ornamental cactus. We've tried that. The wind blows the plants away. The ship lay on the sand beyond the roof. It was a No. 2 General Products hull, a cylinder 300 feet long and 20 feet through, pointed at both ends and with a slight wasp waist constriction near the tail. For some reason it was lying on its side, with the landing shock still folded in at the tail. Ever notice how all ships have begun to look the same? A good 95% of today's spacecraft are built around one of the 4 General Products hulls. It's easier and safer to build that way, but somehow all ships end as they began, mass-produced lookalikes. The hulls are delivered fully transparent, and you use paint where you feel like it. Most of this particular hull had been left transparent. Only the nose had been painted, around the life system. There was no major reaction drive. A series of retractable attitude jets had been mounted in the sides, and the hull was pierced with smaller holes, square and round, for observational instruments. I could see them gleaming through the hull. The puppeteer was moving toward the nose, but something made me turn toward the stern for a closer look at the landing shocks. They were bent. Behind the curved transparent hull panels, some tremendous pressure had forced the metal to flow like warm wax, back and into the pointed stern. "What did this?" I asked. "We do not know. We wish strenuously to find out." "What do you mean?" "Have you heard of the neutron star BVS-1? I had to think a moment. "First neutron star ever found, and so far the only. Someone located it 2 years ago by stellar displacement." "BVS-1 was found by the Institute of Knowledge on Jinx. We learned through a go-between that the Institute wished to explore the star. They needed a ship to do it. They had not yet sufficient money. We offered to supply them with a ship's hull, with the usual guarantees, if they would turn over to us all data they acquired through using our ship." "Sounds fair enough." I didn't ask why they hadn't done their own exploring. Like most sentient vegetarians, puppeteers find discretion to be the only part of valor. 2 humans named Peter Laskin and Sonia Laskin wished to use the ship. They intended to come within 1 mile of the surface in a hyperbolic orbit. At some point during their trip, an unknown force apparently reached through the hull to do this to the landing shocks. The unknown force also seems to have killed the pilots." "But that's impossible, isn't it?" "You see the point. Come with me." The puppeteer trotted toward the bow. I saw the point all right. Nothing, but nothing, can get through a General Products hull. No kind of electromagnetic energy except visible light. No kind of matter, from the smallest subatomic particle to the fastest meteor. That's what the company's advertisements claim, and the guarantee backs them up. I've never doubted it, and I've never heard of a General Products hull being damaged by a weapon or by anything else. On the other hand, a General Products hull is as ugly as it is functional. The puppeteer-owned company could be badly hurt if it got around that something could get through a company hull. But I didn't see where I came in. We rode an escalator into the nose. The life system was in 2 compartments. Here the Laskans had used heat-reflective paint. In the conical control cabin, the hull had been divided into windows. The relaxation room behind it was a windowless reflective silver. From the back wall of the relaxation room, an access tube ran aft, opening on various instruments and the hyperdrive motors. There were 2 acceleration couches in the control cabin. Both had been torn loose from their mountings and wadded into the nose like so much tissue paper, crushing the instrument panel. The backs of the crumpled couches were splashed with rust brown. Flecks of the same color were all over everything: the walls, the windows, the view screens. It was as if something had hit the couches from behind, something like a dozen paint-filled toy balloons striking with tremendous force. "That's blood," I said.
"That is correct. Human circulatory fluid."
24 hours to fall. I spent most of the first 12 hours in the relaxation room, trying to read. Nothing significant was happening, except that a few times I saw the phenomenon Sonia Laskin had mentioned in her last report. When a star went directly behind the invisible BVS-1, a halo formed. BVS-1 was heavy enough to bend light around it, displacing most stars to the sides. But when a star went directly behind the neutron star, its light was displaced to all sides at once. Result: a tiny circle which flashed once and was gone almost before the eye could catch it. I'd known next to nothing about neutron stars the day the puppeteer picked me up. Now I was an expert, and I still had no idea what was waiting for me when I got down there. All the matter you're ever likely to meet will be normal matter, composed of a nucleus of protons and neutrons surrounded by electrons in quantum energy states. In the heart of any star there is a second kind of matter, for there the tremendous pressure is enough to smash the electron shells. The result is degenerate matter, nuclei forced together by pressure and gravity, but held apart by the mutual repulsion of the more or less continuous electron gas around them. The right circumstances may create a third type of matter. Given: a burned-out white dwarf with a mass greater than 1.44 times the mass of the Sun, Chandrasekhar's limit, named for an Indian-American astronomer of the 1900s. In such a mass, the electron pressure alone would not be able to hold the electrons back from the nuclei. Electrons would be forced against protons, to make neutrons. In one blazing explosion, most of the star would change from a compressed mass of degenerate matter to a closely packed lump of neutrons, neutronium, theoretically the densest matter possible in this universe. Most of the remaining normal and degenerate matter would be blown away by the liberated heat. For 2 weeks the star would give off X-rays as its core temperature dropped from 5 billion degrees Kelvin to 500 million. After that it would be a light-emitting body perhaps 10 to 12 miles across, the next best thing to invisible. It was not strange that BVS-1 was the first neutron star ever found. Neither is it strange that the Institute of Knowledge on Jinx would have spent a good deal of time and trouble looking. Until BVS-1 was found, neutronium and neutron stars were only theories. The examination of an actual neutron star could be of tremendous importance. Neutron stars might give us the key to true gravity control. Mass of BVS-1, 1.3 times the mass of Sol, approx. Diameter of BVS-1, estimated, 11 miles of neutronium, covered by half a mile of degenerate matter, covered by maybe 12 feet of ordinary matter. Nothing else was known of the tiny hidden star until the Laskins went in to look. Now the Institute knew one thing more: the star's spin.
"A mass that large can distort space by its rotation," said the puppeteer. "The Laskins' projected hyperbola was twisted across itself in such a way that we can deduce the star's period of rotation to be 2 minutes 27 seconds.
The bar was somewhere in the General Products Building. I don't know just where, and with the transfer booths it doesn't matter. I kept staring at the puppeteer bartender. Naturally, only a puppeteer would be served by a puppeteer bartender, since any biped life form would resent knowing that his drink had been made with somebody's mouth. I had already decided to get dinner somewhere else. "I see your problem," I said. "Your sales will suffer if it gets out that something can reach through one of your hulls and smash a crew to bloody smears. But where do I come in?"
"We want to repeat the experiment of Sonia Laskin and Peter Laskin. We must find—"
"With me?"
"Yes. We must find out what it is that our hulls cannot stop. Naturally, you may—"
"But I won't."
"We are prepared to offer 1,000,000 stars."
I was tempted, but only for a moment. "Forget it."
"Naturally, you will be allowed to build your own ship, starting with a No. 2 General Products hull."
"Thanks, but I'd like to go on living."
"You would dislike being confined? I find that We Made It has re-established the debtor's prison. If General Products made public your accounts—"
"Now, just a—"
"You owe money on the close order of 500,000 stars. We will pay your creditors before you leave. If you return—"
I had to admire the creature's honesty in not saying, "When?"
"We will pay you the residue. You may be asked to speak to news commentators concerning the voyage, in which case there will be more stars."
"You say I can build my own ship?"
"Naturally. This is not a voyage of exploration. We want you to return safely."
"It's a deal," I said. After all, the puppeteer had tried to blackmail me. What happened next would be its own fault. They built my ship in 2 weeks flat. They started with a No. 2 General Products hull, just like the one around the Institute of Knowledge ship, and the life system was practically a duplicate of the Laskins, but there the resemblance ended. There were no instruments to observe neutron stars. Instead, there was a fusion motor big enough for a Jinx warliner. In my ship, which I now called Skydiver, the drive would produce 30 Gs at the safety limit. There was a laser cannon big enough to punch a hole through We Made It's moon. The puppeteer wanted me to feel safe, and now I did, for I could fight and I could run. Especially I could run. I heard the Laskins' last broadcast through 6 times. Their unnamed ship had dropped out of hyperspace 1,000,000 miles above BVS-1. Gravity warp would have prevented their getting closer in hyperspace. While her husband was crawling through the access tube for an instrument check, Sonia Laskin had called the Institute of Knowledge.
"We can't see it yet, not by naked eye, but we can see where it is. Every time some star or other goes behind it, there's a little ring of light. Just a minute. Peter's ready to use the telescope." Then the star's mass had cut the hyperspatial link. It was expected, and nobody had worried. Then. Later, the same effect must have stopped them from escaping whatever attacked them into hyperspace. When would-be rescuers found the ship, only the radar and the cameras were still running. They didn't tell us much. There had been no camera in the cabin. But the forward camera gave us, for one instant, a speed-blurred view of the neutron star. It was a featureless disk, the orange color of perfect barbecue coals, if you know someone who can afford to burn wood. This object had been a neutron star a long time. "There'll be no need to paint the ship," I told the president. "You should not make such a trip with the walls transparent. You would go insane."
"I'm no Flatlander. The mind-wrenching sight of naked space fills me with mild but waning interest. I want to know nothing sneaking up behind me." The day before I left, I sat alone in the General Products bar, letting the puppeteer bartender make me drinks with his mouth. He did it well. Puppeteers were scattered around the bar in 2s and 3s, with a couple of men for variety, but the drinking hour had not yet arrived. The place felt empty. I was pleased with myself. My debts were all paid, not that that would matter where I was going. I would leave with not a mini-credit to my name, with nothing but the ship. All told, I was well out of a sticky situation. I hoped I'd like being a rich exile. I jumped when the newcomer sat down across from me. He was a foreigner, a middle-aged man wearing an expensive night-black business suit and a snow-white asymmetrical beard. I let my face freeze and started to get up. "Sit down, Mr. Shaeffer." "Why?" He told me by showing me a blue disk, an Earth government ident. I looked it over to show I was alert, not because I'd know an ersatz from the real thing. "My name is Sigmund Osfaller," said the government man. "I wish to say a few words concerning your assignment on behalf of General Products." I nodded, not saying anything. "A record of your verbal contract was sent to us as a matter of course. I noticed some peculiar things about it. Mr. Shaeffer, will you really take such a risk for only 500,000 stars?" "I'm getting twice that." "But you only keep half of it. The rest goes to pay debts. Then there are taxes. But never mind. What occurred to me was that a spaceship is a spaceship, and yours is very well armed and has powerful legs. An admirable fighting ship if you were moved to sell it. But it isn't mine. There are those who would not ask, on Canyon, for example, or the isolationist party of Wonderland." I said nothing. "Or you might be planning a career in piracy, a risky business piracy, and I don't take the notion seriously." I hadn't even thought about piracy, but I'd have to give up on Wonderland. "What I would like to say is this, Mr. Shaeffer. A single entrepreneur, if he were sufficiently dishonest, could do terrible damage to the reputation of all human beings everywhere. Most species find it necessary to police the ethics of their own members, and we are no exception. It occurred to me that you might not take your ship to the Neutron star at all, that you would take it elsewhere and sell it. The puppeteers do not make invulnerable war vessels. They are pacifists. Your skydiver is unique. Hence, I have asked General Products to allow me to install a remote-controlled bomb in the skydiver. Since it is inside the hull cannot protect you. I had it installed this afternoon. Now, notice. If you have not reported within a week, I will set off the bomb. There are several worlds within a week's hyperspace flight of here, but all recognize the dominion of Earth. If you flee, you must leave your ship within a week, so I hardly think you will land on a non-habitable world. Clear?" "Clear. If I am wrong, you may take a lie detector test and prove it. Then you may punch me in the nose, and I will apologize handsomely." I shook my head. He stood up, bowed, and left me sitting there cold sober. 4 films had been taken from the Laskin's cameras. In the time left to me, I ran through them several times without seeing anything out of the way. If the ship had run through a gas cloud, the impact could have killed the Laskins. At perihelion, they were moving at better than half the speed of light. But there would have been friction, and I saw no sign of heating in the films. If something alive had attacked them, the beast was invisible to radar and to an enormous range of light frequencies. If the attitude jets had fired accidentally, I was clutching at straws, the light showed on none of the films. There would be savage magnetic forces near BVS-1, but that couldn't have done any damage. No such force could penetrate a General Products hull. Neither could heat, except in special bands of radiated light, bands visible to at least one of the puppeteer's alien customers. I hold adverse opinions on the General Products hull, but they all concern the dull anonymity of the design. Or maybe I resent the fact that General Products holds a near monopoly on spacecraft hulls and isn't owned by human beings. But if I'd had to trust my life to, say, the Sinclair yacht I'd seen in the drugstore, I'd have chosen jail. Jail was one of my 3 choices, but I'd be there for life. Osfaller would see to that. Or I could run for it in the skydiver, but no world within reach would have me. If I could find an undiscovered Earth-like world within a week of we made it, fat chance. I preferred BVS-1. I thought that flashing circle of light was getting bigger, but it flashed so seldom I couldn't be sure. BVS-1 wouldn't show even in my telescope. I gave that up and settled for just waiting. Waiting, I remembered a long-ago summer spent on Jinx. There were days when, unable to go outside because a dearth of clouds had spread the land with raw blue-white sunlight, we amused ourselves by filling party balloons with tap water and dropping them on the sidewalk from 3 stories up. They made lovely splash patterns, which dried out too fast. So we put a little ink in each balloon before filling it. Then the pattern stayed. Sonia Laskin had been in her chair when the chairs had collapsed. Blood samples showed that it was Peter who had struck them from behind, like a water balloon dropped from a great height. What could get through a General Products hull? 10 hours to fall. I unfastened the safety net and went for an inspection tour. The access tunnel was 3 feet wide, just right to push through in free fall. Below me was the length of the fusion tube. To the left, the laser cannon. To the right, a set of curved side tubes leading to inspection points for the gyros, the batteries and generator, the air plant, the hyperspace shunt motors. All was in order, except me. I was clumsy. My jumps were always too short or too long. There was no room to turn at the stern end, so I had to back 50 feet to a side tube. 6 hours to go, and still I couldn't find the neutron star. Probably I would see it only for an instant, passing at better than half the speed of light. Already my speed must be enormous. Were the stars turning blue? 2 hours to go, and I was sure they were turning blue. Was my speed that high? Then the stars behind should be red. Machinery blocked the view behind me, so I used the gyros. The ship turned with peculiar sluggishness, and the stars behind were blue, not red. All around me were blue-white stars. Imagine light falling into a savagely steep gravitational well. It won't accelerate. Light can't move faster than light, but it can gain in energy, in frequency. The light was falling on me harder and harder as I dropped. I told the dictaphone about it. The dictaphone was probably the best protected item on the ship. I had already decided to earn my money by using it, just as if I expected to collect. Privately, I wondered just how intense the light would get. Skydiver had drifted back to vertical, with its axis through the neutron star, but now it faced outward. I'd thought I had the ship stopped horizontally. More clumsiness. I used the gyros. Again the ship moved mushily, until it was halfway through the swing. Then it seemed to fall automatically into place. It was as if the skydiver preferred to have its axis through the neutron star. I didn't like that. I tried the maneuver again, and again the skydiver fought back. But this time there was something else. Something was pulling at me. So I unfastened my safety net and fell head first into the nose. The pull was light, about 1/10 of a G. It felt more like sinking through honey than falling. I climbed back into my chair, tied myself in with the net, now hanging face down, and turned on the dictaphone. I told my story in such nitpicking detail that my hypothetical listeners could not but doubt my hypothetical sanity. "I think this is what happened to the Laskins," I finished. "If the pull increases, I'll call back." Think? I never doubted it. This strange, gentle pull was inexplicable. Something inexplicable had killed Peter and Sonia Laskin. QED. Around the point where the neutron star must be, the stars were like smeared dots of oil paint, smeared radially. They glared with an angry, painful light. I hung face down in the net and tried to think. It was an hour before I was sure. The pull was increasing, and I still had an hour to fall. Something was pulling on me, but not on the ship. No, that was nonsense. What could reach out to me through a General Products hull? It must be the other way around. Something was pushing on the ship,
pushing it off course. If it got worse, I could use the drive to compensate. Meanwhile, the ship was being pushed away from BVS-1, which was fine by me. But if I was wrong, if the ship was not somehow being pushed away from BVS-1, the rocket motor would send the skydiver crashing into 11 miles of neutronium. And why wasn't the rocket already firing? If the ship was being pushed off course, the autopilot should be fighting back. The accelerometer was in good order. It had looked fine when I had made my inspection tour down the access tube. Could something be pushing on the ship and on the accelerometer, but not on me? It came down to the same impossibility, something that could reach through a General Products hull. To hell with theory, said I to myself, said I. I'm getting out of here. To the dictaphone, I said, "The pull has increased dangerously. I'm going to try to alter my orbit." Of course, once I turned the ship outward and used the rocket, I'd be adding my own acceleration to the X-force. It would be a strain, but I could stand it for a while. If I came within a mile of BVS-1, I'd end like Sonya Laskin. She must have waited face down in a net like mine, waited without a drive unit, waited while the pressure rose and the net cut into her flesh, waited until the net snapped and dropped her into the nose, till I crushed and broken until the X-force tore the very chairs loose and dropped them on her. I hit the gyros. The gyros weren't strong enough to turn me. I tried it 3 times. Each time the ship rotated about 50 degrees and hung there, motionless, while the whine of the gyros went up and up. Released, the ship immediately swung back to position. I was nose down to the neutron star, and I was going to stay that way. Half an hour to fall, and the X-force was over a G. My sinuses were in agony. My eyes were ripe and ready to fall out. I don't know if I could have stood a cigarette, but I didn't get the chance. My pack of Fortunatos had fallen out of my pocket when I had dropped into the nose. There it was, 4 feet beyond my fingers, proof that the X-force acted on other objects besides me. Fascinating. I couldn't take any more. If it dropped me shrieking into the neutron star, I had to use the drive. And I did. I ran the thrust up until I was approximately in free fall. The blood which had pooled in my extremities went back where it belonged. The G-dial registered 1.2 G. I cursed it for a lying robot. The soft pack was bobbing around in the nose, and it occurred to me that a little extra nudge on the throttle would bring it to me. I tried it. The pack drifted toward me, and I reached, and like a sentient thing it speeded up to avoid my clutching hand. I snatched at it again as it went past my ear, and again it was moving too fast. That pack was going at a hell of a clip, considering that here I was, practically in free fall. It dropped through the door to the relaxation room, still picking up speed, blurred, and vanished as it entered the access tube. Seconds later, I heard a solid thump. But that was crazy. Already the X-force was pulling blood into my face. I pulled my lighter out, held it at arm's length, and let go. It fell gently into the nose. But the pack of Fortunatos had hit like I'd dropped it from a building. Well, I nudged the throttle again. The mutter of fusing hydrogen reminded me that if I tried to keep this up all the way, I might well put the General Products hull to its toughest test yet, smashing it into a neutron star at half light speed. I could see it now, a transparent hull containing only a few cubic inches of dwarf star matter wedged into the tip of the nose. At 1.4 G, according to that lying G dial, the lighter came loose and drifted toward me. I let it go. It was clearly falling when it reached the doorway. I pulled the throttle back. The loss of power jerked me violently forward, but I kept my face turned. The lighter slowed and hesitated at the entrance to the access tube. Decided to go through. I cocked my ears for the sound, then jumped as the whole ship rang like a gong. And the accelerometer was right at the ship's center of mass. Otherwise, the ship's mass would have thrown the needle off. The puppeteers were fiends for 10 decimal point accuracy. I favored the dictaphone with a few fast comments, then got to work reprogramming the autopilot. Luckily, what I wanted was simple. The X-force was but an X-force to me,
but now I knew how it behaved. I might actually live through this. The stars were fiercely blue, warped to streaked lines near that special point. I thought I could see it now, very small and dim and red, but it might have been imagination. In 20 minutes I'd be rounding the neutron star. The drive grumbled behind me. In effective free fall, I unfastened the safety net and pushed myself out of the chair. A gentle push aft, and ghostly hands grasped my legs. 10 pounds of weight hung by my fingers from the back of the chair. The pressure should drop fast. I'd programmed the autopilot to reduce the thrust from 2 Gs to 0 during the next 2 minutes. All I had to do was be at the center of mass in the access tube when the thrust went to 0. Something gripped the ship through a General Products hull. A psychokinetic life form stranded on a sun 12 miles in diameter? But how could anything alive stand such gravity? Something might be stranded in orbit. There is life in space. Outsiders and sail seeds and maybe others we haven't found yet. For all I knew or cared, BVS-1 itself might be alive. It didn't matter. I knew what the X-Force was trying to do. It was trying to pull the ship apart. There was no pull on my fingers. I pushed aft and landed on the back wall on bent legs. I knelt over the door, looking aft down. When freefall came, I pulled myself through and was in the relaxation room looking down forward into the nose. Gravity was changing faster than I liked. The X-Force was growing as 0 hour approached, while the compensating rocket thrust dropped. The X-Force tended to pull the ship apart. It was 2 Gs forward at the nose, 2 Gs backward at the tail, and diminished to 0 at the center of mass. Or so I hoped. The pack and lighter had behaved as if the force pulling them had increased for every inch they had moved sternward. The back wall was 15 feet away. I had to jump it with gravity changing in mid-air. I hit on my hands, bounced away. I'd jumped too late. The region of freefall was moving through the ship like a wave as the thrust dropped. It had left me behind. Now the back wall was up to me, and so was the access tube. Under something less than half a G, I jumped for the access tube. For one long moment, I stared into the 3-foot tunnel, stopped in mid-air and already beginning to fall back, as I realized that there was nothing to hang on to. Then I stuck my hands in the tube and spread them against the sides. It was all I needed. I levered myself up and started to crawl. The dictaphone was 50 feet below, utterly unreachable. If I had anything more to say to General Products, I'd have to say it in person. Maybe I'd get the chance, because I knew what force was trying to tear the ship apart. It was the tide. The motor was off, and I was at the ship's midpoint. My spread-eagled position was getting uncomfortable. It was 4 minutes to perihelion. Something creaked in the cabin below me. I couldn't see what it was, but I could clearly see a red point glaring among blue radio lines, like a lantern at the bottom of a well. To the sides, between the fusion tube and the tanks and other equipment, the blue stars glared at me with a light that was almost violet. I was afraid to look too long. I actually thought they might blind me. There must have been hundreds of gravities in the cabin. I could even feel the pressure change. The air was thin at this height, 150 feet above the control room. And now, almost suddenly, the red dot was more than a dot. My time was up. A red disk leapt up at me. The ship swung around me. I gasped and shut my eyes tight. Giant's hands gripped my arms and legs and head, gently but with great firmness, and tried to pull me in two. In that moment, it came to me that Peter Laskin had died like this. He'd made the same guess as I had, and he'd tried to hide in the access tube. But he'd slipped, as I was slipping. From the control room came a multiple shriek of tearing metal. I tried to dig my feet into the hard tube walls. Somehow they held. When I got my eyes open, the red dot was shrinking into nothing. The puppeteer president insisted that I be put in the hospital for observation. I didn't fight the idea. My face and hands were flaming red, with blisters rising.
and I ached as though I'd been beaten. Rest and tender loving care, that was what I wanted. I was floating between a pair of sleeping plates, hideously uncomfortable, when the nurse came to announce a visitor. I knew who it was from her peculiar expression. "What can get through a General Products Hall?" I asked it.
"I hoped you would tell me."
The president rested on its single back leg, holding a stick that gave off green incense-smelling smoke. "And so I will. Gravity."
"Do not play with me, Beowulf Shaeffer. This matter is vital."
"I'm not playing. Does your world have a moon?"
"That information is classified."
The puppeteers are cowards. Nobody knows where they come from, and nobody is likely to find out. "Do you know what happens when a moon gets too close to its primary?"
"It falls apart."
"Why?"
"I do not know."
"Tides."
"What is a tide?"
"Oh ho," said I to myself, said I. "I'm going to try to tell you. The Earth's moon is almost 2,000 miles in diameter, and does not rotate with respect to Earth. I want you to pick 2 rocks on the moon, one at the point nearest the Earth, one at the point farthest away."
"Very well."
"Now, isn't it obvious that if those rocks were left to themselves, they'd fall away from each other? They're in 2 different orbits, mind you, concentric orbits, one almost 2,000 miles outside the other. Yet those rocks are forced to move at the same orbital speed."
"The one outside is moving faster."
"Good point. So there is a force trying to pull the moon apart. Gravity holds it together. Bring the moon close enough to Earth, and those 2 rocks would simply float away."
"I see. Then this tide tried to pull your ship apart. It was powerful enough in the life system of the Institute ship to pull the acceleration chairs out of their mounts."
"And to crush a human being. Picture it. The ship's nose was just 7 miles from the center of BVS-1. The tail was 300 feet farther out. Left to themselves, they'd have gone in completely different orbits. My head and feet tried to do the same thing when I got close enough."
"I see. Are you molting?"
"What?"
"I notice you are losing your outer integument in spots."
"Oh, that. I got a bad sunburn from exposure to starlight. It's not important." 2 heads stared at each other for an eye blink. A shrug. The puppeteer said,
"We have deposited the residue of your pay with the bank of We Made It. One Sigmund Osfaller, human, has frozen the account until your taxes are computed."
"Figures."
"If you will talk to reporters now, explaining what happened to the Institute ship, we will pay you 10,000 stars. We will pay cash, so that you may use it immediately. It is urgent. There have been rumors."
"Bring 'em in." As an afterthought, I added, "I can also tell them that your world is moonless. That should be good for a footnote somewhere."
"I do not understand."
But 2 long necks had drawn back, and the puppeteer was watching me like a pair of pythons. "You'd know what a tide was if you had a moon. You couldn't avoid it."
"Would you be interested in—"
"A million stars? I'd be fascinated. I'll even sign a contract if it states what we're hiding. How do you like being blackmailed for a change?" Part 3. Ghost 2. I tried to script the story myself, of course. There was a computer program that would do it as an interview. I made lots of notes. Too many notes, because any time I tried to write text for myself, I blocked. So I advertised for a ghost. Anders Smidarashid answered. His type was familiar enough. He was a gaudy Flatlander athlete, too aware of the limps and lames around him, very aware that any woman was his for the asking. It all showed in his words and body language. Maybe I wouldn't even have hired him, but he just pushed into the situation without giving me a chance to react. Before my caution caught up, I was telling him everything. Nearly everything. He turned it into a one-act play between me and the interview program, all in one afternoon.
We spent 2 days polishing before we filmed it. The recording sold instantly to the nets. He could write. That in itself was amazing. I said, I couldn't tell you about the blackmail aspect. We weren't shouting now. The undersea dome isn't really glass. It's something that absorbs shock waves, including sound, not to mention tsunamis. Anders Smidarashid grinned at me patronizingly. Did you think you were putting something over on General Products? At the time, I still don't know for sure. Maybe I was crazy to think that a space-going species wouldn't understand tides. Maybe. But why would they send a human pilot to learn what they already knew? Ander, look at it this way. A university team sets out to investigate a cold neutron star. They make a mistake, probably without informing General Products, but they're using a GP hull. The ship comes back with the pilots dead in vividly gory fashion. General Products works out how it happened, but they'd rather not be seen as making excuses. Why not let someone of the same species solve the problem and then talk for them? They seem to have had a good deal of faith in you. I laughed as if I hadn't a care in the world. Oh, Ander, I wonder how many times they tried it. He thought it over. No, they showed Sigmund your contract. They would have had to do that several times. Yeah. Beowulf, Sigmund would not have participated while they killed one pilot after another. I said, Mad Bomber Sigmund? Ander, I never had any intention of stealing that ship. I saw his look, but I went on. Now, that could imply that Sigmund is a bad judge of character, or it could mean that he braced, a dozen pilots, each in turn. The odds of one of us stealing a ship get pretty good. Remember, if each of us does our job, the hull comes back at the end of the orbit. Those things cost. Anders' jaw set. He said, No. All right, no. I'd try again later. Beowulf Shaeffer is a misunderstood innocent. Sigmund Osfaller isn't quite trustworthy. Change the subject. Or do you mean they trusted me to write my own script? I tried that, Ander. You really needed help. First neutron star ever discovered, he quoted. First old, cold neutron star. Good thing he'd spotted that embarrassment. I said, You couldn't dive that close to a pulsar. Even a GP hull couldn't bash through the accretion disk. I've gotten better at explaining things, Ander. I was scampering about inside my head, seeking any hole that might offer an escape. Monitoring a citizen can be easy, or cheap, or foolproof. Take your choice. Osfaller was backing Ander with UN money. The United Nations didn't have authority outside Sol system, but Ander could be using ARM funds or equipment. But he'd seen me on the balcony for the very first time. He'd sprinted up the slide stairs to intercept me without pausing a moment to call for backup. I'd stake our freedom on that. Their freedom. The UN had no claim on me, but they might well extradite Carlos, or Cheryl, or the children. So I was shaping a bribe to offer Ander, and telling myself that he wasn't too big to be killed if things broke right, and hoping that none of that showed at all while I played for time. I asked, What's your concern with puppeteers? They're harmless. They're cowards. Are cowards harmless? And they're gone. Ander smiled at me. And you were the one who sent them. Beowulf, why would they deal with you a second time? You blackmailed them. They don't mind blackmail. They use it themselves. And what I thought I knew might not be true. I caught that smirk again and snapped, All right, what? Tides, Ander said. We've been watching their, retreat. The Pearson's puppeteers understand tides very well, Beowulf, whether or not they ever had a moon. All right. I believed him and wasn't surprised. By the way, that information is absolutely proprietary. Man with a secret, huh? Even so, I think they were taking a shot at me when they hired me the second time. Part 4. At the core. 1. I couldn't decide whether to call it a painting, a relief mural, a sculpture, or a hash, but it was the prize exhibit in the art section of the Institute of Knowledge on Jinx. The cadet Lino must have strange eyes, I thought. My own were watering. The longer I looked at Fiddlespace, the more blurred it got. I'd tentatively decided that it was supposed to look blurred when a set of toothy jaws clamped gently on my arm. I jumped a foot in the air. A soft, thrilling contralto voice said, "Beowulf Shaeffer, you are a spendthrift." That voice would have made a singer's fortune, and I thought I recognized it, but it couldn't be. That one was on We Made It, light years distant. I turned. The puppeteer had released my arm. It went on, "And what do you think of Flodinu?" "He's ruining my eyes." "Naturally. The cadet Lino are blind to all but radar. Fiddlespace is not meant to be seen, but to be touched. Run your tongue over it." "My tongue? No thanks." I tried running my hand over it. If you want to know what it felt like, hop a ship for Jinx. The thing's still there. I flatly refused to describe the sensation. The puppeteer cocked its head dubiously. "I'm sure your tongue is more sensitive. No guards are nearby." "Forget it. You know, you sound just like the regional president of General Products on We Made It." "It was he who sent me your dossier, Beowulf Shaeffer. No doubt we had the same English teacher. I am the regional president on Jinx, as you no doubt recognized from my mane." "Well, not quite. The auburn mop over the brain case between the two necks is supposed to show caste once you learn to discount variations of mere style. To do that, you have to be a puppeteer." Instead of admitting my ignorance, I asked, "Did that dossier say I was a spendthrift?" "You have spent more than 1,000,000 stars in the past 4 years." "And loved it." "Yes. You will shortly be in debt again. Have you thought of doing more writing? I admired your article on the Neutron star BVS-1. The pointy bottom of a gravity well. Blue starlight fell on me like intangible sleet. Lovely." "Thanks. It paid well, too. But I'm mainly a spaceship pilot."
"It is fortunate, our meeting here. I had thought of having you found. Do you wish a job?"
That was a loaded question. The last and only time I took a job from a puppeteer, the puppeteer blackmailed me into it, knowing it would probably kill me. It almost did. I didn't hold that against the regional president of We Made It, but to let them have another crack at me? "I'll give you a conditional maybe. Do you have the idea I'm a professional suicide pilot?"
"Not at all. If I show details, do you agree that the information shall be confidential?"
"I do," I said formally, knowing it would commit me. A verbal contract is as binding as the tape it's recorded on.
"Good. Come."
He pranced toward a transfer booth. The transfer booth led us out somewhere in Jinx's vacuum regions. It was night. High in the sky, Sirius B was a painfully bright pinpoint, casting vivid blue moonlight on a ragged lunar landscape. I looked up and didn't see Binary, Jinx's bloated orange companion planet, so we must have been in the far side end. But there was something hanging over us. A number 4 General Products Hull is a transparent sphere 1,000-odd feet in diameter. No bigger ship has been built anywhere in the known galaxy. It takes a government to buy one, and they are used for colonization projects only. But this one could never have been so used. It was all machinery. Our transfer booth stood between 2 of the landing legs, so that the swelling flank of the ship looked down on us as an owl looks down at a mouse. An access tube ran through vacuum from the booth to the airlock. I said, "Does General Products build complete spacecraft nowadays?"
"We are thinking of branching out, but there are problems."
From the viewpoint of the puppeteer-owned company, it must have seemed high time. General Products makes the hulls for 95% of all ships in space. mainly because nobody else knows how to build an indestructible hull. But they'd made a bad start with this ship. The only room I could see for crew, cargo, or passengers was a few cubic yards of empty space right at the bottom, just above the airlock and just big enough for a pilot. "You'd have a hard time selling that," I said.
"True. Do you notice anything else?"
"Well," the hardware that filled the transparent hull was very tightly packed. The effect was as if a race of 10-mile-tall giants had striven to achieve miniaturization. I saw no sign of access tubes, hence there could be no in-space repairs. 4 reaction motors poked their appropriately huge nostrils through the hull, angled outward from the bottom. No small attitude jets, hence oversized gyros inside. Otherwise, most of it looks like hyperdrive motors, but that's silly, unless you've thought of a good reason for moving moons around.
At one time you were a commercial pilot for Nakamura Lines. How long was the run from Jinx to We Made It?
12 days if nothing broke down. Just long enough to get to know the prettiest passenger aboard, while the autopilot did everything for me but wear my uniform.
Sirius to Procyon is a distance of 4 light-years. Our ship would make the trip in 5 minutes.
You've lost your mind.
No.
But that was almost a light-year per minute. I couldn't visualize it. Then suddenly I did visualize it, and my mouth fell open, for what I saw was the galaxy opening before me. We know so little beyond our own small neighborhood of the galaxy. But with a ship like that, that's goddamn fast.
As you say. But the equipment is bulky, as you note. It cost 7 billion stars to build that ship, discounting centuries of research, but it will move only 1 man. As is, the ship is a failure. Shall we go inside?
2. The life system was 2 circular rooms, one above the other, with a small airlock to one side. The lower room was the control room, with banks of switches and dials and blinking lights, dominated by a huge spherical mass pointer. The upper room was bare walls, transparent, through which I could see air and food-producing equipment.
"This will be the relax room," said the puppeteer. "We decided to let the pilot decorate it himself."
"Why me?"
"Let me further explain the problem."
The puppeteer began to pace the floor. I hunkered down against the wall and watched. Watching a puppeteer move is a pleasure. Even in Jinx's gravity, the deer-like body seemed weightless, the tiny hooves tapping the floor at random.
"The human sphere of colonization is some 30 light-years across, is it not?"
"Maximum. It's not exactly a sphere."
"The puppeteer region is much smaller. The cadet linosphere is half the size of yours, and the Kzinti is fractionally larger. These are the important space-traveling species. We must discount the outsiders, since they do not use ships. Some spheres coincide, naturally. Travel from one sphere to another is nearly nil, except for ourselves, since our sphere of influence extends to all who buy our hulls. But add all these regions, and you have a region 60 light-years across. This ship could cross it in 75 minutes. Allow 6 hours for takeoff and 6 for landing, assuming no traffic snarls near the world of destination, and we have a ship which can go anywhere in 13 hours, but nowhere in less than 12, carrying 1 pilot and no cargo, costing 7 billion stars.
How about exploration?
We puppeteers have no taste for abstract knowledge. And how should we explore?
Meaning that whatever race flew the ship would gain the advantages thereby. A puppeteer wouldn't risk his necks by flying it himself.
What we need is a great deal of money and a gathering of intelligences to design something which may go slower, but must be less bulky. General Products does not wish to spend so much on something that may fail. We will require the best minds of each sentient species and the richest investors. Beowulf Shaeffer, we need to attract attention.
A publicity stunt?
Yes. We wish to send a pilot to the center of the galaxy and back.
Ye gods! Will it go that fast?
It would require some 25 days to reach the center and an equal time to return. You can see the reasoning behind
It's perfect. You don't need to spell it out. Why me?
We wish you to make the trip and then write of it. I have a list of pilots who write. Those I have approached have been reluctant. They say that writing on the ground is safer than testing unknown ships. I follow their reasoning.
Me too.
Will you go?
What am I offered?
100,000 stars for the trip, 50,000 to write the story, in addition to what you sell it for.
Sold. From then on, my only worry was that my new boss would find out that someone had ghostwritten that Neutron Star article. Oh, I wondered at first why General Products was willing to trust me. The first time I worked for them, I tried to steal their ship for reasons which seemed good at the time. But the ship I now called Longshot really wasn't worth stealing. Any potential buyer would know it was hot, and what good would it be to him? Longshot could have explored a globular cluster, but her only other use was publicity. Sending her to the core was a masterpiece of promotion. Look, it was 12 days from we made it to Jinx by conventional craft, and 12 hours by Longshot. What's the difference? You spent 12 years saving for the trip. But the core. Ignoring refueling and reprovisioning problems, my old ship could have reached the galaxy's core in 300 years. No known species had ever seen the core. It hid behind layer on layer of tenuous gas and dust clouds. You can find libraries of literature on those central stars, but they all consist of generalities and educated guesses based on observation of other galaxies, like Andromeda. 3 centuries dropped to less than a month. There's something anyone can grasp. And with pictures. The life system was finished in a couple of weeks. I had them leave the control room walls transparent and paint the relax room solid blue, no windows. When they finished, I had entertainment tapes and everything it takes to keep a man sane for 7 weeks in a room the size of a large closet. On the last day, the puppeteer and I spoke the final version of my contract. I had 4 months to reach the galaxy center and return. The outside cameras would run constantly. I was not to interfere with them. If the ship suffered a mechanical failure, I could return before reaching the center. Otherwise, no. There were penalties. I took a copy of the tape to leave with a lawyer.
There is a thing you should know, the puppeteer said afterward. The direction of thrust opposes the direction of hyperdrive.
I don't get it.
The puppeteer groped for words. If you turned on the reaction motors and the hyperdrive together, the flames would precede your ship through hyperspace.
I got the picture then. Ass backward into the unknown. With the control room at the ship's bottom, it made sense. To a puppeteer, it made sense. 3. And I was off. I went up under 2 standard Gs because I like my comfort. For 12 hours I used only the reaction motors. It wouldn't do to be too deep in a gravity well when I used a hyperdrive, especially an experimental one. Pilots who do that never leave hyperspace. The relax room kept me entertained until the bell rang. I slipped down to the control room, netted myself down against freefall, turned off the motors, rubbed my hands briskly together, and turned on the hyperdrive. It wasn't quite as I'd expected. I couldn't see out, of course. When the hyperdrive goes on, it's like your blind spot expanding to take in all the windows. It's not just that you don't see anything. You forget that there's anything to see. If there's a window between the kitchen control bank and your print of Dali's Spain, your eye and mind will put the picture right next to the kitchen bank, obliterating the space between. It takes getting used to. In fact, it has driven people insane. But that wasn't what bothered me. I've spent thousands of man-hours in hyperspace. I kept my eye on the mass pointer. The mass pointer is a big, transparent sphere with a number of blue lines radiating from the center. The direction of the line is the direction of a star. Its length shows the star's mass.
We wouldn't need pilots if the mass pointer could be hooked into an autopilot, but it can't. Dependable as it is, accurate as it is, the mass pointer is a psionic device. It needs a mind to work it. I'd been using mass pointers for so long that those lines were like real stars. A star came toward me and I dodged around it. I thought that another line that didn't point quite straight ahead was long enough to show dangerous mass, so I dodged. That put a blue dwarf right in front of me. I shifted fast and looked for a throttle. I wanted to slow down. Repeat, I wanted to slow down. Of course, there was no throttle. Part of the puppeteer research project would be designing a throttle. A long, fuzzy line reached for me. A proto-sun. Put it this way. Imagine one of Earth's freeways. You must have seen pictures of them from space. A tangle of twisting concrete ribbons, empty and abandoned, but never torn down. Some lie broken. Others are covered with houses. People used the later rubberized ones for horseback riding. Imagine the way one of these must have looked about 6 o'clock on a weeknight in, say, 1970. Ground cars from end to end. Now, let's take all those cars and remove the brakes. Further, let's put governors on the accelerators so that the maximum speeds are between 60 and 70 miles per hour, not all the same. Let something go wrong with all the governors at once so that the maximum speed also becomes the minimum. You'll begin to see signs of panic. Ready? Okay. Get a radar installed in your car, paint your windshield and windows jet black, and get out on that freeway. It was like that. It didn't seem so bad at first. The stars kept coming at me, and I kept dodging, and after a while it settled down to a kind of routine. From experience, I could tell at a glance whether a star was heavy enough and close enough to wreck me. But in Nakamura lines, I'd only had to take that glance every 6 hours or so. Here, I didn't dare look away. As I grew tired, the near misses came closer and closer. After 3 hours of it, I had to drop out. The stars had a subtly unfamiliar look. With a sudden jar, I realized that I was entirely out of known space. Sirius, Antares, I'd never recognized them from here. I wasn't even sure they were visible. I shook it off and called home. Longshot calling General Products. Longshot calling
Beowulf Shaeffer?
Have I ever told you what a lovely, sexy voice you have?
No. Is everything going well?
I'm afraid not. In fact, I'm not going to make it. A pause.
Why not?
I can't keep dodging these stars forever. One of them's going to get me if I keep on much longer. The ship's just too goddamn fast.
Yes, we must design a slower ship.
I hate to give up that good pay, but my eyes feel like peeled onions. I ache all over. I'm turning back.
Shall I play your contract for you?
No. Why?
Your only legal reason for returning is a mechanical failure. Otherwise, you forfeit twice your pay.
I said, Mechanical failure? There was a toolbox somewhere in the ship, with a hammer in it.
I did not mention it before, since it did not seem polite, but 2 of the cameras are in the life system. We had thought to use films of you for purposes of publicity, but...
I see. Tell me one thing, just one thing. When the regional president of We Made It sent you my name, did he mention that I'd discovered your planet has no moon?
Yes, he did mention that matter. You accepted 1 million stars for your silence. He naturally has a recording of the bargain.
I see. So that's why they'd picked Beowulf Shaeffer, well-known author. The trip will take longer than I thought.
You must pay a penalty for every extra day over 4 months. 2,000 stars per day late.
Your voice has acquired an unpleasant grating sound. Goodbye. I went on in. Every hour I shifted to normal space for a 10-minute coffee break. I dropped out for meals, and I dropped out for sleep. 12 hours per ship's day I spent traveling, and 12 trying to recover. It was a losing battle. By the end of day 2, I knew I wasn't going to make the 4-month limit. I might do it in 6 months, forfeiting 120,000 stars, leaving me almost where I started. Served me right for trusting a puppeteer. Stars were all around me, shining through the floor and between the banked instruments. I sucked coffee, trying not to think. The Milky Way shone ghostly pale between my feet. The stars were thick now. They'd get thicker as I approached the core, until finally one got me. An idea, and about time, too. The golden voice answered immediately.
Beowulf Shaeffer?
There's nobody else here, honey. Look, I've thought of something. Would you send...
Is one of your instruments malfunctioning, Beowulf Shaeffer?
No, they all work fine, as far as they go. Look,
then what could you possibly have to say that would require my attention?
Honey, now is the time to decide. Do you want revenge, or do you want your ship back? A small silence. Then,
You may speak.
I can reach the core much faster if I first get into one of the spaces between the arms. Do we know enough about the galaxy to know where our arm ends?
I will send to the Institute of Knowledge to find out.
Good. 4 hours later, I was dragged from a death-like sleep by the ringing of the hyperphone. It was not the president, but some flunky. I remembered calling the puppeteer Honey last night, tricked by my own exhaustion and that seductive voice, and wondered if I'd hurt his puppeteer feelings. He might be a male. A puppeteer's sex is one of his little secrets. The flunky gave me a bearing and distance for the nearest gap between stars. It took me another day to get there. When the stars began to thin out, I could hardly believe it. I turned off the hyperdrive, and it was true. The stars were tens and hundreds of light-years apart. I could see part of the core peeking in a bright rim above the dim flat cloud of mixed dust and stars. 4. From then on it was better. I was safe if I glanced at the mass pointer every 10 minutes or so. I could forget the rest breaks, eat meals, and do isometrics while watching the pointers. For 8 hours a day I slept, but during the other 16 I moved. The gap swept toward the core in a narrowing curve, and I followed it. As a voyage of exploration, the trip would have been a fiasco. I saw nothing. I stayed well away from anything worth seeing. Stars and dust, anomalous wispy clusters shining in the dark of the gap, invisible indications that might have been stars. My cameras picked them up from a nice safe distance, showing tiny blobs of light. In 3 weeks, I moved almost 17,000 light-years toward the core. The end of those 3 weeks was the end of the gap. Before me was an uninteresting wash of stars backed by a wall of opaque dust clouds. I still had 13,000 light-years to go before I reached the center of the galaxy. I took some pictures and moved in. 10-minute breaks, meal times that grew longer and longer for the rest they gave, sleep periods that left my eyes red and burning. The stars were thick and the dust was thicker, so that the mass pointer showed a blur of blue broken by sharp blue lines. The lines began to get less sharp. I took breaks every half hour. 3 days of that. It was getting near lunchtime on the 4th day. I sat watching the mass pointer, noting the fluctuations in the blue blur which showed the changing density of the dust around me. Suddenly, it faded out completely. Great! Wouldn't it be nice if the mass pointer went out on me? But the sharp star lines were still there, 10 or 20 of them pointing in all directions. I went back to steering. The clock chimed to indicate a rest period. I sighed happily and dropped into normal space. The clock showed that I had half an hour to wait for lunch. I thought about eating anyway, decided against it. The routine was all that kept me going. I wondered what the sky looked like, reflexively looked up so I wouldn't have to look down at the transparent floor. That big an expanse of hyperspace is hard even on trained eyes. I remembered I wasn't in hyperspace and looked down. For a time, I just stared. Then, without taking my eyes off the floor, I reached for the hyperphone.
Beowulf Shaeffer?
No, this is Albert Einstein. I stowed away when the long shot took off, and I've decided to turn myself in for the reward.
Giving misinformation is an implicit violation of contract. Why have you called?
I can see the core.
That is not a reason to call. It was implicit in your contract that you would see the core.
Damn it, don't you care? Don't you want to know what it looks like?
If you wish to describe it now, as a precaution against accident, I will switch you to a dictaphone. However, if your mission is not totally successful, we cannot use your recording.
I was thinking up a really searing answer when I heard the click. Great. My boss had hooked me into a dictaphone. I said one short sentence and hung up. The core. Gone were the obscuring masses of dust and gas. 1 billion years ago they must have been swept up for fuel by the hungry, crowded stars. The core lay before me like a great jeweled sphere. I'd expected it to be a gradual thing, a thick mass of stars thinning out into the arms. There was nothing gradual about it. A clear ball of multicolored light 5,000 or 6,000 light-years across, nestled in the heart of the galaxy, sharply bounded by the last of the dust clouds. I was 10,400 light-years from the center. The red stars were the biggest and brightest. I could actually pick some of them out as individuals. The rest was a finger painting in fluorescent green and blue. But those red stars, they would have sent Aldebaran back to kindergarten. It was all so bright. I needed the telescope to see black between the stars. I'll show you how bright it was. Is it night where you are? Step outside and look at the stars. What color are they? Antares may show red if you're near enough. In the system, so will Mars. Sirius may show bluish. But all the rest are white pinpoints. Why? Because it's dark. Your day vision is in color, but at night you see black and white, like a dog. The core suns were bright enough for color vision. I'd pick a planet here, not in the core itself, but right out here, with the core on one side, and on the other the dimly starred dust clouds forming their strange, convoluted curtain. Man, what a view! Imagine that flaming jeweled sphere rising in the east, hundreds of times as big as binary shows on Jinx, but without the constant feeling binary gives you, the fear that the orange world will fall on you, for the vast twinkling core is only starlight, lovely and harmless. I'd pick my world now and stake a claim. When the puppeteers got their drive fixed up, I'd have the finest piece of real estate in the known universe. If I could only find a habitable planet. If only I could find it twice. Hell, I'd be lucky to find my way home from here. I shifted into hyperspace and went back to work. Five. An hour and 50 minutes, 1 lunch break and 2 rest breaks, and 50 light-years later, I noticed something peculiar in the core. It was even clearer then, if not much bigger. I'd passed through the almost transparent wisps of the last dust cloud. Not too near the center of the sphere was a patch of white, bright enough to make the green and blue and red look dull around it. I looked for it again at the next break, and it was a little brighter. It was brighter again at the next break.
Beowulf Shaeffer?
Yeah,
Why did you use the dictaphone to call me a cowardly two-headed monster?
You were off the line. I had to use the dictaphone.
That is sensible. Yes. We puppeteers have never understood your attitude toward a natural caution.
My boss was peeved, though you couldn't tell from his voice. I'll go into that if you like, but it's not why I called.
Explain, please.
I'm all for caution. Discretion is the better part of valor, and like that. You can even be good businessmen, because it's easier to survive with lots of money. But you're so damn concerned with various kinds of survival that you aren't even interested in something that isn't a threat. Nobody but a puppeteer would have turned down my offer to describe the core.
You forget the Kzinti.
Oh, the Kzinti. Who expects rational behavior from Kzinti? You whip them when they attack. You reluctantly decide not to exterminate them. You wait till they build up their strength, and when they attack, you whip them again. Meanwhile, you sell them foodstuffs and buy their metals and employ them where you need good games theorists. It's not as if they were a real threat. They'll always attack before they're ready.
The Kzinti are carnivores. Where we are interested in survival, carnivores are interested in meat alone. They conquer because subject peoples can supply them with food. They cannot do menial work. Animal husbandry is alien to them. They must have slaves or be barbarians roaming the forests for meat. Why should they be interested in what you call abstract knowledge? Why should any thinking being if the knowledge has no chance of showing a profit? In practice, your description of the core would attract only an omnivore.
You'd make a good case if it were not for the fact that most sentient races are omnivores.
We have thought long and hard on that.
Ye cats, I was going to have to think long and hard on that.
Why did you call Beowulf Shaeffer?
Oh, yeah. Look, I know you don't want to know what the core looks like, but I see something that might represent personal danger. You have access to information I don't. May I proceed?
You may.
Ha! I was learning to think like a puppeteer. Was that good? I told my boss about the blazing, strangely shaped white patch in the core. When I turned the telescope on it, it nearly blinded me. Grade 2 sunglasses don't give any details at all. It's just a shapeless white patch, but so bright that the stars in front look like black dots with colored rims. I'd like to know what's causing it.
It sounds very unusual.
Pause.
Is the white color uniform? Is the brightness uniform?
Just a sec. I used the scope again. The color is, but the brightness isn't. I see dimmer areas inside the patch. I think the center is fading out.
Use the telescope to find a nova star. There ought to be several in such a large mass of stars.
I tried it. Presently I found something. A blazing disk of a peculiar blue-white color with a dimmer, somewhat smaller red disk half in front of it. That had to be a nova. In the core of Andromeda Galaxy, and in what I'd seen of our own core, the red stars were the biggest and brightest. I found one.
Comment.
A moment more and I saw what he meant. It's the same color as the patch. Something like the same brightness, too. But what could make a patch of supernovas go off all at once?
You have studied the core. The stars of the core are an average of half a light year apart. They are even closer near the center, and no dust clouds dim their brightness. When stars are that close, they shed enough light on each other to increase materially each other's temperature. Stars burn faster and age faster in the core.
I see that.
Since the core stars age faster, a much greater portion are near the supernova stage than in the arms. Also, all are hotter considering their respective ages. If a star were a few millennia from the supernova stage, and a supernova exploded half a light year away, estimate the probabilities.
They might both blow. Then the two could set off a third, and the three might take a couple more.
Yes. Since a supernova lasts on the order of 1 human standard year, the chain reaction would soon die out. Your patch of light must have occurred in this way.
That's a relief. Knowing what did it, I mean. I'll take pictures going in.
As you say.
Click. The patch kept expanding as I went in, still with no more shape than a Veil nebula, getting brighter and bigger. It hardly seemed fair, what I was doing. The light, which the patched novas had taken 50 years to put out, I covered in an hour, moving down the beam at a speed which made the universe itself seem unreal. At the 4th rest period, I dropped out of hyperspace, looked down through the floor while the cameras took their pictures, glanced away from the patch for a moment, and found myself blinded by tangerine afterimages. I had to put on a pair of Grade 1 sunglasses, out of the packet of 20 which every pilot carries for working near suns during takeoff and landing. It made me shiver to think that the patch was still nearly 10,000 light-years away. Already the radiation must have killed all life in the core, if there ever had been life there. My instruments on the hull showed radiation like a solar flare. At the next stop I needed Grade 2 sunglasses. Somewhat later, Grade 3, then 4. The patch became a great bright amoeba, reaching twisting tentacles of fusion fire deep into the vitals of the core. In hyperspace, the sky was jammed bumper to bumper, so to speak, but I never thought of stopping. As the core came closer, the patch grew like something alive, something needing ever more food. I think I knew, even then. Night came. The control room was a blaze of light. I slept in the relax room to the tune of the laboring temperature control. Morning, and I was off again. The radiation meter snarled its death song, louder during each rest break. If I'd been planning to go outside, I would have dropped that plan. Radiation couldn't get through a General Products hull. Nothing else can either, except visible light. I spent a bad half-hour trying to remember whether one of the puppeteer's customers saw X-rays. I was afraid to call up and ask. The mass pointer began to show a faint blue blur, gases thrown outward from the patch. I had to keep changing sunglasses. Sometime during the morning of the next day, I stopped. There was no point in going farther.
Beowulf Shaeffer, have you become attached to the sound of my voice? I have other work than supervising your progress.
I would like to deliver a lecture on abstract knowledge.
Surely it can wait until your return.
The galaxy is exploding.
There was a strange noise. Then, repeat, please.
Have I got your attention?
Yes.
Good. I think I know the reason so many sentient races are omnivores. Interest in abstract knowledge is a symptom of pure curiosity. Curiosity must be a survival trait.
Must we discuss this? Very well. You may well be right. Others have made the same suggestion, including puppeteers. But how has our species survived at all?
You must have some substitute for curiosity. Increased intelligence, maybe. You've been around long enough to develop it. Our hands can't compare with your mouths for tool building. If a watchmaker had taste and smell in his hands, he still wouldn't have the strength of your jaws or the delicacy of those knobs around your lips. When I want to know how old a sentient race is, I watch what he uses for hands and feet.
Yes, human feet are still adapting to their task of keeping you erect. You propose, then, that our intelligence has grown sufficiently to ensure our survival without depending on your hit-or-miss method of learning everything you can for the sheer pleasure of learning.
Not quite. Our method is better. If you hadn't sent me to the core for publicity, you'd never have known about this.
You say the galaxy is exploding?
Rather, it finished exploding some 9,000 years ago. I'm wearing grade 20 sunglasses, and it's still too bright. A third of the core is gone already. The patch is spreading at nearly the speed of light. I don't see that anything can stop it until it hits the gas clouds beyond the core. There was no comment. I went on. A lot of the inside of the patch has gone out, but all of the surface is new novas. And remember, the light I'm seeing is 9,000 years old. Now I'm going to read you a few instruments. Radiation, 210. Cabin temperature, normal, but you can hear the whine of the temperature control. The mass indicator shows nothing but a blur ahead. I'm turning back.
Radiation 210? How far are you from the edge of the core?
About 4,000 light-years, I think. I can see plumes of incandescent gas starting to form in the near side of the patch, moving toward galactic north and south. It reminds me of something. Aren't there pictures of exploding galaxies in the Institute?
Many. Yes, it has happened before. Beowulf Shaeffer, this is bad news. When the radiation from the core reaches our worlds, it will sterilize them. We puppeteers will soon need considerable amounts of money. Shall I release you from your contract, paying you nothing?
I laughed. I was too surprised even to get mad. No.
Surely you do not intend to enter the core?
No. Look, why do you...
Then by the conditions of our contract, you forfeit.
Wrong again. I'll take pictures of these instruments. When a court sees the readings on the radiation meter and the blue blur in the mass indicator, they'll know something's wrong with them.
Nonsense. Under evidence drugs, you will explain the readings.
Sure. And the court will know you tried to get me to go right to the center of that Holocaust. You know what they'll say to that?
But how can a court of law find against a recorded contract?
The point is, they'll want to. Maybe they'll decide that we're both lying, and the instruments really did go haywire. Maybe they'll find a way to say the contract was illegal, but they'll find against you. Want to make a side bet?
No, you have won. Come back.
Six. The core was a lovely multicolored jewel when it disappeared below the lens of the galaxy. I'd have liked to visit it someday, but there aren't any time machines. I'd penetrated nearly to the core in something like a month. I took my time coming home, going straight up along galactic north and flying above the lens where there were no stars to bother me, and still made it in 2. All the way, I wondered why the puppeteer had tried to cheat me at the last. Longshot's publicity would have been better than ever, yet the regional president had been willing to throw it away just to leave me broke. I couldn't ask why, because nobody was answering my hyperphone. Nothing I knew about puppeteers could tell me. I felt persecuted. My come-hither brought me down at the base in the far side end. Nobody was there. I took the transfer booth back to Sirius Mater, Jinx's biggest city, figuring to contact General Products, turn over the ship, and pick up my pay. More surprises awaited me. 1. General Products had paid 150,000 stars into my account in the Bank of Jinx. A personal note stated that whether I wrote my article was solely up to me. 2. General Products has disappeared. They are selling no more spacecraft hulls. Companies with contracts have had their penalty clauses paid off. It all happened 2 months ago, simultaneously on all known worlds. 3. The bar I'm in is on the roof of the tallest building in Sirius Mater, more than a mile above the streets. Even from here I can hear the stock market crashing. It started with the collapse of spacecraft companies with no hulls to build ships. Hundreds of others have followed. It takes a long time for an interstellar market to come apart at the seams, but, as with the core novas, I don't see anything that can stop the chain reaction. 4. The secret of the indestructible General Products hull is being advertised for sale. General Products human representatives will collect bids for 1 year, no bid to be less than 1 trillion stars. Get in on the ground floor, folks. 5. Nobody knows anything. That's what's causing most of the panic. It's been a month since a puppeteer was seen on any known world. Why did they drop so suddenly out of interstellar affairs? I know. In 20,000 years, a flood of radiation will wash over this region of space. 30,000 light-years may seem a long, safe distance, but it isn't, not with this big an explosion. I've asked. The core explosion will make this galaxy uninhabitable to any known form of life. 20,000 years is a long time. It's 4 times as long as human written history. We'll all be less than dust before things get dangerous, and I, for one, am not going to worry about it. But the puppeteers are different. They're scared. They're getting out right now, paying off their penalty clauses and buying motors and other equipment to put in their indestructible hulls will take so much money that even confiscating my puny salary would have been a step to the good. Interstellar business can go to hell. From now on, the puppeteers will have no time for anything but running. Where will they go? Well, the galaxy is surrounded by a halo of small globular clusters. The ones near the rim might be safe, or the puppeteers may even go as far as Andromeda. They have the long shot for exploring if they come back for it, and they can build more. Outside the galaxy is space empty enough even for a puppeteer pilot, if he thinks his species is threatened. It's a pity. This galaxy will be dull without puppeteers. Those two-headed monsters were not only the most dependable faction in interstellar business, they were like water in a wasteland of more or less humanoids. It's too bad they aren't brave like us. But is it? I never heard of a puppeteer refusing to face a problem. He may merely be deciding how fast to run, but he'll never pretend the problem isn't there. Sometime within the next 20 millennia, we humans will have to move a population that already numbers 43 billion. How? To where? When should we start thinking about this? When the glow of the core begins to shine through the dust clouds? Maybe men are the cowards. At the core. Part 5. Ghost 3. I said, "And there you were in Sirius Mater, all ready to write my story for me. I guess then that Osfaller must have sent you both times." "So why did you hire me?" "I didn't care much. The big question was, how do I tell the human race about the core explosion? How do I make them believe? I hoped you were an arm. Maybe you could do something." Ander said, "I should have asked you then. There's supposed to be a huge black hole in there, millions of solar masses. Did you see it?" I shook my head. "Maybe the shell of Novus hit it, if it's there at all. Maybe it even caused the chain reaction, sucking gas and dust and stars for 15 billion years. Maybe its mass passed some kind of threshold, and boom. Maybe you'd even find it if you processed the recordings I took. They're proprietary, Ander. Get them from General Products." "Well, but they're gone." But he had that smirk again. "Where did you go after that?" "Earth. After the galactic core, what else could measure up?" Ander laughed. 5 teams were fighting over 2 prey turtles that glowed intermittently among thrashing bodies. The crowd was standing, yelling their heads off. And Ander pulled a flat portable out of his back purse, 10 inches by 10 inches by a 1/4 inch thick, and opened it in my lap. He tapped rapidly. A picture stood above my lap. 5 blue-white points rotated against a black background. They pulled apart, growing slowly brighter, coming toward me. Suddenly they blossomed into blue and white globes. The starscape wheeled. The spheres went murky red and began to recede. Ander tapped, and the picture froze. Tiny suns circled 4 of the globes. The 5th glowed of itself, as if the continents of a world had caught fire. Flying planets! And nobody around us was looking at anything but the miniature war beyond the glass. Ander said, "The puppeteers are still in known space, receding at relativistic speeds, and they took their planets with them." He snapped his portable shut. 5 worlds all about the same size, orbiting in a pentagon around each other. Do the math yourself. You'll find that you can put a sun at the center or not, and the orbits are stable either way. They understand tides just fine, Beowulf. That's what they hid from you." My mind lurched. Cowards or not, peaceable or not, I could see how the traditionally paranoid arm might react to so much sheer brute power. "What are they like? Oxygen worlds? Natural or terraformed? How—" "Sigmund says we've dropped cameras in their path, not too close. The system goes flying by at 0.8 lights. We haven't learned much. Free oxygen, liquid water, fusion light sources redder than Sol, and we don't know why the odd one looks so odd. There's nothing else in the system. No asteroids, no cometary halo, just chains of spacecraft moving between the 5 worlds." "Where are they going?" "Straight north along the galactic axis." "That's what I did, coming back from the core. Get clear of occupied space, and then turn. Turning 5 planets could be a bitch." "Well, there's nothing but empty space where they're going." "Maybe that's what they want." Ander mulled it. "Possible. Meanwhile, we've got to guard them and keep their secret. They won't pass all that close to the Patriarchy, but that's too close. It's not that they can't defend themselves. It's that they're cowards." I began to see what he meant. Free enterprise. No species can control all its members. If some futzer published their location, you could see pirates of every shape and size. Yes, and reporters and news anchors likewise. Any entrepreneur with a money-making offer. Any undertrained arm out to make a name. Whole fleets lying in wait for the puppeteer worlds to pass. Any kind of fool might cause the puppeteer government to defend themselves in some drastic fashion, with power like that," Ander said. so we have to stop any passing ships from interfering with the fleet and guard their secret too. Meanwhile, they haven't all left. There are business matters, loose ends being wrapped up. I know. I had dealings with one of their agents myself. He perked up. How did that come about? I had a complaint about a General Products hull. Again?
Part 7. Ghost 4.
But he never went back, I said. It happens, I know why, Anders said, and then the crowd drowned us out. Administration and structure swirled together. Entertainment saw a chance and arrowed into the dance behind its dolphin. The depleted fourth team, police, hung back in a nervous arc. All the teams looked to be milling without purpose, and from listening to Cheryl I could guess why. So I said, "Prey submerged." The last of the prey turtles must have escaped into the sand. For the next few minutes I watched the game with a concentration that would have surprised Cheryl. This was the story I was telling Ander. If I hadn't been led here by a woman, why was I here? I must love the game. "There! Yellow prey!" I shouted as sand stirred. An instant later the glowing mock turtle emerged outside the melee and flapped clownishly toward safety. A police swimmer dove to capture it, his dolphin keeping station to block for him, and everyone converged too late. He was swimming like mad, and so was the prey. He was through the yellow arch at the point of a great angry cloud, and that was the end. I bellowed over the crowd's roar. "Dinner!" "Oh?" "I missed brunch. I'm starving." I didn't want to fight the crowds trying to leave. We crossed the slide bridge instead, this time in comparative quiet. The booths lined below us were whirlpools in a surging sea of escapees. Anders' hand was above my elbow, companionably. I was a prisoner, and that was hard to ignore. "Make conversation?" I asked. "Did you know there's an ice age going on Earth?" "Sure." "Well, I never even wondered. I did wonder why Cuba wasn't much hotter than Nome." Anders said, "The whole planet's a web of superconductor cable. We had to restart the Gulf Stream 500 years ago, and it just went from there. Nome imports heat. Cuba imports cold. Even so, Earth would be pretty cold if we weren't getting so much power from the orbiting satellites." "Aha. What are you going to do when the Ice Age turns off?" "Move." Ander grinned. "Where did you go after the antimatter system?" "I moved in with Cheryl and Nome." He looked at me. "You? Settled down like a grog on a rock?" Maybe he had the right to sneer. Ander and I had toured singles nodes together on 2 worlds, blowing off steam after marathon work sessions. I held my temper and said, "You can spend a lifetime seeing Earth." "Where do you want to eat?" I said, "The Pequod Grill is good." Good and expensive, and an off-worlder would have heard of it. Just the place a destitute B. Shaeffer might pick if someone else was paying. And nobody would ask me where Cheryl was. We had almost reached the transfer booths. Just to pull Anders' chain, I turned suddenly into the phone booth to see if I could break his grip. He pulled me back effortlessly. "What?" "I thought I'd phone and see if the grill's full up," I said, and remembered. I couldn't use my pocket phone. It was in the wrong name. "I'll do it." He used a card. It took him 10 seconds to get a reservation. There are mistakes you don't pay for. We pushed into a transfer booth. He said, "So there you were, nesting." I said, "It was love, Stet. We weren't lockstepped. Well, we were a little. I didn't know any women on Earth. Cheryl had some playmates, but a lot of the men she knew were moaning and clutching themselves." I grinned, remembering. "Rashid." "Lockstep, sure, but you can't mean me," with a great dramatic wave of his arms, like he could have been joking. There were some couples we played with, but not so much of that either after a while. We talked about having children. Then we looked into it. Ander said, "You?" I wasn't sure how to read his expression. A little disgust, a little pity. I dialed the Pequod. We flicked in on the roof, under a rolling curve of green-black water.
The daylight was fading. Ander led off toward the restaurant 12 floors down. He seemed to be familiar with the Pequod. Might even be registered here. Test that. "I need to visit a cycler, Ander. Long day." "Me too," he said. "This way." In the cycler, he maneuvered himself between me and the door, and I let him. Amusing scenarios came to mind. If I needed a booth, he could watch the door. But what if he needed a booth? Not that it mattered. I didn't want to escape, not until I could know I was loose. I wanted to speak of lost treasure. But I needed to know how much he already knew. Why was I here? Who had come with me? How? How was I surviving? I waited in the hope that he might speak of those things, and of Carlos Wu's autodoc too. So we didn't talk much until we were settled at a table, with drinks. Ander wasn't interested in local cuisine. He ordered beef. No imagination. I found crew snapper on the menu, billed as an order for 2. I asked, "What happened to Greg Pelton's expedition?" Ander said, "Antimatter planet. The more he thought about it, the more he needed to know. He kept expanding his plans until some government gnome took notice. After that, it just inflated. Government projects can do that. Everyone wants in. They always think there's infinite money, and suddenly it's gone from science fiction to fantasy. I don't even know if Pelton's still involved. The UN has probes in the system. Meanwhile, the current plan calls for a base on the planet." I laughed. "Oh, sure." He grinned at me. "Set on a metal dish in stasis, inside a roller sphere also in stasis. It is antimatter after all." He wasn't making it up. He was too amused. "Civil servants love making plans. You can't get caught in a mistake if you're only making plans, and it can pay your salary for life. And I shouldn't have heard that much, Beowulf, nor should you. If a terrorist knew where to find infinite masses of antimatter, things could get sticky. And that is why you weren't asked to ghostwrite the tour guide," I surmised. Ander smiled. He said, "Back to work. You've met outsiders. Would you consider them a threat?" "No." He waited. I said, "They're fragile. Superfluid helium metabolism and no real skeleton, I think. Any place we consider interesting, they die. But never mind that, Ander. They've got the technology to take accelerations that would reduce you or me to a film of neutrons." "Not the point. Can you tell me why they honor contracts? They've got ships to run away from any obligation. I think it must be built into their brains, Ander. They honor contracts, and they keep their promises. They're trustworthy." He nodded, in no way dissatisfied. "Grogs? Are they dangerous?" "Tan straight they're dangerous." He laughed. "Well, finally. Kazinti?" "Sure." "Puppeteers. Where are they going?" "Anywhere they want to." He kept looking, so I said, "Clouds of Magellan? That's not the interesting question. The outsiders can boost a ship or a planet to near light speed. Can the puppeteers do that too? Or will they have to summon outsiders to change their course?" "And stop." "Yeah. I'd say they have the outsider drive. They bought it or they built it." "Or they've got a research project that'll get it for them." Futz. Hire outsiders to push 5 planets up to 4/5 of light speed, then try to figure out how to slow them down. Was that as risky as it sounded? I began to believe it wasn't. There was nothing dangerous in the path of the puppeteer fleet. They had thousands of years to solve the puzzle. Ander asked again, "Are the puppeteers a threat?" He had generated in me a mulish urge to defend them. "They honor their contracts." "They're manipulative bastards, Beowulf. You know that." "So are the arms. Your people have been in my face since I reached Earth. Do you know what Cheryl and I had to go through to have children?" "The fertility board turned you down, of course." "Yeah." "What did you do?" "Cheryl used to play with a Carlos Wu. Carlos had an open birthright, so we worked something out. Then I went traveling." He was, from the look of him, learning far more about Beowulf Shaeffer than he had ever wanted to. He tried to stick to what he knew. Traveling. Any contact at all with Pearson's puppeteers during that period? No. Other aliens? Aliens the puppeteers dealt with? That made me smile. I'm a celebrity among the cadet lino. Part 8. Grendel. There were the sounds of a passenger starship. You learn those sounds, and you don't forget, even after 4 years. They are never loud enough to distract, except during takeoff, and most are too low to hear anyway, but you don't forget, and you wake knowing where you are. There were the sensations of being alone. A sleeper field is not a straight no-G field. There's an imbalance that keeps you more or less centered so you don't float out the edge and fall to the floor. When your field holds 2, you set 2 imbalances for the distance you want, and somehow you feel that in your muscles. You touch from time to time, you and your love, twisting in sleep. There are rustlings and the sounds of breathing. Nobody had touched me this night. Nothing breathed here but me. I was dead center in the sleeping field. I woke knowing I was alone, in a tiny sleeping cabin of the Argos, bound from down to Gummidgee. And where was Cheryl? Cheryl was on Earth. She couldn't travel. Some people can't take space. That was half our problem, but it did narrow it down, and if I wanted her, I need only go to Earth and hunt her up in a transfer booth directory. I didn't want to find her. Not now. Our bargain had been clear, and also inevitable, and there are advantages to sleeping alone. I'll think of them in a moment. I found the field control switch. The sleeper field collapsed, letting me down easy. I climbed into a navy blue falling jumper, moving carefully in the narrow sleeping cabin, statted my hair, and went out. Margot hailed me in the hall, looking refreshingly trim and lovely in a clinging pilot's uniform. Her long, dark hair streamed behind her, rippling, as if underwater or in free fall.
"You're just in time. I was about to wake everyone up."
"It's only 9:30. You want to get lynched?"
She laughed. "I'll tell them it was your idea." "No, I'm serious, Bay. A month ago a starseed went through the Gummidgee system. I'm going to drop the ship out a light month away and let everybody watch."
"Oh, that'll be nice," I said, trying for enthusiasm. "I've never seen a starseed set sail."
"I'll give you time to grab a good seat."
"Right, thanks."
I waved and went on, marveling at myself. Since when have I had to work up enthusiasm for anything? Margot was Captain M. Tellefson, in charge of getting the Argos to Gummidgee sometime this evening. We'd spent many of her off-duty hours talking shop, since the Argos resembled the liners I used to fly 7 years ago, before my boss, Nakamura Lines, collapsed. Margot was a bright girl, as good a spacer as I'd been once. Her salary must have been good, too. That free-fall effect is the most difficult trick a hairdresser can attempt. No machine can imitate it. Expensive tastes. I wondered why she'd left Earth. By Flatlander standards, she was lovely enough to make a fast fortune on Tri-D. Maybe she just liked space. Many do. Their eyes hold a dreamy, distant look, a look I'd caught once in Margot's green eyes. This early, the lounge held only 6 passengers out of the 28. One was a big biped alien, a cadet lino touch sculptor named Luby. The chairs were too short for him. He sat on a table, with his great flat feet brushing the floor, his huge arms resting on horn-capped knees. The other non-humans aboard would have to stay in their rooms. Rooms 14-16-18 were joined and half full of water, occupied by a dolphin. His name was Bzzz, or Braak, or some such impolite sound. Human ears couldn't catch the ultrasonic overtones of that name, nor could a human throat pronounce it, so he answered to Moby Dick. He was on his way to Wonderland, the Argos's next stop. Then there were 2 Cecil Grogs in 22, and a flock of Jumpin' Jeepers in 24, with the connecting door open so the Grogs could get at the Jumpin' Jeepers, which were their food supply. Luby, the cadet lino touch sculptor, had room 20. I found Emil at the bar. He raised a thumb in greeting, dialed me a bloody marriage, and waited in silence for my first sip. The drink tasted good, though I'd been thinking in terms of tuna and eggs.
The other 4 passengers, eating breakfast at a nearby table, all wore the false glow of health one carries out of an autodock tank. Probably they'd been curing hangovers. But Emil always looked healthy, and he couldn't get drunk no matter how hard he tried. He was a Jinxian, short and wide and bull-strong, a top-flight computer programmer with an intuitive knack for asking the right questions when everyone else has been asking the wrong ones and blowing expensive circuits in their iron idiots. "So," he said. "So," I responded. "I'll do you a favor. Let's go sit by the window." He looked puzzled, but went. The Argos lounge had one picture window. It was turned off in hyperspace so that it looked like part of the wall, but we found it from memory and sat down. Emil asked, "What's the favor?" "This is it. Now we've got the best seats in the house. In a few minutes everyone will be fighting for a view, because Margot's stopping the ship to show us a starseed setting sail." "Oh? Okay. I owe you one." "We're even. You bought me a drink." Emil looked puzzled, and I realized I'd put an edge in my voice, as if I didn't want anyone owing me favors, which I didn't, but it was no excuse for being a bore. I dialed a breakfast to go with the drink: tuna fillet, eggs Florentine, and double-strength tea. The kitchen had finished delivering it when Margot spoke over the intercom, as follows. "Ladies and gentlemen and other guests, we are dropping out some distance from Psi Aquarii so that you may watch a starseed which set sail in the system of Gummidgee last month. I will raise the lounge screen in 10 minutes. Click. In moments we were surrounded. The cadet lino sculptor squeezed in next to me, spiked knees hunched up against the lack of room, the silver tip of the horn on his elbow imperiling my eggs. Emil smiled with one side of his mouth, and I made a face. But it was justice. I'd chosen the seats myself. The window went on. Silence fell. Everyone who could move was crowded around the lounge window. The cadet lino's horned elbow pinned a fold of my sleeve to the table. I let it lie. I wasn't planning to move, and cadet lino are supposed to be touchy. There were stars, brighter than stars seen through atmosphere, but you get used to that. I looked for Psi Aquarii and found a glaring white eye. We watched it grow. Margot was giving us a slow telescopic expansion. The bright dot grew to a disk bright enough to make your eyes water, and then no brighter. The eyes on a ship's hull won't transmit more than a certain amount of light. The disk swelled to fill the window, and now dark areas showed beneath the surface, splitting and disappearing and changing shape and size, growing darker and clearer as they rode the shock wave toward space. The core of Psi Aquarii exploded every 89 minutes. Each time the star grew whiter and brighter, while shock waves rode the explosion to the surface. Men and instruments watched to learn about stars. The view swung. A curved edge of space showed, with curling hydrogen flames tracing arcs bigger than some suns. The star slid out of sight, and a dully glowing dot came into view. Still the view expanded, until we saw an egg-shaped object in dead center of the window. "The starseed," said Margot via intercom. There was cool authority in her public-speaking voice. "This one appears to be returning to the galactic core, having presumably left its fertilized egg near the tip of this galactic arm. When the egg hatches, the infant starseed will make its own way home across 50,000 light-years of space." The starseed was moving fast, straight at the sensing eye, with an immediacy that jarred strangely against Margot's dry lecture voice. Suddenly, I knew what she'd done. She'd placed us directly in the path of the starseed. If this one was typical of its brethren, it would be moving at about 0.8 lights. The starseed's light image was moving only 1/5 faster than the starseed itself, and both were coming toward us. Margot had set it up so that we watched it 5 times as fast as it actually happened. Quite a showman, Margot. "Believe that at least some eggs are launched straight outward, toward the clouds of Magellan, or toward the globular clusters, or toward Andromeda. Thus, the starseeds could colonize other galaxies, and could also prevent a population explosion in this galaxy." There were pinpoints of blue light around the starseed now. Newsmen from down come to Gummidgee to cover the event, darting about in fusion ships. "This specimen is over 1 mile in thickness and about 1.5 miles in length." Suddenly it hit me. What in hell was the cadet Lino watching? With nothing resembling eyes, with only his radar sense to give form to his surroundings, he was seeing nothing but a blank wall. I turned. Luby was watching me. Naturally. Luby was an artist, subsidized by his own world government, selling his touch sculptures to humans and Kzinti so that his species would acquire interstellar money. Finagle knew they didn't have much else to sell, yet. They'd been propertyless slaves before we took their world from the Kzinti, but now they were building industries. He didn't look like an artist. He looked like a monster. That brown dragon skin would have stopped a knife. Curved silver-tipped horns marked his knees and elbows, and his huge hands, human in design, nonetheless showed 8 retractile claws at the knuckles. No silver there. They were filed sharp and then buffed to a polished glow. The hands were strangler's hands, not sculptor's hands. His arms were huge, even in proportion to his 10-foot height. They brushed his knees when he stood up. But his face gave the true nightmare touch. Eyeless, noseless, marked only by a gash of a mouth and by a goggle-shaped region above it, where the skin was stretched drumhead taut. That tympanum was turned toward me. Luby was memorizing my face. I turned back as the starseed began to unfold. It seemed to take forever. The big egg fluttered. Its surface grew dull and crinkly and began to expand. It was rounding the sun now, lighted on one side, black on the other. It grew still bigger, became lopsided, and slowly, slowly the sail came free. It streamed away like a comet's tail, and then it filled, a silver parachute with 4 thread-like shrouds pointing at the sun. Where the shrouds met was a tiny knob. This is how they travel. A starseed spends most of its time folded into a compact egg shape, falling through the galaxy on its own momentum. But inevitably there come times when it must change course. Then the sail unfolds, a silver mirror thinner than the paint on a cheap car, but thousands of miles across. A cross-shaped thickening in the material of the sail is the living body of the starseed itself. In the knob that hangs from the shrouds is more living matter. There are the muscles to control the shrouds and set the attitude of the sail, and there is the egg, fertilized at the core, launched near the galactic rim. The sail came free, and nobody breathed. The sail expanded, filled the screen, and swung toward us. A blue-white point crossed in front of it, a newsman's ship, a candle so tiny as to be barely visible. Now the sail was fully inflated by the light from behind, belling outward, crimped along one side for attitude control. The intercom said, "And that's it, ladies and gentlemen, and other guests. We will make one short hyperspace hop into the system of Gummagy, and will proceed from there in normal space. We will be landing in 16 hours. There was a collective sigh. The cadet Lino sculptor took his horn out of my sleeve and stood up, improbably erect. And what would his next work be like? I thought of human faces set in expressions of sheer wonder and grinning incredulity, muscles bunched and backs arched forward for a better view of a flat wall. Had Luby known of the starseed in advance? I thought he had. Most of the spectators were drifting away, though the starseed still showed. My tea was icy. We'd been watching for nearly an hour, though it felt like 10 minutes. Emil said, "How are you doing with Captain Tellefsen?" I looked blank. "You called her Margot a while back." "Oh, that. I'm not really trying, Emil. What would she see in a Crashlander?" "That girl must have hurt you pretty bad." "What girl?" "It shows through your skull, Bay. None of my business, though." He looked me up and down, and I had the uncomfortable feeling that my skull really was transparent. "What would she see?" "She'd see a Crashlander, yes. Height 7 feet, weight 160 pounds. Close enough? White hair, eyes blood red. Skin darkened with tannin pills, just like the rest of us. But you must take more tannin pills than anybody." "I do. Not, as you said, that it's any of your business." "Was it a secret?" I had to grin at that. How do you hide the fact that you're an albino? "No, but it's half my problem. Do you know that the Fertility Board of Earth won't accept albinos as potential fathers?" Earth is hardly the place to raise children anyway. Once a Flatlander, always a Flatlander.
I fell in love with a Flatlander.
Sorry.
She loved me, too. Still does, I hope. But she couldn't leave Earth.
A lot of Flatlanders can't stand space. Some of them never know it. Did you want children?
Yeah.
In silent sympathy, Emil dialed 2 bloody marriages. In silent thanks, I raised the bulb and toast and drank. It was as neat a cleft stick as had ever caught man and woman. Cheryl couldn't leave Earth. On Earth she was born, on Earth she would die, and on Earth she would have her children. But Earth wouldn't let me have children. No matter that 40% of We Made It is albino. No matter that albinism can be cured by a simple supply of tannin pills, which anyone but a full-blooded Maori has to take anyway if he's visiting a world with a brighter-than-average star. Earth has to restrict its population, to keep it down to a comfortable 18 billion. To a Flatlander, that's comfortable. So, prevent the useless ones from having children, the liabilities, such as paranoia-prones, mental deficients, criminals, uglies, and Beowulf Shaeffer. Emil said, "Shouldn't we be in hyperspace by now?"
"Up to the captain," I told him. Most of the passengers who had watched the starseed were now at tables. Sleeping cubicles induced claustrophobia. Bridge games were forming. Reading screens were being folded out of the walls. Drinks were being served. I reached for my bloody marriage and found, to my amazement, that it was too heavy to pick up. Then I fainted. I woke up thinking, it wasn't that strong, and everyone else was waking too. Something had knocked us all out at once, which might mean the ship had an unconscious captain. I left the lounge at full speed, which was a wobbly walk. The control room door was open, which is bad practice. I reached to close it and changed my mind because the lock and doorknob were gone, replaced by a smooth hole 9 inches across. Margot drooped in her chair. I patted her cheeks until she stirred.
"What happened?"
she wanted to know. "We all went to sleep together. My guess is gas. Stun guns don't work across a vacuum."
"Oh!"
It was a gasp of outrage. She'd spotted the gaping hole in her control board, as smooth and rounded as the hole in the door. The gap where the hyperwave radio ought to be. "Right," I said. "We've been boarded, and we can't tell anyone about it. Now what?"
"That hole."
She touched the rounded metal with her fingertips. "Slaver disintegrator, I think. A digging tool. It projects a beam that suppresses the charge on the electron, so that matter tears itself apart. If that's what it was, we'll find the dust in the air filters."
"There was a ship," said Margot. "A big one. I noticed it just after I ended the show. By then it was inside the mass limit. I couldn't go into hyperspace until it left."
"I wonder how they found us." I thought of some other good questions, but let them pass. One I let out. "What's missing? We'd better check."
"That's what I don't understand. We aren't carrying anything saleable. Valuable, yes. Instruments for the base, but hardly black market stuff."
She stood up.
"I'll have to go through the cargo hold."
"Waste of time. Where's the cargo mass meter on this hulk?"
"Oh, of course."
She found it somewhere among the dials.
"No change. Nothing missing there, unless they replaced whatever they took with equivalent masses."
"Why? So we wouldn't know they were here? Nuts."
"Then they didn't take anything."
"Or they took personal luggage. The life system mass meter won't tell us. Passengers move around so. You'd think they'd have the courtesy to stay put just in case some pirates should...
"What?"
I tasted the idea and found it reasonable. More. 10-1 Luby's missing.
"Who?"
"Our famous valuable Cadatlino sculptor. The third Cadatlino in history to leave his home planet."
"One of the ET passengers?"
Oh, brother. I left running. Because Luby was the perfect theft. As a well-known alien artist who had been under the protection of Earth, the ransom he could command was huge. As a hostage, his value would be equal. No special equipment would be needed. Luby could breathe Earth-normal air. His body could even use certain human food proteins and certain gaseous human anesthetics.
Luby wasn't in the lounge, and his cabin was empty. With Luby missing and with the hyperwave smashed, the Argos proceeded to Gummidgee at normal speed. Normal speed was top speed. There are few good reasons to dawdle in space. It took us 6 hours in hyperdrive to reach the edge of Psi Aquarii's gravity well. From there we had to proceed on reaction drive and gravity drag. Margot called Gummidgee with a comm laser as soon as we were out of hyperspace. By the time we landed, the news would be 10 hours old. We would land at 3 in the morning, ship's time, and at roughly noon, Gummidgee time. Most of us, including me, went to our cabins to get some sleep. An hour before planetfall, I was back in the lounge, watching us come in. Emil didn't want to watch. He wanted to talk.
"Have you heard? The kidnappers called the base a couple of hours ago."
"What did they have to say?"
"They want 10 million stars and a contract before they turn the Cadet Lino loose. They also,"
Emil was outraged at their effrontery,
"reminded the base that Cadet Lino don't eat what humans eat, and they don't have any cadet foodstuffs."
"They must be crazy. Where would the base get 10 million stars in time?"
"Oh, that's not the problem. If the base doesn't have funds, they can borrow money from the hunting parties, I'm sure. There's a group down there with their own private yacht. It's the contract that bothers me."
Gummidgee was blue on blue, under a broken layer of white, with a diminutive moon showing behind an arc of horizon. Very Earth-like, but with none of the signs that mark Earth. No yellow glow of sprawling cities on the dark side, no tracery of broken freeways across the day. A nice-looking world from up here. Unspoiled. No transfer booths, no good nightclubs, no Tri-D except old tapes and those only on one channel. Unspoiled. With only half my mind working on conversation, I said, "Be glad we've got contracts. Otherwise we might get him back dead."
"Obviously, you don't know much about Cadet Lino."
"Obviously." I was nettled.
"They'll do it, you know. They'll pay the kidnappers 10 million stars to give Luby back, and they'll tape an immunity contract, too. Total immunity for the kidnappers. No reprisals, no publicity. Do you know what the Cadet Lino will think about that?"
"They'll be glad to have their second-best sculptor back."
"Best."
"Prodinu is the best."
"It doesn't matter. What they'll think is, they'll wonder why we haven't taken revenge for the insult to Luby. They'll wonder what we're doing about getting revenge. And when they finally realize we aren't doing anything at all..."
"Go on."
"They'll blame the whole human race. You know what the Kzinti will think?"
"Who cares what the Kzinti think?" He snorted. Great. Now he had me pegged as a chauvinist. "Why don't you drop it?" I suggested. "We can't do anything about it. It's up to the base MPs."
"It's up to nobody. The base MPs don't have ships."
Right about then I should have accidentally bitten my tongue off. I didn't have that much sense. I never do. Instead, I said, "They don't need ships. Whoever took Luby has to land somewhere."
"The message came in on hyperwave. Whoever sent it is circling outside the system's gravity well."
"Whoever sent it may well be." I was showing off. "But whoever took Luby landed. A Cadet Lino needs lots of room he can feel. He sends out a supersonic whistle, one tone, all his life, and when the echoes hit the tympanum above his mouth, he knows what's around him. On a liner he can feel corridors leading all around the ship. He can sense the access tubes behind walls, and the rooms and closets behind doors. Nothing smaller than a liner is big enough for him. You don't seriously suggest that the kidnappers borrowed a liner for the job, do you?"
"I apologize. You do seem to know something about Cadet Lino."
"I accept your apology. Now, the kidnappers have definitely landed. Where?"
"Have to be some rock. Gummidgee's the only planet-sized body in the system. Look down there."
I looked out the window. One of Gummidgee's oceans was passing beneath us. The biggest ocean Gummidgee had. It covered a third of the planet.
"Circle C, round as a 10-star piece. A whale of a big asteroid must have hit there when Gummidgee was passing through the system. Stopped it cold, or almost.
All the other rocks in the system are close enough to the star to be half molten.
Okay. Could they have built their own space station? Or borrowed one?
Doubtful. So they must have landed on Gummidgee, I concluded happily, and waited for the applause. Emil was slowly nodding his head, up, down, up, down. Suddenly he stood up. Let's ask Captain Tellefsen.
Hold it. Ask her what?
Ask her how big the ship was. She saw it, didn't she? She'll know whether it was a liner.
Sit down. Let's wait till we're aground, then tell the MPs. Let them ask Margot.
What for?
Belatedly, I was getting cautious. Just take my word for it, will you? Assume I'm a genius. He gave me a peculiar look, but he did sit down. Later, after we landed, we favored the police with our suggestions. They'd already asked Margot about the ship. It was a hell of a lot smaller than the Argos, about the size of a big yacht.
They aren't trying, Emil said as we emerged from City Hall.
You can't blame them, I told him. Suppose we knew exactly where Luby was. Suppose that. Then what? Should we charge in with lasers blazing and risk Luby catching a stray beam?
Yes, we should. That's the way Cadet Lino think.
I know, but it's not the way I think. I couldn't see Emil's face, which was bent in thought 2 feet below eye level. But his words came slowly, as if he had picked them with care.
We could find the ship that brought him down. You can't hide a spaceship landing. The gravity drag makes waves on a spaceport indicator.
Granted.
He could be right here in the base. So many ships go in and out.
Most of the base ships don't have hyperdrive.
Good. Then we can find them wherever they landed.
He looked up.
What are we waiting for? Let's go look at the spaceport records.
It was a waste of time, but there was no talking him out of it. I tagged along. The timing was a problem. From where the kidnapping took place, any ship in known space would take 6 hours to reach the breakout point. If it tried to go farther in hyperspace, Psi Aquarii's G-well would drop it permanently into the blind spot. From breakout, it had taken us 10 hours to reach Gummidgee. That was at 5G acceleration, fusion drive, and gravity drag, with 4 Gs compensated by the internal G-field. Psi Aquarii was a hot star, and if Gummidgee hadn't been near the edge of the system, it would have been boiling rock. Now, the fastest ship I'd ever heard of could make 20 Gs,
which would take it here in 5 hours, said Emil. Total of 11. A 1G ship would take too long. Luby would go crazy. They must know something about Cadet Lino. In fact, I'll bet they're lying about not having Cadet Lino food. Maybe. Okay, assume they're at least as fast as the Argos. That gives us 5 hours to play in. 19 ships. On the timetable they were listed according to class. I crossed out 15 that didn't have hyperdrive, crossed out the Argos itself to leave 3. Crossed out the pregnant banana because it was a cargo job, flown by computer, 10G with no internal compensating fields. Crossed out the Golden Voyage, a passenger ship smaller than the Argos with a 1G drive. That's nice, said Emil. Drunkard's Walk. Say, remember the hunting party I told you about with their own yacht?
Yeah, I know that name.
Well, that's the yacht. Drunkard's Walk. What did you say?
The owner of the yacht, Larchmont Bellamy. I met him once at Elephant's house.
Go on.
By then it was too late to bite my tongue, though I didn't know it yet. Not much to tell. Elephant's a friend of mine, a Flatlander. He's got friends all over known space. I walked in at lush hour one afternoon, and Bellamy was there with a woman named... Here she is, Tanya Wilson. She's in the same hunting party. She's Bellamy's age.
What's Bellamy like?
He's 300 years old, no kidding. He was wearing a checkerboard skin-dyed job and a shocking pink belter crest. He talked well. Old jokes, but he told them well, and he had some new ones, too.
Would he kidnap a Cadet Lino? I had to think about that. He might. He's no xenophobe. Aliens don't make him nervous, but he doesn't like them. I remember him telling us that we ought to wipe out the Kzinti for good and all. He doesn't need money, though. Would he do it for kicks? Bellamy. Pink, bushy eyebrows over deep eyes. A mimic's voice. A deadpan way of telling a story. Deadpan delivery of a punchline. I'd wondered at the time if that was a put-on. In 300 years, you hear the same joke so many times, tell the same story so many ways, change your politics again and again to match a changing universe. Was he deadpan because he didn't care anymore? How much boredom can you meet in 300 years? How many times can you change your morals without losing them all? Bellamy was born before a certain Jinxian biological laboratory produced booster spice. He reached maturity when the organ banks were the only key to long life, when a criminal's life wasn't worth a paper star. He was at draft age when the Kzinti were the only known extrasolar civilization and a fearful alien threat. Now, civilization included humans and 9 known alien life forms, and criminal rehabilitation accounted for half of all published work in biochemistry and psychotherapy. What would Bellamy's morals say about Luby? If he wouldn't kidnap a Cadat-Lino, would he steal one? You make your own guess there. I don't know Bellamy that well. Well, it's worth checking. Gilson bent over the timetables. Mist demons. He landed a third of the way around the planet. Oh well, let's go rent a car. Huh? We'll need a car. He saw he'd left me behind. To get to their camp. To find out if they rescued Luby. You know, the Cadat-Lino touch sculptor who I get the picture. Goodbye and good luck. If they ask who sent you, for finagle's sake, don't mention me. That won't work, Emil said firmly. Bellamy won't talk to me. He doesn't know me. Apparently, I didn't make it clear. I'll try again. If we knew who the kidnappers were, which we don't, we still couldn't charge in with lasers blazing. But he was shaking his head. Left, right, left, right. It's different now. These men have reputations to protect, don't they? What would happen to those reputations if all human space knew they'd kidnapped a Cadat-Lino? You're not thinking. Even if everyone on Gummidgee knew the truth, the pirates would simply change the contract. A secrecy clause enforced by monetary penalty. Emil slapped the table, and the walls echoed. Are we just going to sit here while they rob us? You're a hell of a man to wear a hero's name. Look, you're taking this too personally. Huh? A hero's name. Beowulf. He must be turning over in his barrow about now. Who's Beowulf? Emil stood up, putting us eye to eye, so that I could see his utter disgust. Beowulf was the first epic hero in English literature. He killed monsters barehanded. And he did it to help people who didn't even belong to his own country. And you... He turned away. I'm going after Bellamy. I sat there for what seemed a long time. Any time seems long when you need to make a decision but can't. It probably wasn't more than a minute. But Emil wasn't in sight when I ran outside. I shouted at the man who'd loaned us the timetables. Hey, where do you go to rent a car? Public rentals. Dial 14 in the transfer booth, then walk a block east. So the base did have transfer booths. I found one, paid my coin, and dialed. Getting to public rentals gave me my first chance to look at the base. There wasn't much to see. Buildings, half of them semi-permanent. The base was only 4 years old. Apartment buildings, laboratories, a nursery school. Overhead, the actinic pinpoint of Psi Aquarii hit the weather dome and was diffused into a wide, soft white glow. There were few people about, and all of them were tanned the same shade of black for protection against the savage, invisible ultraviolet outside. Most of them had goggles hung around their necks. That much I saw while running a block at top speed. He was getting into a car when I came panting up. He said, "Change your mind?" "No, but... You're going to change yours. The mood you're in, you'll fly straight into Bellamy's camp and tell him he's a lousy pirate. Phew. Then if you're wrong, he'll... punch you in the nose, and if you're right, he'll either laugh at you or have you killed." Emil climbed into the car. "If you're going to argue, get in and argue there." I got in. I had some of my breath back. "Will you get it through your thick head? You've got your life to lose and nothing to gain. I told you why." "I've got to try, don't I? Fasten your crash web." I fastened my crash web. Its strands were thin as coarse thread and not much stronger, but they had saved lives.
Any sharp pull on the crash web would activate the crash field, which would enfold the pilot and protect him from impact. "If you've still got to look for the kidnappers," I said, "why not do it here? There's a good chance Luby's somewhere on the base." "Nuts," said Emil. He turned on the lift units, and we took off. "Bellamy's yacht is the only ship that fits." "There's another ship that fits, the Argos." "Put your goggles on. We're about to go through the weather dome." "What about the Argos?" "Think it through. There had to be someone aboard in the first place to plant the gas bomb that knocked us out. Why shouldn't that same person have hidden Luby somewhere, gagged or unconscious, until the Argos could land?" "Finagle's gonads! He could still be on the Argos." "No, he couldn't. They searched the Argos." Emil glared at nothing. At that moment we went through the weather dome. Psi Aquarii, which had been a soft white patch, became for an instant a tiny bright point of agony. Then a spot on each lens of my goggles turned black and covered the sun. "We'll have to check it out later," said Emil. "But we can call City Hall now and tell them one of the kidnappers was on the Argos." But we couldn't. Where the car radio should have been was a square hole. Emil smote his forehead. With his Jinxian strength, it's a wonder he survived. "I forgot. Car radios won't work on Gummidgee. You have to use a ship's comm laser and bounce the beam off one of the orbital stations." "Do we have a comm laser?" "Do you see one? Maybe in 10 years someone will think of putting comm lasers in cars." "Well, we'll have to do it later." "That's silly. Let's do it now." "First we check on Bellamy." "I'm not going." Emil just grinned. He was right. It had been a futile comment. I had 3 choices: fighting a Jinxian, getting out and walking home, but we must have gone a mile up already and the base was far behind, visiting Bellamy, who was an old friend, and looking around unobtrusively while we were there. Actually, it would have been rude not to go. Actually, it would have been silly not to at least drop by and say hello while we were on the same planet. Actually, I rationalize a lot. "Do one thing for me," I said. "Let me do all the talking. You can be the strong, silent type who smiles a lot." "Okay. What are you going to tell him?" "The truth. Not the whole truth, but some of it." The 4-hour trip passed quickly. We found cards and a score pad in a glove compartment. The car blasted quietly and smoothly through a Mach 4 wall of air, rising once to clear a magnificent range of young mountains. "Can you fly a car?" I looked up from my cards. "Of course." Most people can. Every world has its wilderness areas, and it's not worthwhile to spread transfer booths all through a forest, especially one that doesn't see 20 tourists in a year. When you're tired of civilization, the only way to travel is to transfer to the edge of a planetary park and then rent a car. "That's good," said Emil, "in case I get put out of action." "Now it's your turn to cheer me up." Emil cocked his head at me. "If it's any help, I think I know how Bellamy's group found the Argos." "Go on." "It was the starseed. A lot of people must have known about it, including Margot. Maybe she told someone that she was stopping the ship so the passengers could get a look." "Not much help. She had a lot of space to stop in." "Did she? Think about it. First, Bellamy'd have no trouble at all figuring when she'd reached the Gummidgee system." "Right. There's only one speed in hyperdrive." "That means Margot would have to stop on a certain spherical surface to catch the light image of the starseed setting sail."
Furthermore, in order to watch it happen in an hour, she had to be right in front of the starseed. That pinpoints her exactly.
There'd be a margin of error.
Emil shrugged. Half a light hour on a side. All Bellamy had to do was wait in the right place. He had an hour to maneuver.
Bravo, I said. There were things I didn't want him to know yet. He could have done it that way, all right. I'd like to mention just one thing.
Go ahead.
You keep saying Bellamy did this and Bellamy did that. We don't know he's guilty yet, and I'll thank you to remember it. Remember that he's a friend of a friend, and don't start treating him like a criminal until you know he is one.
All right,
Emil said, but he didn't like it. He knew Bellamy was a kidnapper. He was going to get us both killed if he didn't watch his mouth. At the last minute, I got a break. It was only a bit of misinterpretation on Emil's part, but one does not refuse a gift from the gods. We'd crossed 600 or 700 kilometers of veldt, blue-green grass with herds grazing at wide intervals. The herds left a clear path, for the grass, or whatever, we hadn't seen it close up, changed color when cropped. Now we were coming up on a forest, but not the gloomy green type of forest native to human space. It was a riot of color, patches of scarlet, green, magenta, yellow. The yellow patches were polka-dotted with deep purple. Just this side of the forest was the hunting camp. Like a nudist at a tailor's convention, it leapt to the eye, flagrantly alien against the blue-green veldt. A bulbous plastic camp tent the size of a mansion dominated the scene, creases marring its translucent surface to show where it was partitioned into rooms. A diminutive figure sat outside the door, its head turning to follow our sonic boom. The yacht was some distance away. The yacht was a gaily decorated Playboy's space boat with a brilliant orange paint job and garish markings in colors that clashed. Some of the markings seemed to mean something. Bellamy, 1 year ago, hadn't struck me as the type to own such a boat. Yet there it stood, on 3 wide landing legs with paddle-shaped feet, its sharp nose pointed up at us. It looked ridiculous. The hull was too thick, and the legs were too wide, so that the big business-like attitude jets in the nose became a comedian's nostrils. On a slender needle with razor-sharp swept-back airfoils, that paint job might have passed, but it made the compact, finless drunkard's walk look like a clown. The camp swept under us while we were still moving at Mach 2. Emil tilted the car into a wide curve, slowing and dropping. As we turned toward the camp for the second time, he said, "Bellamy's taking precious little pains to hide himself." "Uh-oh."
"What?"
"The yacht. It's not big enough. The ship Captain Tellefsen described was twice that size."
A gift from the gods.
"I hadn't noticed," I said. "You're right. Well, that lets Bellamy out."
"Go ahead. Tell me I'm an idiot."
"No need. Why should I gloat over one stupid mistake? I'd have had to make the trip anyway, sometime."
Emil sighed.
"I suppose that means you'll have to see Bellamy before we go back."
"Finagle's sake, Emil. We're here, aren't we? Oh, one thing. Let's not tell Bellamy why we came. He might be offended."
"And he might decide I'm a dolt."
"Correctly.
Don't worry, I won't tell him."
The grass covering the veldt turned out to be knee-high ferns, dry and brittle enough to crackle under our socks. Dark blue-green near the tips of the plants gave way to lighter coloring on the stalks. Small wonder the herbivores had left a trail. Small wonder if we'd seen carnivores treading that easy path. The goggled figure in front of the... Part 9. Ghost 5.
"Can I ghost that story for you?" Ander asked. "Might be money in it." "Old news. Everyone's seen Luby's version," I said, thinking that my story, even edited, could call too much attention to Margot. Luby hadn't known of Margot's involvement in the kidnapping, and I hadn't told Ander. I watched him, wondering if he knew. "I've never turned on to a mature woman," he said. "What's it like?" Why did you break up?
I shrugged. It was supposed to be temporary. It stayed that way. Didn't have to, just did. And, it boggles me a little, too. Margot contracting for a 2-year date the way I used to angle for a hot weekend. Aliens scare you. Do you ever worry about elderly humans?
No.
They've learned too much. They don't like change. If they could stop civilization in its tracks, they would. He didn't exactly think that over. He disliked the taste, so he spit it out.
I always figure if you can't lick 'em, join 'em. So I've decided to get older. Beowulf, General Products gave you a number.
I take it as being for my use only. His eyes narrowed, but he let it slide.
But you could use it if we needed to know something.
I might ask a properly phrased question. Ander Smitarashid, I am out of the aliens' business. Again he let it slide.
After Margot, where?
Earth. I had a hell of a time getting back.
Did you go back for Cheryl Jantz?
I stared. Of course, for Cheryl and the children.
Carlos Wu's children.
I stood up, knowing it was a mistake, and so what? I'm leaving. If you want to apologize, my phone is
Beowulf Shaeffer. I just can't see you losing your head over a woman.
I lost my breath. It was as if he'd punched me in the belly. I sat down, but my vision was still graying. Ander watched in amazement. When my eyes would focus again, he asked,
What was that about?
Not now. I couldn't breathe. He sighed. He tapped at the menu board. A squeeze bulb popped up, and he handed it across. I found my hand massaging my throat, removed it, took the bulb, and drank. Brandy and soda. Just right. He watched me drink again.
Stet, Sigmund told me how you got back to Sol System.
He might possibly have left something out.
Go ahead.
Part 10. The Borderland of Sol. 3 months on Jinx, marooned. I played tourist for the first couple of months. I never saw the high-pressure regions around the ocean because the only way down would have been with a safari of hunting tanks. But I traveled the habitable lands on either side of the sea, the east band civilized, the west band a developing frontier. I wandered the east end in a vacuum suit, toward the distilleries and other vacuum industries, and stared up into the orange vastness of Primary, Jinx's big twin brother. I spent most of the second month between the Institute of Knowledge and the Camelot Hotel. Tourism had palled. For me, that's unusual. I'm a born tourist. But Jinx's 1.78 gravities put an unreasonable restriction on elegance and ingenuity in architectural design. The buildings in the habitable bands all look alike, squat and massive. The east and west ends, the vacuum regions, aren't that different from any industrialized moon. I never developed much of an interest in touring factories. As for the ocean shorelines, the only vehicles that go there go to hunt bandersnatchy. The bandersnatchy are freaks, enormous, intelligent white slugs the size of mountains. They hunt the tanks. There are rigid restrictions to the equipment the tanks can carry, covenants established between men and bandersnatchy, so that the bandersnatchy win about 40% of the duels. I wanted no part of that. And all my touring had to be done in 3 times the gravity of my home world. I spent the 3rd month in Sirius Mater, and most of that in the Camelot Hotel, which has gravity generators in most of the rooms. When I went out, I rode a floating contour couch. I passed like an invalid among the Jinxians, who were amused. Or was that my imagination? I was in a hall of the Institute of Knowledge when I came on Carlos Wu running his fingertips over a Cadet Lino touch sculpture. A dark, slender man with narrow shoulders and straight black hair, Carlos was lithe as a monkey in any normal gravity, but on Jinx he used a travel couch exactly like mine. He studied the busts with his head tilted to one side, and I studied the familiar back, sure it couldn't be him.
Carlos, aren't you supposed to be on Earth?
He jumped, but when the couch spun around, he was grinning.
Bay, I might say the same for you." I admitted it. I was headed for Earth, but when all those ships started disappearing around Sol System, the captain changed his mind and steered for Sirius. Nothing any of the passengers could do about it. What about you? How are Cheryl and the kids?"
"Cheryl's fine, the kids are fine, and they're all waiting for you to come home."
His fingers were still trailing over the Luby touch sculpture called Heroes, feeling the warm, fleshy textures. Heroes was a most unusual touch sculpture. There were visual as well as textural effects. Carlos studied the two human busts, then said,
"That's your face, isn't it?"
"Yeah."
"Not that you ever looked that good in your life. How did a cadet Lino come to pick Beowulf Shaeffer as a classic hero? Was it your name? And who's the other guy?"
"I'll tell you about it sometime. Carlos, what are you doing here?"
"I left Earth a couple of weeks after Lewis was born."
He was embarrassed. Why?
"I haven't been off Earth in 10 years. I needed the break."
But he'd left just before I was supposed to get home. And hadn't someone once said that Carlos Wu had a touch of the Flatland phobia? I began to understand what was wrong. "Carlos, you did Cheryl and me a valuable favor." He laughed without looking at me.
"Men have killed other men for such favors. I thought it was tactful to be gone when you came home."
Now I knew. Carlos was here because the fertility board on Earth would not favor me with a parenthood license. You can't really blame the board for using any excuse at all to reduce the number of producing parents. I am an albino. Cheryl and I wanted each other, but we both wanted children, and Cheryl can't leave Earth. She has the Flatland phobia, the fear of strange air and altered days and changed gravity and black sky beneath her feet. The only solution we'd found had been to ask a good friend to help. Carlos Wu was a registered genius with an incredible resistance to disease and injury. He carries an unlimited parenthood license, one of 60-odd among Earth's 18 billion people. He gets similar offers every week, but he is a good friend, and he'd agreed. In the last 2 years, Cheryl and Carlos had had 2 children, who were now waiting on Earth for me to become their father. I felt only gratitude for what he'd done for us. "I forgive you your odd ideas on tact," I said magnanimously. "Now, as long as we're stuck on Jinx, may I show you around? I've met some interesting people."
"You always do."
He hesitated, then,
"I'm not actually stuck on Jinx. I've been offered a ride home. I may be able to get you in on it."
"Oh, really? I didn't think there were any ships going to Sol System these days, or leaving."
"This ship belongs to a government man. Ever heard of a Sigmund Osfaller?"
"That sounds vaguely—" "Wait. Stop. The last time I saw Sigmund Osfaller, he had just put a bomb aboard my ship." Carlos blinked at me.
"You're kidding."
"I'm not."
"Sigmund Osfaller is in the Bureau of Alien Affairs. Bombing spacecraft isn't one of his functions."
"Maybe he was off-duty," I said viciously.
"Well, it doesn't really sound like you'd want to share a spacecraft cabin with him. Maybe—"
But I'd thought of something else, and now there just wasn't any way out of it. "No, let's meet him. Where do we find him?"
"The bar of the Camelot," said Carlos.
Reclining luxuriously on our travel couches, we slid on air cushions through Sirius Mater. The orange trees that lined the walks were foreshortened by gravity. Their trunks were thick cones, and the oranges on the branches were not much bigger than ping-pong balls. Their world had altered them, even as our worlds have altered you and me. And underground civilization and .6 gravities have made of me a pale stick figure of a man, tall and attenuated. The Jinxians we passed were short and wide, designed like bricks, men and women both. Among them, the occasional off-worlder seemed as shockingly different as a cadet Lino or a Pearson's puppeteer. And so we came to the Camelot. The Camelot is a low, two-story structure that sprawls like a cubistic octopus across several acres of downtown Sirius Mater. Most off-worlders stay here for the gravity control in the rooms and corridors, and for access to the Institute of Knowledge, the finest museum and research complex in human space. The Camelot bar carries one Earth gravity throughout. We left our travel couches in the vestibule and walked in like men. Jinxians were walking in like bouncing rubber bricks, with big happy grins on their wide faces. Jinxians love low gravity. A good many migrate to other worlds. We spotted Osfaller easily, a rounded, moon-faced Flatlander with thick, dark, wavy hair and a thin black mustache. He stood as we approached. "Beowulf Shaeffer," he beamed. "How good to see you again. I believe it has been 8 years or thereabouts. How have you been?" "I lived," I told him. Carlos rubbed his hands together briskly.
"Sigmund, why did you bomb Bay's ship?"
Osfaller blinked in surprise. "Did he tell you it was his ship? It wasn't. He was thinking of stealing it. I reasoned that he would not steal a ship with a hidden time bomb aboard."
"But how did you come into it?"
Carlos slid into the booth beside him.
"You're not police. You're in the Extremely Foreign Relations Bureau."
"The ship belonged to General Products Corporation, which is owned by Pearson's puppeteers, not human beings." Carlos turned on me.
"Bay, shame on you."
"Damn it, they were trying to blackmail me into a suicide mission, and Osfaller let them get away with it. And that's the least convincing exhibition of tact I've ever seen."
"Good thing they soundproofed these booths," said Carlos. "Let's order."
Soundproofing field or not, people were staring. I sat down. When our drinks came, I drank deeply. Why had I mentioned the bomb at all? Osfaller was saying, "Well, Carlos, have you changed your mind about coming with me?"
"Yes, if I can take a friend."
Osfaller frowned and looked at me. "You wish to reach Earth, too?" I'd made up my mind. "I don't think so. In fact, I'd like to talk you out of taking Carlos." Carlos said, "Hey!" I overrode him. "Osfaller, do you know who Carlos is? He had an unlimited parenthood license at the age of 18. 18! I don't mind you risking your own life. In fact, I love the idea. But his?"
"It's not that big a risk,"
Carlos snapped. "Yeah? What has Osfaller got that 8 other ships didn't have?" "2 things," Osfaller said patiently. "One is that we will be incoming. 6 of the 8 ships that vanished were leaving Sol System. If there are pirates around Sol, they must find it much easier to locate an outgoing ship. They caught 2 incoming, 2 ships, 50 crew members and passengers, gone. Poof. They would not take me so easily," Osfaller boasted. "The Hobo Kelly is deceptive. It seems to be a cargo and passenger ship, but it is a warship, armed and capable of 30 G's acceleration. In normal space, we can run from anything we can't fight. We are assuming pirates, are we not? Pirates would insist on robbing a ship before they destroy it." I was intrigued. "Why? Why a disguised warship? Are you hoping you'll be attacked?" "If there are actually pirates, yes, I hope to be attacked. But not when entering Sol System. We plan a substitution. A quite ordinary cargo craft will land on Earth, take on cargo of some value, and depart for Wonderland on a straight-line course. My ship will replace it before it has passed through the asteroids. So you see, there is no risk of losing Mr. Wu's precious genes." Palms flat to the table, arms straight, Carlos stood looming over us.
"Diffidently, I raise the point that they are my futzy genes, and I'll do what I futzy please with them. Bay, I've already had my share of children, and yours too."
"Peace, Carlos. I didn't mean to step on any of your inalienable rights." I turned to Osfaller. "I still don't see why these disappearing ships should interest the Extremely Foreign Relations Bureau." There were alien passengers aboard some of the ships. Oh, and we have wondered if the pirates themselves are aliens. Certainly they have a technique not known to humanity. Of 6 outgoing ships, 5 vanished after reporting that they were about to enter hyperdrive. I whistled. They can precipitate a ship out of hyperdrive? That's impossible, isn't it? Carlos? Carlos's mouth twisted. Not if it's being done, but I don't understand the principle. If the ships were just disappearing, that'd be different. Any ship does that if it goes too deep into a gravity well on hyperdrive. Then maybe it isn't pirates at all. Carlos, could there be living beings in hyperspace, actually eating the ships? For all of me, there could.
I don't know everything, Bay, contrary to popular opinion.
But after a minute he shook his head.
I don't buy it. I might buy an uncharted mass on the fringes of Sol system. Ships that came too near in hyperdrive would disappear.
No, said Osfaller. No single mass could have caused all of the disappearances. Charter or not, a planet is bounded by gravity and inertia. We ran computer simulations. It would have taken at least 3 large masses, all unknown, all moving into heavy trade routes simultaneously.
How large? Mars size or better?
So, you have been thinking about this too.
Carlos smiled. Yeah, it may sound impossible, but it isn't. It's only improbable. There are unbelievable amounts of garbage out there beyond Neptune. 4 known planets and endless chunks of ice and stone and nickel iron.
Still, it is most improbable.
Carlos nodded. A silence fell. I was still thinking about monsters in hyperspace. The lovely thing about that hypothesis was that you couldn't even estimate a probability. We knew too little. Humanity has been using hyperdrive for almost 400 years now. Few ships have disappeared in that time, except during wars. Now 8 ships in 10 months, all around Sol system. Suppose one hyperspace beast had discovered ships in this region, say during one of the Man-Kazin wars. He'd gone to get his friends. Now they were preying around Sol system. The flow of ships around Sol is greater than that around any 3 colony stars. But if more monsters came, they'd surely have to move on to the other colonies. I couldn't imagine a defense against such things. We might have to give up interstellar travel.
Osfaller said, I would be glad if you would change your mind and come with us, Mr. Shaeffer. Are you sure you want me on the same ship with you? Oh, emphatically. How else may I be sure that you have not hidden a bomb aboard?
Osfaller laughed.
Also, we can use a qualified pilot. Finally, I would like the chance to pick your brain, Beowulf Shaeffer. You have an odd facility for doing my job for me.
What do you mean by that?
General Products used blackmail in persuading you to do a close orbit around a neutron star. You learned something about their home world. We still do not know what it was, and blackmailed them back. We know that blackmail contracts are a normal part of puppeteer business practice. You earned their respect. You have dealt with them since. You have dealt also with outsiders, without friction. But it was your handling of the Luby kidnapping that I found impressive.
Carlos was sitting at attention. I hadn't had a chance to tell him about that one yet. I grinned and said,
I'm proud of that myself. Well, you should be. You did more than retrieve Known Space's top Cadet Lino touch sculptor. You did it with honor, killing one of their number and leaving Luby free to pursue the others with publicity. Otherwise, the Cadet Lino would have been annoyed.
Helping Sigmund Osfaller had been the farthest thing from my thoughts for these past 8 years, yet suddenly I felt damn good. Maybe it was the way Carlos was listening. It takes a lot to impress Carlos Wu.
Carlos said,
If you thought it was pirates, you'd come along, wouldn't you, Bay? After all, they probably can't find incoming ships.
Sure.
And you don't really believe in hyperspace monsters.
I hedged. Not if I hear a better explanation. The thing is, I'm not sure I believe in super-technological pirates either. What about those wandering masses?"
Carlos pursed his lips, said,
"All right. The solar system has a good number of planets, at least a dozen so far discovered, 4 of them outside the major singularity around Sol."
"And not including Pluto?"
"No. We think of Pluto as a loose moon of Neptune. It runs Neptune, Persephone, Caina, Antenora, Ptolemaea, in order of distance from the Sun. And the orbits aren't flat to the plane of the system. Persephone is tilted at 120 degrees to the system and retrograde. If they find another planet out there, they'll call it Judeca."
"Why?"
"Hell. The 4 innermost divisions of Dante's Hell. They form a great ice plain with sinners frozen into it."
"Stick to the point," said Osfaller.
"Start with the cometary halo," Carlos told me. "It's very thin, about 1 comet per spherical volume of the Earth's orbit. Mass is denser going inward. A few planets, some inner comets, some chunks of ice and rock, all in skewed orbits and still spread pretty thin. Inside Neptune there are lots of planets and asteroids, and more flattening of orbits to conform with Sol's rotation. Outside Neptune, space is vast and empty. There could be uncharted planets, singularities to swallow ships."
Osfaller was indignant. "But for 3 to move into main trade lanes simultaneously?"
"It's not impossible, Sigmund."
"The probability—"
"Infinitesimal, right. Bay, it's damn near impossible. Any sane man would assume pirates."
It had been a long time since I had seen Cheryl. I was sorely tempted. "Osfaller, have you traced the sale of any of the loot? Have you gotten any ransom notes?" "Convince me." Osfaller threw back his head and laughed. "What's funny? We have hundreds of ransom notes. Any mental deficient can write a ransom note, and these disappearances have had a good deal of publicity. The demands were all fakes. I wish one or another had been genuine. A son of the Patriarch of Kazin was aboard Wayfarer when she disappeared. As for loot, there has been a fall in the black market prices of booster spice and gemwoods. Otherwise," he shrugged, "there has been no sign of the Bar Originals, or the Midas Rock, or any of the more conspicuous treasures aboard the missing ships." "Then you don't know one way or another?" "No. Will you go with us?" "I haven't decided yet. When are you leaving?" They'd be taking off tomorrow morning from the East End. That gave me time to make up my mind. After dinner I went back to my room, feeling depressed. Carlos was going, that was clear enough. Hardly my fault. But he was here on Jinx because he'd done me and Cheryl a large favor. If he was killed going home... A tape from Cheryl was waiting in my room. There were pictures of the children, Tanya and Louis, and shots of the apartment she'd found us in the Twin Peaks Arcology, and much more. I ran through it 3 times. Then I called Osfaller's room. It had been just too futsy long. I circled Jinx once on the way out. I've always done that, even back when I was flying for Nakamura Lines, and no passenger has ever objected. Jinx is the close moon of a gas giant planet more massive than Jupiter and smaller than Jupiter because its core has been compressed to degenerate matter. 1 billion years ago, Jinx and Primary were even closer, before tidal drag moved them apart. This same tidal force had earlier locked Jinx's rotation to Primary and forced the moon into an egg shape, a prolate spheroid. When the moon moved outward, its shape became more nearly spherical, but the cold rock surface resisted change. That is why the ocean of Jinx rings its waist, beneath an atmosphere too compressed and too hot to breathe, whereas the points nearest to and farthest from Primary, the east and west ends, actually rise out of the atmosphere. From space, Jinx looks like God's own Easter egg. The ends bone white tinged with yellow, then the brighter glare from rings of glittering ice fields at the limits of the atmosphere, then the varying blues of an Earth-like world, increasingly overlaid with the white frosting of cloud as the eyes move inward, until the waist of the planet Moon is girdled with pure white. The ocean never shows at all. I took us once around and out. Sirius has its own share of floating miscellaneous matter cluttering the path to interstellar space. I stayed at the controls for most of 5 days for that reason, and because I wanted to get the feel of an unfamiliar ship. Hobo Kelly was a belly landing job, 300 feet long, of triangular cross-section. Beneath an up-tilted forward-thrusting nose were big clamshell doors for cargo. She had adequate belly jets and a much larger fusion motor at the tail, and a line of windows indicating cabins. Certainly she looked harmless enough, and certainly there was deception involved. The cabin should have held 40 or 50, but there was room only for 4. The rest of what should have been cabin space was only windows with holograph projections in them. The drive ran sure and smooth up to a maximum at 10 gravities. Not a lot for a ship designed to haul massive cargo. The cabin gravity held without putting out more than a fraction of its power. When Jinx and Primary were invisible against the stars, when Sirius was so distant that I could look directly at it, I turned to the hidden control panel Oswaller had unlocked for me. Oswaller woke up, found me doing that, and began showing me which did what. He had a big X-ray laser and some smaller laser cannons set for different frequencies. He had 4 self-guided fusion bombs. He had a telescope so good that the ostensible ship's telescope was only a finder for it. He had deep radar, and none of it showed beyond the discolored hull. Oswaller was armed for Bandersnatchy. I felt mixed emotions. It seemed we could fight anything and run from it, too. But what kind of enemy was he expecting? All through those 4 weeks in hyperdrive, while we drove through the blind spot at 3 days to the light year, the topic of the ship-eaters reared its disturbing head. Oh, we spoke of other things, of music and art, and of the latest techniques in animation, the computer programs that let you make your own holoflicks almost for lunch money. We told stories. I told Carlos why the Cadatlino Luby had made busts of me and Emil Horn. I spoke of the only time the Pearson's puppeteers had ever paid off the guarantee on a General Products hull, after the supposedly indestructible hull had been destroyed by antimatter. Oswaller had some good ones. A lot more stories than he was allowed to tell, I gathered, from the way he had to search his memory every time. But we kept coming back to the ship-eaters. It boils down to 3 possibilities, I decided. Kzinti, puppeteers, and humans. Carlos guffawed. Puppeteers? Puppeteers wouldn't have the guts. I threw them in because they might have some interest in manipulating the interstellar stock market. Look, our hypothetical pirates have set up an embargo, cutting Sol System off from the outside world. The puppeteers have the capital to take advantage of what that does to the market, and they need money for their migration. The puppeteers are philosophical cowards. That's right. They wouldn't risk robbing the ships or coming anywhere near them. Suppose they can make them disappear from a distance. Carlos wasn't laughing now. That's easier than dropping them out of hyperspace to rob them. It wouldn't take more than a great big gravity generator, and we've never known the limits of puppeteer technology. Oswaller asked, You think this is possible? Just barely. The same goes for the Kzinti. The Kzinti are ferocious enough. Trouble is, if we ever learned they were preying on our ships, we'd raise pluperfect hell. The Kzinti know that, and they know we can beat them. Took them long enough, but they learned. So you think it's humans, said Carlos. Yeah, if it's pirates. The piracy theory still looked shaky. Spectrum telescopes had not even found concentrations of ships' metals in the space where they have vanished. Would pirates steal the whole ship? If the hyperdrive motor was still intact after the attack, the rifled ship could be launched into infinity. But could pirates count on that happening 8 times out of 8? And none of the missing ships had called for help via hyperwave. I'd never believed pirates. Space pirates have existed, but they died without successors. Intercepting a spacecraft was too difficult. They couldn't make it pay. Ships fly themselves in hyperdrive. All a pilot need do is watch for green radio lines in the mass sensor. But he has to do that frequently, because the mass sensor is a psionic device. It must be watched by a mind, not another machine. As the narrow green line that marked Sol grew longer, I became abnormally conscious of the debris around Sol system. I spent the last 12 hours of the flight at the controls, chain-smoking with my feet. I should add that I do that normally when I want both hands free, but now I did it to annoy Osfaller. I'd seen the way his eyes bugged the first time he saw me take a drag from a cigarette between my toes. Flatlanders are less than limber. Carlos and Osfaller shared the control room with me as we penetrated Sol's cometary halo. They were relieved to be nearing the end of a long trip. I was nervous. Carlos, just how large a mass would it take to make us disappear?
Planet size, Mars and up. Beyond that, it depends on how close you get and how dense it is. If it's dense enough, it can be less massive and still flip you out of the universe. But you'd see it in the mass sensor.
Only for an instant, and not then if it's turned off. What if someone turned on a giant gravity generator as we went past?
For what? They couldn't rob the ship. Where's their profit?
Stocks. But Osfaller was shaking his head. The expense of such an operation would be enormous. No group of pirates would have enough additional capital on hand to make it worthwhile. Of the puppeteers, I might believe it. Hell, he was right. No human that wealthy would need to turn pirate. The long green line marking Sol was almost touching the surface of the mass sensor. I said, "Break out in 10 minutes." And the ship lurched savagely. "Strap down!" I yelled, and glanced at the hyperdrive monitors. The motor was drawing no power, and the rest of the dials were going bananas. I activated the windows. I'd kept them turned off in hyperspace lest my Flatlander passengers go mad watching the blind spot. The screens came on, and I saw stars. We were in normal space.
Futz! They got us anyway!
Carlos sounded neither frightened nor angry, but awed. As I raised the hidden panel, Osfaller cried, "Wait!" I ignored him. I threw the red switch, and Hobo Kelly lurched again as her belly blew off. Osfaller began cursing in some dead Flatlander language. Now 2/3 of Hobo Kelly receded, slowly turning. What was left must show as what she was, a No. 2 General Products hull, puppeteer-built, a slender transparent spear 300 feet long and 20 feet wide, with instruments of war clustered along what was now her belly. Screens that had been blank came to life, and I lit the main drive and ran it up to full power. Osfaller spoke in rage and venom. "Shaeffer, you idiot! You coward! We run without knowing what we run from. Now they know exactly what we are. What chance that they will follow us now? This ship was built for a specific purpose, and you have ruined it." "I freed your special instruments," I pointed out. "Why don't you see what you can find?" Meanwhile, I could get us the futz out of here. Osfaller became very busy. I watched what he was getting on screens at my side of the control panel. Was anything chasing us? They'd find us hard to catch and harder to digest. They could hardly have been expecting a General Products hull. Since the puppeteers stopped making them, the price of used GP hulls has gone out of sight. There were ships out there. Osfaller got a close-up of them. 3 space tugs of the Belter type, shaped like thick saucers, equipped with oversized drives and powerful electromagnetic generators. Belters used them to tug nickel-iron asteroids to where somebody wants the ore. With those heavy drives, they could probably catch us, but would they have adequate cabin gravity? They weren't trying. They seemed to be neither following nor fleeing, and they looked harmless enough. But Osfaller was doing a job on them with his other instruments. I approved. Hobo Kelly had looked peaceful enough a moment ago. Now her belly bristled with weaponry. The tugs could be equally deceptive. From behind me, Carlos asked, "Bay? What happened?" "How the futz would I know?
What do the instruments show?"
He must mean the hyperdrive complex. A couple of the indicators had gone wild. 5 more were dead. I said so. "And the drive's drawing no power at all. I've never heard of anything like this. Carlos, it's still theoretically impossible."
"I'm not so sure of that. I want to look at the drive."
"The access tubes don't have cabin gravity." Osfaller had abandoned the receding tugs. He'd found what looked to be a large comet, a ball of frozen gases a good distance to the side. I watched as he ran the deep radar over it. No fleet of robber ships lurked behind it. I asked, "Did you deep radar the tugs?" "Of course. We can examine the tapes in detail later. I saw nothing, and nothing has attacked us since we left hyperspace." I'd been driving us in a random direction. Now I turned us toward Sol, the brightest star in the heavens. Those lost 10 minutes in hyperspace would add about 3 days to our voyage.
"If there was an enemy, you frightened him away. Shaeffer, this mission and this ship have cost my department an enormous sum, and we have learned nothing at all."
"Not quite nothing," said Carlos. "I still want to see the hyperdrive motor. Bay, would you run us down to 1G?
"Yeah, but miracles make me nervous, Carlos."
"Join the club."
We crawled along an access tube just a little bigger than a big man's shoulders, between the hyperdrive motor housing and the surrounding fuel tankage. Carlos reached an inspection window. He looked in. He started to laugh. I inquired as to what was so futsy funny. Still chortling, Carlos moved on. I crawled after him and looked in. There was no hyperdrive motor in the hyperdrive motor housing. I went in through a repair hatch and stood in the cylindrical housing, looking about me. Nothing. Not even an exit hole. The superconducting cables and the mounts for the motor had been sheared so cleanly that the cut ends looked like little mirrors. Osfaller insisted on seeing for himself. Carlos and I waited in the control room. For a while, Carlos kept bursting into fits of giggles. Then he got a dreamy, faraway look that was even more annoying. I wondered what was going on in his head, and reached the uncomfortable conclusion that I could never know. Some years ago, I took IQ tests, hoping to get a parenthood license that way. I am not a genius. I knew only that Carlos had thought of something I hadn't, and he wasn't telling, and I was too proud to ask. Osfaller had no pride. He came back looking like he'd seen a ghost.
"Gone! Where could it go? How could it happen?"
"That I can answer," Carlos said happily. "It takes an extremely high gravity gradient. The motor hit that, wrapped space around itself, and took off at some higher level of hyperdrive, one we can't reach. By now it could be well on its way to the edge of the universe."
I said, "You're sure, huh? An hour ago there wasn't a theory to cover any of this."
"Well, I'm sure our motor's gone. Beyond that it gets a little hazy. But this is one well-established model of what happens when a ship hits a singularity. At a lower gravity gradient, the motor would take the whole ship with it, then strew atoms of the ship along its path, till there was nothing left but the hyperdrive field itself."
Ugh. Now Carlos burned with the love of an idea.
"Sigmund, I want to use your hyperwave. I could still be wrong, but there are things we can check."
"If we are still within the singularity of some mass, the hyperwave will destroy itself."
"Yeah, I think it's worth the risk."
We'd dropped out, or been knocked out, 10 minutes short of the singularity around Sol. That added up to 16 light hours of normal space, plus almost 5 light hours from the edge of the singularity inward to Earth. Fortunately, hyperwave is instantaneous, and every civilized system keeps a hyperwave relay station just outside the singularity. Southworth Station would relay our message inward by laser, get the return message the same way, and pass it on to us 10 hours later. We turned on the hyperwave, and nothing exploded. Osfaller made his own call first, to Ceres, to get the registry of the tugs we'd spotted. Afterward, Carlos called Elephant's computer setup in New York, using a code number Elephant doesn't give to many people.
"I'll pay him back later, maybe with a story to go with it," he gloated.
I listened as Carlos outlined his needs. He wanted full records on a meteorite that had touched down in Tunguska, Siberia, USSR, Earth, in 1908 AD. He wanted a reprise on 3 models of the origin of the universe, or lack of same: the Big Bang, the cyclic universe, and the steady-state universe. He wanted data on collapsers. He wanted names, career outlines, and addresses for the best-known students of gravitational phenomena in Sol System. He was smiling when he clicked off. I said, "You got me. I haven't the remotest idea what you're after." Still smiling, Carlos got up and went to his cabin to catch some sleep. I turned off the main thrust motor entirely. When we were deep in Sol System, we could decelerate at 30 gravities. Meanwhile, we were carrying a hefty velocity picked up on our way out of Sirius System. Osfaller stayed in the control room. Maybe his motive was the same as mine. No police ships out here. We could still be attacked. He spent the time going through his pictures of the 3 mining tugs. We didn't talk, but I watched. The tugs seemed ordinary enough. Telescopic photos showed no suspicious breaks in the hulls, no hatches for guns. In the deep radar scan, they showed like ghosts. We could pick out the massive force field rings, the hollow, equally massive drive tubes, the lesser densities of fuel tank and life support system. There were no gaps or shadows that shouldn't have been there. By and by, Osfaller said, "Do you know what Hobo Kelly was worth?" I said I could make a close estimate. "It was worth my career. I thought to destroy a pirate fleet with Hobo Kelly, but my pilot fled. Fled! What have I now to show for my expensive Trojan horse?" I suppressed the obvious answer, along with the plea that my first responsibility was Carlos's life. Osfaller wouldn't buy that. Instead, "Carlos has something. I know him. He knows how it happened." "Can you get it out of him?" "I don't know." I could put it to Carlos that we'd be safer if we knew what was out to get us. But Carlos was a Flatlander. It would color his attitudes. "So," said Osfaller, "we have only the unavailable knowledge in Carlos's skull." A weapon beyond human technology had knocked me out of hyperspace. I'd run. Of course I'd run. Staying in the neighborhood would have been insane, said I to myself, said I. But, unreasonably, I still felt bad about it. To Osfaller, I said, "What about the mining tugs? I can't understand what they're doing out here. In the belt, they use them to move nickel-iron asteroids to industrial sites." "It is the same here. Most of what they find is useless, stony masses or balls of ice. But what little metal there is valuable. They must have it for building." "For building what? What kind of people would live here? You might as well set up shop in interstellar space." "Precisely. There are no tourists, but there are research groups here where space is flat and empty and temperatures are near absolute zero. I know that the Quicksilver Group was established here to study hyperspace phenomena. We do not understand hyperspace, even yet. Remember that we did not invent the hyperdrive. We bought it from an alien race. Then there is a gene-tailoring laboratory trying to develop a kind of tree that will grow on comets." "You're kidding." "But they are serious. A photosynthetic plant to use the chemicals present in all comets. It would be very valuable. The whole cometary halo could be seeded with oxygen-producing plants." Osfaller stopped abruptly. Then, "Never mind. But all these groups need building materials. It is cheaper to build out here than to ship everything from Earth or the Belt. The presence of tugs is not suspicious." "But there was nothing else around us. Nothing at all." Osfaller nodded. When Carlos came to join us many hours later, blinking sleep out of his eyes, I asked him, "Carlos, could the tugs have had anything to do with your theory?" "I don't see how.
I've got half an idea, and half an hour from now I could look like a half-wit. The theory I want isn't even in fashion anymore. Now that we know what the quasars are, everyone seems to like the steady-state hypothesis. You know how that works. The tension in completely empty space produces more hydrogen atoms forever. The universe has no beginning and no end. He looked stubborn. But if I'm right, then I know where the ships went to after being robbed. That's more than anyone else knows.
Osvaller jumped on him. Where are they? Are the passengers alive?
I'm sorry, Sigmund. They're all dead. There won't even be bodies to bury.
What is it? What are we fighting?
A gravitational effect. A sharp warping of space. A planet wouldn't do that, and a battery of cabin gravity generators wouldn't do it. They couldn't produce that sharply bounded a field.
A collapsar, Osvaller suggested.
Carlos grinned at him. That would do it, but there are other problems. A collapsar can't even form at less than around 5 solar masses. You'd think someone would have noticed something that big, this close to Sol.
Then what?
Carlos shook his head. We would wait.
The relay from Southworth Station gave us registration for 3 space tugs, used and of varying ages. All 3 purchased 2 years ago from Intrabelt Mining by the 6th Congregational Church of Rodney.
Rodney?
But Carlos and Osvaller were both chortling.
Belters do that sometimes, Carlos told me. It's a way of saying it's nobody's business who's buying the ships.
That's pretty funny, all right, but we still don't know who owns them.
They may be honest Belters, they may not.
Hard on the heels of the first call came the data Carlos had asked for, playing directly into the shipboard computer. Carlos called up a list of names and phone numbers. Sol System's preeminent students of gravity and its effects, listed in alphabetical order. An address caught my attention. Julian Forward, number 1192326, Southworth Station. A hyperwave relay tag. He was out here, somewhere in the enormous gap between Neptune's orbit and the cometary belt. Out here where the hyperwave relay could function. I looked for more Southworth Station numbers. They were there. Lancelot Starkey, number 1844719, Southworth Station. Jill Luciano, number 1844719, Southworth Station. Mariana Wilton, number 1844719, Southworth Station.
These people, said Osvaller. You wish to discuss your theory with one of them?
That's right. Sigmund, isn't 1844719 the tag for the Quicksilver Group?
I think so. I also think that they are not within our reach now that our hyperdrive is gone. The Quicksilver Group was established in distant orbit around Antenora, which is now on the other side of the sun. Carlos, has it occurred to you that one of these people may have built the ship-eating device?
What? You're right. It would take someone who knew something about gravity. But I'd say the Quicksilver Group was beyond suspicion. With upwards of 10,000 people at work, how could anyone hide anything?
What about this Julian Forward?
Forward? Yeah. I've always wanted to meet him.
You know of him? Who is he?
He used to be with the Institute of Knowledge on Jinx. I haven't heard of him in years. He did some work on the gravity waves from the galactic core. Work that turned out to be wrong. Sigmund, let's give him a call.
And ask him what?
Why?
Then Carlos remembered the situation.
Oh, you think he might... Yeah.
How well do you know this man?
I know him by reputation. He's quite famous. I don't see how such a man could go in for mass murder.
Earlier you said that we were looking for a man skilled in the study of gravitational phenomena.
Granted.
Osvaller sucked at his lower lip. Then,
perhaps we can do no more than talk to him. He could be on the other side of the sun and still head a pirate fleet.
No, that he could not.
think again," said Osfaller. "We are outside the singularity of Sol. A pirate fleet would surely include hyperdrive ships."
"If Julian Forward is the ship-eater, he'll have to be nearby. The, device won't move in hyperspace."
I said, "Carlos, what we don't know can kill us. Will you quit playing games?" But he was smiling, shaking his head. Futz. "All right, we can still check on Forward. Call him up and ask him where he is. Is he likely to know you by reputation?"
"Sure. I'm famous too."
"Okay. If he's close enough, we might even beg him for a ride home. The way things stand, we'll be at the mercy of any hyperdrive ship for as long as we're out here." "I hope we are attacked," said Osfaller. "We can outfight, but we can't outrun. They can dodge. We can't."
"Peace, you two. First things first."
Carlos sat down at the hyperwave controls and tapped out a number. Suddenly, Osfaller said,
"Can you contrive to keep my name out of this exchange? If necessary, you can be the ship's owner."
Carlos looked around in surprise. Before he could answer, the screen lit. I saw ash-blonde hair cut in a belter crest over a lean white face and an impersonal smile.
"Forward Station, good evening." "Good evening. This is Carlos Wu of Earth calling long distance. May I speak to Dr. Julian Forward, please?" "I'll see if he's available."
The screen went on hold. In the interval, Carlos burst out,
"What kind of game are you playing now? How can I explain owning an armed, disguised warship?"
But I began to see what Osfaller was getting at. I said, "You'd want to avoid explaining that, whatever the truth was. Maybe he won't ask. I shut up because we were facing forward. Julian Forward was a Jinxian, short and wide, with arms as thick as legs and legs as thick as pillars. His skin was almost as black as his hair, a serious suntan, probably maintained by sunlight. He perched on the edge of a massage chair.
"Carlos Wu," he said with flattering enthusiasm. "Are you the same Carlos Wu who solved the Sealyham limits problem?"
Carlos said he was. They went into a discussion of mathematics, a possible application of Carlos's solution to another limits problem, I gathered. I glanced at Osfaller, not obtrusively, because for Forward he wasn't supposed to exist, and saw him pensively studying his side view of Forward.
"Well," Forward said, "what can I do for you?"
"Julian Forward, meet Beowulf Shaeffer," said
Carlos. I bowed.
"Bay was giving me a lift home when our hyperdrive motor disappeared."
"Disappeared?"
I butted in for verisimilitude.
"Disappeared, futsy right. The hyperdrive motor casing is empty. The motor supports are sheared off. We're stuck out here with no hyperdrive and no idea how it happened."
"Almost true," Carlos said happily. "Dr. Forward, I do have some ideas as to what happened here. I'd like to discuss them with you."
"Where are you now?"
I pulled our position and velocity from the computer and flashed them to Forward Station. I wasn't sure it was a good idea, but Osfaller had time to stop me, and he didn't.
"Fine," said Forward's image. "It looks like you can get here a lot faster than you can get to Earth. Forward Station is ahead of you, within 20 AU of your position. You can wait here for the next ferry. Better than going on in a crippled ship."
"Good. We'll work out a course and let you know when to expect us."
"I welcome the chance to meet Carlos Wu."
Forward gave us his own coordinates and rang off. Carlos turned.
"All right, Bay. Now you own an armed and disguised warship. You figure out where you got it."
"We've got worse problems than that. Forward Station is exactly where the ship-eater ought to be." He nodded, but he was amused. "So what's our next move? We can't run from hyperdrive ships. Not now. Is Forward likely to try to kill us?"
"If we don't reach Forward Station on schedule, he might send ships after us. We know too much. We've told him so," said Carlos. "The hyperdrive motor disappeared completely. I know half a dozen people who could figure out how it happened, knowing just that."
He smiled suddenly.
That's assuming forward's the ship-eater. We don't know that. I think we have a splendid chance to find out, one way or the other."
"How? Just walk in?"
Osfaller was nodding approvingly.
"Dr. Forward expects you and Carlos to enter his web unsuspecting, leaving an empty ship. I think we can prepare a few surprises for him. For example, he may not have guessed that this is a General Products hull, and I will be aboard to fight."
True. Only antimatter could harm a GP hull, though things could go through it, like light and gravity and shock waves.
"So you'll be in the indestructible hull," I said, "and we'll be helpless in the base. Very clever. I'd rather run for it myself. But then you have your career to consider." "I will not deny it, but there are ways in which I can prepare you."
Behind Osfaller's cabin, behind what looked like an unbroken wall, was a room the size of a walk-in closet. Osfaller seemed quite proud of it. He didn't show us everything in there, but I saw enough to cost me what remained of my first impression of Osfaller. This man did not have the soul of a pudgy bureaucrat. Behind a glass panel he kept a couple of dozen special-purpose weapons. A row of 4 clamps held 3 identical hand weapons, disposable rocket launchers for a fat slug that Osfaller billed as a tiny atomic bomb. The 4th clamp was empty. There were laser rifles and pistols, a shotgun of peculiar design with 4 inches of recoil shock absorber, throwing knives, an Olympic target pistol with a sculpted grip and room for just one .22 bullet. I wondered what he was doing with a hobbyist touch sculpting setup. Maybe he could make sculptures to drive a human or an alien mad. Maybe something less subtle. Maybe they'd explode at the touch of the right fingerprints. He had a compact, automated tailor shop. "I'm going to make you some new suits," he said. When Carlos asked why, he said, "You can keep secrets, so can I." He asked us for our preference and styles. I played it straight, asking for a falling jumper in green and silver with lots of pockets. It wasn't the best I've ever owned, but it fit. "I didn't ask for buttons," I told him. "I hope you don't mind. Carlos, you will have buttons too." Carlos chose a fiery red tunic with a green and gold dragon coiling across the back. The buttons carried his family monogram. Osfaller stood before us, examining us in our new finery with approval. "Now watch," he said. "Here I stand before you, unarmed." "Right."
"Sure you are."
Osfaller grinned. He took the top and bottom buttons between his fingers and tugged hard. They came off. The material between them ripped open as if a thread had been strung between them. Holding the buttons as if to keep an invisible thread taut, he moved them to either side of a crudely done plastic touch sculpture. The sculpture fell apart.
"Sinclair molecule chain. It will cut through any normal matter if you pull hard enough. You must be very careful. It will cut your fingers so easily that you will hardly notice they are gone. Notice that the buttons are large to give an easy grip."
He laid the buttons carefully on a table and set a heavy weight between them.
"This 3rd button down is a sonic grenade. 10 feet away it will kill. 30 feet away it will stun."
I said, "Don't demonstrate."
"You may want to practice throwing dummy buttons at a target. This 2nd button is Power Pill, the commercial stimulant. Break the button and take half when you need it. The entire dose may stop your heart."
"I never heard of Power Pill. How does it work on Crashlanders?" He was taken aback.
"I don't know. Perhaps you had better restrict yourself to a quarter dose."
"Or avoid it entirely," I said.
"There is one more thing I will not demonstrate. Feel the material of your garments. You feel 3 layers of material? The middle layer is a nearly perfect mirror. It will reflect even X-rays. Now you can repel a laser blast for at least the first second. The collar unrolls to a hood."
Carlos was nodding in satisfaction. "I guess it's true. All Flatlanders think that way."
For 1.5 billion years, humanity's ancestors had evolved to the conditions of one world, Earth. A Flatlander grows up in an environment peculiarly suited to him. Instinctively, he sees the whole universe the same way. We know better, we who were born on other worlds. On We Made It, there are the hellish winds of summer and winter. On Jinx, the gravity. On Plateau, the all-encircling cliff edge and a drop of 40 miles into unbearable heat and pressure. On Down, the red sunlight and plants that will not grow without help from ultraviolet lamps. But Flatlanders think the universe was made for their benefit. To them, danger is unreal. "Air plugs," said Osfaller, holding up a handful of soft plastic cylinders. We inserted them. Osfaller said, "Can you hear me?" "Sure." "Yeah." They didn't block our hearing at all. "Transmitter and hearing aid, with sonic padding between. If you are blasted with sound, as by an explosion or a sonic stunner, the hearing aid will stop transmitting. If you go suddenly deaf, you will know you are under attack." To me, Osfaller's elaborate precautions only spoke of what we might be walking into. I said nothing. If we ran for it, our chances were even worse. Back to the control room, where Osfaller set up a relay to the Bureau of Alien Affairs on Earth. He gave them a condensed version of what had happened to us, plus some cautious speculation. He invited Carlos to read his theories into the record. Carlos declined. "I could still be wrong. Give me a chance to do some studying." Osfaller went grumpily to his bunk. He had been up too long, and it showed. Carlos shook his head as Osfaller disappeared into his cabin. "Paranoia. In his job, I guess he has to be paranoid." "You could use some of that yourself." He didn't hear me. "Imagine suspecting an interstellar celebrity of being a space pirate." "He's in the right place at the right time." "Hey, Bay, forget what I said. The, ship-eating device has to be in the right place, but the pirates don't. They can just leave it loose and use hyperdrive ships to commute to their base." That was something to keep in mind. Compared to the inner system, this volume within the cometary halo was enormous, but to hyperdrive ships it was all one neighborhood. I said, "Then why are we visiting forward?" "I still want to check my ideas with him. More than that, he probably knows the head ship-eater without knowing it's him. Probably we both know him. It took something of a cosmologist to find the device and recognize it. Whoever it is, he has to have made something of a name for himself." "Find?" Carlos grinned at me. "Never mind. Have you thought of anyone you'd like to use that magic wire on?" "I've been making a list. You're at the top." "Well, watch it. Sigmund knows you've got it, even if nobody else does." "He's second." "How long till we reach forward station?" I'd been rechecking our course. We were decelerating at 30 gravities and veering to one side. 20 hours and a few minutes, I said. "Good. I'll get a chance to do some studying." He began calling up data from the computer. I asked permission to read over his shoulder. He gave it. Bastard. He reads twice as fast as I do. I tried to skim to get some idea of what he was after. Collapsars. 3 known. The nearest was one component of a double in Cygnus, more than 100 light-years away. Expeditions had gone there to drop probes. The theory of the black hole wasn't new to me, though the math was over my head. If a star is massive enough, then after it has burned its nuclear fuel and started to cool, no possible internal force can hold it from collapsing inward past its own Schwarzschild radius. At that point, the escape velocity from the star becomes greater than light speed. And beyond that, deponent saith not, because nothing can leave the star. Not information, not matter, not radiation. Nothing, except gravity. Such a collapsed star can be expected to weigh 5 solar masses or more. Otherwise, its collapse would stop at the neutron star stage. Afterward, it can only grow bigger and more massive. There wasn't the slightest chance of finding anything that massive out here at the edge of the solar system. If such a thing were anywhere near,
the sun would have been in orbit around it. The Siberia meteorite must have been weird enough to be remembered for 900 years. It had knocked down trees over thousands of square miles, yet trees near the touchdown point were left standing. No part of the meteorite itself had ever been found. Nobody had seen it hit. In 1908, Tunguska, Siberia must have been as sparsely settled as the Earth's moon is today.
Carlos, what does all this have to do with anything?
Does Holmes tell Watson?
I had real trouble following the cosmology. Physics verged on philosophy here, or vice versa. Basically, the Big Bang Theory, which pictures the universe as exploding from a single point mass, like a titanic bomb, was in competition with the steady-state universe, which has been going on forever and will continue to do so. The cyclic universe is a succession of Big Bangs followed by contractions. There are variants on all of them. When the quasars were first discovered, they seemed to date from an earlier stage in the evolution of the universe, which, by the steady-state hypothesis, would not be evolving at all. The steady state went out of fashion. Then, a century ago, Hilbery had solved the mystery of the quasars. Meanwhile, one of the implications of the Big Bang had not panned out. That was where the math got beyond me. There was some discussion of whether the universe was open or closed in forespace, but Carlos turned it off.
"Okay," he said with satisfaction.
What?
"I could be right. Insufficient data. I'll have to see what Forward thinks."
I hope you both choke. I'm going to sleep.
Out here in the broad borderland between Sol System and interstellar space, Julian Forward had found a stony mass the size of a middling asteroid. From a distance it seemed untouched by technology, a lopsided spheroid, rough-surfaced and dirty white. Closer in, flecks of metal and bright paint showed like randomly placed jewels. Airlocks, windows, projecting antennae, and things less identifiable. A lighted disk with something projecting from the center. A long metal arm with half a dozen ball joints in it, and a cup on the end. I studied that one, trying to guess what it might be, and gave up. I brought Hobo Kelly to rest a fair distance away. To Oswaller I said, "You'll stay aboard?"
"Of course. I will do nothing to disabuse Dr. Forward of the notion that the ship is empty."
We crossed the forward station on an open taxi. 2 seats, a fuel tank, and a rocket motor. Once I turned to ask Carlos something and asked instead, "Carlos, are you all right?" His face was white and strained.
"I'll make it."
"Did you try closing your eyes?"
"It was worse. Futz, I made it this far on hypnosis. Bay, it's so empty."
"Hang on, we're almost there."
The blonde belter was outside one of the airlocks in a skin-tight suit and a bubble helmet. He used a flashlight to flag us down. We moored our taxi to a spur of rock. The gravity was almost nil, and went inside.
"I'm Harry Moskowitz," the belter said. "They call me Angel. Dr. Forward is waiting in the laboratory."
The interior of the asteroid was a network of straight cylindrical corridors, laser-drilled, pressurized, and lined with cool blue light strips. We weighed a few pounds near the surface, less in the deep interior. Angel moved in a fashion new to me. A flat jump from the floor that took him far down the corridor to brush the ceiling, push back to the floor, and jump again. 3 jumps and he'd wait, not hiding his amusement at our attempts to catch up.
"Dr. Forward asked me to give you a tour," he told us.
I said, "You seem to have a lot more corridor than you need. Why didn't you cluster all the rooms together?"
"This rock was a mine once upon a time. The miners drilled these passages. They left big hollows wherever they found air-bearing rock or ice pockets. All we had to do was wall them off."
That explained why there was so much corridor between the doors, and why the chambers we saw were so big. Some rooms were storage areas, Angel said, not worth opening. Others were tool rooms, life support systems, a garden, a fair-sized computer, a sizable fusion plant. A mess room built to hold 30 actually held about 10, all men, who looked at us curiously before they went back to eating. A hangar, bigger than need be and open to the sky, housed taxis and powered suits with specialized tools and 3 identical circular cradles, all empty. I gambled. Carefully casual, I asked, "You use mining tugs?" Angel didn't hesitate. "Sure. We can ship water and metals up from the inner system, but it's cheaper to hunt them down ourselves. In an emergency, the tugs could probably get us back to the inner system." We moved back into the tunnels. Angel said, "Speaking of ships, I don't think I've ever seen one like yours. Were those bombs lined up along the ventral surface?"
"Some of them," I said. Carlos laughed.
"Bay won't tell me how he got it."
Pick. All right, I stole it. I don't think anyone is going to complain." Angel, frankly curious before, was frankly fascinated as I told the story of how I had been hired to fly a cargo ship in the Wonderland system. "I didn't much like the looks of the guy who hired me, but what do I know about Wonderlanders? Besides, I needed the money." I told of my surprise at the proportions of the ship, the solid wall behind the cabin, the passenger section that was only holographs and blind portholes. By then I was already afraid that if I tried to back out, I'd be made to disappear. But when I learned my destination, I got really worried. It was in the Serpent Stream, you know, the crescent of asteroids in Wonderland system. It's common knowledge that the Free Wonderland conspiracy is all through those rocks. When they gave me my course, I just took off and aimed for Sirius.
Strange they left you with a working hyperdrive.
Man, they didn't. They'd ripped out the relays. I had to fix them myself. It's lucky I looked, because they had the relays wired to a little bomb under the control chair. I stopped, then, "Maybe I fixed it wrong. You heard what happened? My hyperdrive motor just plain vanished. It must have set off some explosive bolts, because the belly of the ship blew off. It was a dummy. What's left looks to be a pocket bomber."
"That's what I thought."
"I guess I'll have to turn it in to the Goldskin cops when we reach the inner system. Pity."
Carlos was smiling and shaking his head. He covered by saying,
"It only goes to prove that you can run away from your problems."
The next tunnel ended in a great hemispherical chamber lidded by a bulging transparent dome. A man-thick pillar rose through the rock floor to a seal in the center of the dome. Above the seal, gleaming against night and stars, a multi-jointed metal arm reached out blindly into space. The arm ended in what might have been a tremendous iron puppy dish. Forward was in a horseshoe-shaped control console near the pillar. I hardly noticed him. I'd seen this arm and bucket thing before, coming in from space, but I hadn't grasped its size. Forward caught me gaping.
"The grabber,"
he said. He approached us in a bouncing walk, comical but effective.
"Pleased to meet you, Carlos Wu. Beowulf Shaeffer."
His handshake was not crippling, because he was being careful. He had a wide, engaging smile.
"The grabber is our main exhibit here. After the grabber, there's nothing to see."
I asked, "What does it do?"
Carlos laughed. "It's beautiful. Why does it have to do anything?"
Forward acknowledged the compliment.
"I've been thinking of entering it in a junk sculpture show. What it does is manipulate large, dense masses. The cradle at the end of the arm is a complex of electromagnets. I can actually vibrate masses in there to produce polarized gravity waves."
6 massive arcs of girder divided the dome into pi sections. Now I noticed that they and the seal at their center gleamed like mirrors. They were reinforced by stasis fields. More bracing for the grabber? I tried to imagine forces that would require such strength.
"What do you vibrate in there? A megaton of lead?" "Lead sheathed in soft iron was our test mass, but that was 3 years ago. I haven't worked with the grabber lately, but we had some satisfactory runs with a sphere of neutronium enclosed in a stasis field. 10 billion metric tons."
I said, "What's the point?" From Carlos I got a dirty look. Forward seemed to think it was a wholly reasonable question.
"Communication, for one thing.
There must be intelligent species all through the galaxy, most of them too far away for our ships. Gravity waves are probably the best way to reach them.
Gravity waves travel at light speed, don't they? Wouldn't hyperwave be better?
We can't count on their having it. Who but the outsiders would think to do their experimenting this far from a sun? If we want to reach beings who haven't dealt with the outsiders, we'll have to use gravity waves. Once we know how.
Angel offered us chairs and refreshments. By the time we were settled, I was already out of it. Forward and Carlos were talking plasma physics, metaphysics, and what are our old friends doing. I gathered that they had large numbers of mutual acquaintances, and Carlos was probing for the whereabouts of cosmologists specializing in gravity physics. A few were in the Quicksilver group. Others were among the colony worlds, especially on Jinx, trying to get the Institute of Knowledge to finance various projects, such as more expeditions to the Collapsar and Cygnus.
Are you still with the Institute, Doctor?
Forward shook his head.
They stopped backing me. Not enough results. But I can continue to use this station, which is Institute property. One day they'll sell it, and we'll have to move.
I was wondering why they sent you here in the first place, said Carlos. Sirius has an adequate cometary belt.
But Sol is the only system with any kind of civilization this far from its sun. And I can count on better men to work with. Sol's system has always had its fair share of cosmologists.
I thought you might have come to solve an old mystery, the Tunguska meteorite. You've heard of it, of course.
Forward laughed.
Of course! Who hasn't? I don't think we'll ever know just what it was that hit Siberia that night. It may have been a chunk of antimatter. I'm told that there is antimatter in known space.
If it was, we'll never prove it, Carlos admitted.
Shall we discuss your problem?
Forward seemed to remember my existence.
Shaeffer, what does a professional pilot think when his hyperdrive motor disappears?
He gets very upset.
Any theories?
I decided not to mention pirates. I wanted to see if Forward would mention them first. Nobody seems to like my theory, I said, and I sketched out the argument for monsters in hyperspace. Forward heard me out politely. Then,
I'll give you this. It'd be hard to disprove. Do you buy it?
I'm afraid to. I almost got myself killed once looking for space monsters when I should have been looking for natural causes.
Why would the hyperspace monsters eat only your motor?
Futs. I pass.
What do you think, Carlos? Natural phenomena or space monsters?
Pirates, said Carlos.
How are they going about it?
Well, this business of a hyperdrive motor disappearing and leaving the ship behind, that's brand new. I'd think it would take a sharp gravity gradient with a tidal effect as strong as that of a neutron star or a black hole.
You won't find anything like that anywhere in human space.
I know.
Carlos looked frustrated. That had to be faked. Earlier he'd behaved as if he already had an answer. Forward said,
I don't think a black hole would have that effect anyway. If it did, you'd never know it, because the ship would disappear down the black hole.
What about a powerful gravity generator?
Forward thought about it, then shook his massive head.
You're talking about a surface gravity in the millions. Any gravity generator I've ever heard of would collapse itself at that level. Let's see. With a frame supported by stasis fields? No. The frame would hold, and the rest of the machinery would flow like water.
You don't leave much of my theory.
Sorry.
Carlos ended a short pause by asking,
How do you think the universe started?
Forward looked puzzled at the change of subject, and I began to get uneasy. Given all that I don't know about cosmology, I do know attitudes and tones of voice. Carlos was giving out broad hints, trying to lead Forward to his own conclusion. Black holes, pirates, the Tunguska meteorite, the origin of the universe. He was offering them as clues, and Forward was not responding correctly.
He was saying, "Ask a priest. Me, I lean toward the Big Bang. The steady state always seemed so futile."
"I like the Big Bang too," said Carlos.
There was something else to worry about. Those mining tugs. They almost had to belong to Forward Station. How would Osfaller react when 3 familiar spacecraft came cruising into his space? How did I want him to react? Forward Station would make a dandy pirate base, permeated by laser-drilled corridors distributed almost at random. Could there be 2 networks of corridors, connected only at the surface? How would we know? Suddenly, I didn't want to know. I wanted to go home. If only Carlos would stay off the touchy subjects. But he was speculating about the ship-eater again.
"That 10 billion metric tons of neutronium now that you were using for a test mass. That wouldn't be big enough or dense enough to give us enough of a gravity gradient."
"It might, right near the surface."
Forward grinned and held his hands close together.
"It was about that big."
"And that's as dense as matter gets in this universe. Too bad."
"True, but have you ever heard of quantum black holes?"
"Yeah."
Forward stood up briskly.
"Wrong answer."
I rolled out of my web chair, trying to brace myself for a jump, while my fingers fumbled for the 3rd button on my jumper. It was no good. I hadn't practiced in this gravity. Forward was in mid-leap. He slapped Carlos alongside the head as he went past. He caught me at the peak of his jump and took me with him via an iron grip on my wrist. I had no leverage, but I kicked at him. He didn't even try to stop me. It was like fighting a mountain. He gathered my wrists in one hand and towed me away. Forward was busy. He sat within the horseshoe of his control console, talking. The backs of 3 disembodied heads showed above the console's edge. Evidently there was a laser phone in the console. I could hear parts of what Forward was saying. He was ordering the pilots of the 3 mining tugs to destroy Hobo Kelly. He didn't seem to know about Osfaller yet. Forward was busy, but Angel was studying us thoughtfully, or unhappily, or both. Well, he might. We could disappear, but what messages might we have sent earlier? I couldn't do anything constructive with Angel watching me, and I couldn't count on Carlos. I couldn't see Carlos. Forward and Angel had tied us to opposite sides of the central pillar, beneath the grabber. Carlos hadn't made a sound since then. He might be dying from that tremendous slap across the head. I tested the line around my wrists. Metal mesh of some kind, cool to the touch. And it was tight. Forward turned a switch. The heads vanished. It was a moment before he spoke.
"You've put me in a very bad position."
And Carlos answered.
"I think you put yourself there."
"That may be. You should not have let me guess what you knew."
Carlos said,
"Sorry, Bay."
He sounded healthy. Good.
"That's all right," I said. "But what's all the excitement about? What has Forward got?"
"I think he's got the Tunguska meteorite."
"No, that I do not."
Forward stood and faced us.
"I will admit that I came here to search for the Tunguska meteorite. I spent several years trying to trace its trajectory after it left Earth. Perhaps it was a quantum black hole. Perhaps not. The Institute cut off my funds without warning just as I had found a real quantum black hole, the first in history."
I said, "That doesn't tell me a lot."
"Patience, Mr. Shaeffer. You know that a black hole may form from the collapse of a massive star? Good. And you know that it takes a body of at least 5 solar masses. It may mass as much as a galaxy, or as much as the universe. There is some evidence that the universe is an infalling black hole. But at less than 5 solar masses, the collapse would stop at the neutron star stage."
"I follow you."
"In all the history of the universe, there has been one moment at which smaller black holes might have formed. That moment was the explosion of the monoblock, the cosmic egg that once contained all the matter in the universe. In the ferocity of that explosion, there must have been loci of unimaginable pressure. Black holes could have formed of mass down to 2.2 times 10 to the minus 5th grams, 1.6 times 10 to the minus 25th angstrom in radius.
Of course you'd never detect anything that small, said Carlos.
He seemed almost cheerful. I wondered why, and then I knew. He'd been right about the way the ships were disappearing. It must compensate him for being tied to a pillar.
But, said Forward, black holes of all sizes could have formed in that explosion, and should have. In more than 700 years of searching, no quantum black hole has ever been found. Most cosmologists have given up on them, and on the Big Bang, too.
Carlos said, "Of course there was the Tunguska meteorite. It could have been a black hole of, asteroidal mass,
and roughly molecular size. But the tide would have pulled down trees as it went past,
and the black hole would have gone right through the Earth and headed back into space a few tons heavier. 800 years ago, there was actually a search for the exit point. With that, they could have charted a course."
Exactly. But I had to give up that approach, said Forward. I was using a new method when the Institute, severed our relationship.
They must both be mad, I thought. Carlos was tied to a pillar, and Forward was about to kill him. Yet they were both behaving like members of a very exclusive club, to which I did not belong. Carlos was interested. "How'd you work it?"
You know that it is possible for an asteroid to capture a quantum black hole in its interior? For instance, at a mass of 10 to the 12th kilograms, 1 billion metric tons, he added for my benefit, a black hole would be only 1.5 times 10 to the minus 5th angstroms across, smaller than an atom. In a slow pass through an asteroid, it might absorb a few billions of atoms, enough to slow it into an orbit. Thereafter it might orbit within the asteroid for eons, absorbing very little mass on each pass. So, if I chance on an asteroid more massive than it ought to be, and if I contrive to move it, and some of the mass stays behind,
you'd have to search a lot of asteroids. Why do it out here? Why not the asteroid belt? Oh, of course. You can use hyperdrive out here.
Exactly. We could search a score of masses in a day, using very little fuel.
Hey, if it was big enough to eat a spacecraft, why didn't it eat the asteroid you found it in?
It wasn't that big, said Forward. The black hole I found was exactly as I have described it. I enlarged it. I towed it home and ran it into my neutronium sphere. Then it was large enough to absorb an asteroid. Now it is quite a massive object. 10 to the 20th power kilograms, the mass of one of the larger asteroids, and a radius of just under 10 to the minus 5th centimeters.
There was satisfaction in Forward's voice. In Carlos's there was suddenly nothing but contempt. "You accomplished all that, and then you used it to rob ships and bury the evidence. Is that what's going to happen to us? Down the rabbit hole?"
"To another universe, perhaps. Where does a black hole lead?"
I wondered about that myself. Angel had taken Forward's place at the control console. He had fastened the seatbelt, something I had not seen Forward do, and was dividing his attention between the instruments and the conversation. "I'm still wondering how you move it," said Carlos. Then, the tugs!" Forward stared, then guffawed.
"You didn't guess that? But of course the black hole can hold a charge. I played the exhaust from an old ion drive reaction motor into it for nearly a month. Now it holds an enormous charge. The tugs can pull it well enough. I wish I had more of them. Soon I will."
"Just a minute," I said. I'd grasped one crucial fact as it had gone past my head.
"The tugs aren't armed? All they do is pull the black hole?" "That's right."
Forward looked at me curiously.
"And the black hole is invisible?" "Yes. We tug it into the path of a spacecraft. If the craft comes near enough, it will precipitate into normal space. We guide the black hole through its drive to cripple it, board and rob it at our leisure. Then a slower pass with the quantum black hole, and the ship simply disappears.
Just one last question, said Carlos. Why?
I had a better question. Just what was Osfaller going to do when 3 familiar spacecraft came near? They carried no armaments at all. Their only weapon was invisible. And it would eat a general product's hull without noticing. Would Osfaller fire on unarmed ships? We'd know too soon. Up there, near the edge of the dome, I had spotted 3 tiny lights in a tight cluster. Angel had seen it too. He activated the phone. Phantom heads appeared, 1, 2, 3. I turned back to Forward and was startled at the brooding hate in his expression.
"Fortune's child," he said to Carlos. "Natural aristocrat. Certified Superman. Why would you ever consider stealing anything? Women beg you to give them children, in person if possible, by mail if not. Earth's resources exist to keep you healthy, not that you need them."
"This may startle you," said Carlos, "but there are people who see you as a Superman."
"We bred for strength, we Jinxians. At what cost to other factors? Our lives are short, even with the aid of booster spice. Longer if we live outside Jinx's gravity. But the people of other worlds think we're funny. The women... Never mind."
He brooded, then said it anyway.
"A woman of Earth once told me she would rather go to bed with a tunneling machine. She didn't trust my strength. What woman would?"
The 3 bright dots had nearly reached the center of the dome. I saw nothing between them. I hadn't expected to. Angel was still talking to the pilots. Up from the edge of the dome came something I didn't want anyone to notice. I said,
"Is that your excuse for mass murder, Forward? Lack of women?" "I need give you no excuses at all, Shaeffer. My world will thank me for what I've done. Earth has swallowed the lion's share of the interstellar trade for too long." "They'll thank you, huh? You're going to tell them?"
"Julian!" That was Angel calling. He'd seen it. No, he hadn't. One of the tug captains had. Forward left us abruptly. He consulted with Angel in low tones, then turned back.
"Carlos, did you leave your ship on automatic, or is there someone else aboard?"
"I'm not required to say," said Carlos.
"I could... No, in a minute it will not matter."
Angel said, "Julian, look what he's doing."
"Yes, very clever. Only a human pilot would think of that."
Osfaller had maneuvered the Hobo Kelly between us and the tugs. If the tugs fired a conventional weapon, they'd blast the dome and kill us all. The tugs came on.
"He still does not know what he is fighting,"
Forward said with some satisfaction. True, and it would cost him. 3 unarmed tugs were coming down Osfaller's throat, carrying a weapon so slow that the tugs could throw it at him, let it absorb Hobo Kelly, and pick it up again long before it was a danger to us. From my viewpoint, Hobo Kelly was a bright point with 3 dimmer, more distant points around it. Forward and Angel were getting a better view through the phone, and they weren't watching us at all. I began trying to kick off my shoes. They were soft ship slippers, ankle-high, and they resisted. I kicked the left foot free just as one of the tugs flared with ruby light.
"He did it!"
Carlos didn't know whether to be jubilant or horrified.
"He fired on unarmed ships!"
Forward gestured peremptorily. Angel slid out of his seat. Forward slid in and fastened the thick seat belt. Neither had spoken a word. A second ship burned fiercely red, then expanded in a pink cloud. The third ship was fleeing. Forward worked the controls.
"I have it in the mass indicator," he rasped. "We have but one chance."
So did I. I peeled the other slipper off with my toes. Over our heads the jointed arm of the grabber began to swing, and I suddenly realized what they were talking about. Now there was little to see beyond the dome. The swinging grabber and the light of Hobo Kelly's drive, and the 2 tumbling wrecks, all against a background of fixed stars. Suddenly one of the tugs winked blue-white and was gone. Not even a dust cloud was left behind. Osfaller must have seen it. He was turning, fleeing. Then it was as if an invisible hand had picked up Hobo Kelly and thrown her away.
The fusion light streaked off to one side and set beyond the dome's edge. With 2 tugs destroyed and the third fleeing, the black hole was falling free, aimed straight down our throats. Now there was nothing to see but the delicate motions of the grabber. Angel stood behind Forward's chair, his knuckles white with his grip on the chair's back. My few pounds of weight went away and left me in free fall. Tides again. The invisible thing was more massive than this asteroid beneath me. The grabber swung a meter more to one side, and something struck it a mighty blow. The floor surged away from beneath me, left me head down above the grabber. The huge soft iron puppy dish came at me. The jointed metal arm collapsed like a spring. It slowed, stopped. "You got it!" Angel crowed like a rooster and slapped at the back of the chair, holding himself down with his other hand. He turned a gloating look on us, turned back just as suddenly. "The ship! It's getting away!" "No!" Forward was bent over the console. "I see him. Good, he is coming back, straight toward us. This time there will be no tugs to warn the pilot." The grabber swung ponderously toward the point where I'd seen Hobo Kelly disappear. It moved centimeters at a time, pulling a massive invisible weight. And Osfaller was coming back to rescue us. He'd be a sitting duck unless... I reached up with my toes, groping for the first and fourth buttons on my falling jumper. The weaponry in my wonderful suit hadn't helped me against Jinxian strength and speed. But Flatlanders are less than limber, and so are Jinxians. Forward had tied my hands and left it at that. I wrapped 2 sets of toes around the buttons and tugged. My legs were bent pretzel fashion. I had no leverage, but the first button tore loose, and then the thread. Another invisible weapon to battle Forward's portable bottomless hole. The thread pulled the fourth button loose. I brought my feet down to where they belonged, keeping the thread taut, and pushed backward. I felt the Sinclair molecule chain sinking into the pillar. The grabber was still swinging. When the thread was through the pillar, I could bring it up and back of me and try to cut my bonds. More likely I'd cut my wrists and bleed to death, but I had to try. I wondered if I could do anything before Forward launched the black hole. A cold breeze caressed my feet. I looked down. Thick fog boiled out around the pillar. Some very cold gas must be spraying through the hair-fine crack. I kept pushing. More fog formed. The cold was numbing. I felt the jerk as the magic thread cut through. Now the wrists. Liquid helium? Forward had moored us to the main superconducting power cable. That was probably a mistake. I pulled my feet forward carefully, steadily, feeling the thread bite through on the return cut. The grabber had stopped swinging. Now it moved on its arm like a blind, questing worm as Forward made fine adjustments. Angel was beginning to show the strain of holding himself upside down. My feet jerked slightly. I was through. My feet were terribly cold, almost without sensation. I let the buttons go, left them floating up toward the dome, and kicked back hard with my heels. Something shifted. I kicked again. Thunder and lightning flared around my feet. I jerked my knees up to my chin. The lightning crackled and flashed white light into the billowing fog. Angel and Forward turned in astonishment. I laughed at them, letting them see it. Yes, gentlemen, I did it on purpose. The lightning stopped. In the sudden silence, Forward was screaming, "Know what you've done?" There was a grinding crunch, a shuddering against my back. I looked up. A piece had been bitten out of the grabber. I was upside down and getting heavier. Angel suddenly pivoted around his grip on Forward's chair. He hung above the dome, above the sky. He screamed. My legs gripped the pillar hard. I felt Carlos's feet fumbling for a foothold and heard Carlos's laughter. Near the edge of the dome, a spear of light was rising. Hobo Kelly's drive, decelerating, growing larger. Otherwise, the sky was clear and empty, and a piece of the dome disappeared with a snapping sound. Angel screamed and dropped. Just above the dome, he seemed to flare with blue light. He was gone. Air roared out through the dome, and more was disappearing into something that had been invisible. Now it showed as a blue pinpoint drifting toward the floor. Forward had turned to watch it fall. Loose objects fell across the chamber, looped around the pinpoint at meteor speed, or fell into it with bursts of light. Every atom of my body felt the pull of the thing, the urge to die in an infinite fall. Now we hung side by side from a horizontal pillar. I noted with approval that Carlos's mouth was wide open, like mine, to clear his lungs so that they wouldn't burst when the air was gone. Daggers in my ears and sinuses, pressure in my gut. Forward turned back to the controls. He moved one knob hard over. Then he opened the seatbelt and stepped out and up and fell. Light flared. He was gone. The lightning-colored pinpoint drifted to the floor and into it. Above the increasing roar of air, I could hear the grumbling of rock being pulverized, dwindling as the black hole settled toward the center of the asteroid. The air was deadly thin, but not gone. My lungs thought they were gasping vacuum, but my blood was not boiling. I'd have known it. So I gasped and kept gasping. It was all I had attention for. Black spots flickered before my eyes, but I was still gasping and alive when Osfaller reached us, carrying a clear plastic package and an enormous handgun. He came in fast on a rocket backpack. Even as he decelerated, he was looking around for something to shoot. He returned in a loop of fire. He studied us through his faceplate, possibly wondering if we were dead. He flipped the plastic package open. It was a thin sack with a zipper and a small tank attached. He had to dig for a torch to cut our bonds. He freed Carlos first, helped him into the sack. Carlos bled from the nose and ears. He was barely mobile. So was I, but Osfaller got me into the sack with Carlos and zipped it up. Air hissed in around us. I wondered what came next. As an inflated sphere, the rescue bag was too big for the tunnels. Osfaller had thought of that. He fired at the dome, blasted a gaping hole in it, and flew us out on the rocket backpack. Hobo Kelly was grounded nearby. I saw that the rescue bag wouldn't fit the airlock either, and Osfaller confirmed my worst fear. He signaled us by opening his mouth wide. Then he zipped open the rescue bag and half-carried us into the airlock, while the air was still roaring out of our lungs. When there was air again, Carlos whispered, "Please don't do that anymore." "It should not be necessary anymore." Osfaller smiled. "Whatever it was you did, well done. I have 2 well-equipped auto-docks to repair you. While you are healing, I will see about recovering the treasures within the asteroid." Carlos held up a hand, but no sound came. He looked like something risen from the dead. Blood running from his nose and ears, mouth wide open, one feeble hand raised against gravity. "One thing," Osfaller said briskly. "I saw many dead men. I saw no living ones. How many were there? Am I likely to meet opposition while searching?" "Forget it," Carlos croaked. "Get us out of here, now."
Osfaller frowned.
"What? No time. Get us out."
Osfaller tasted something sour.
"Very well. First the auto-docks."
He turned, but Carlos's strengthless hand stopped him.
"Futs, no. I want to see this," Carlos whispered.
Again Osfaller gave in. He trotted off to the control room. Carlos tottered after him. I tottered after them both, wiping blood from my nose, feeling half dead myself. But I'd half-guessed what Carlos expected, and I didn't want to miss it. We strapped down. Osfaller fired the main thruster. The rock surged away.
"Far enough," Carlos whispered presently. "Turn us around."
Osfaller took care of that. Then, "What are we looking for?"
"You'll know."
"Carlos, was I right to fire on the tugs?"
"Oh, yes."
"Good. I was worried. Then forward was the ship-eater?"
"Yeah."
"I did not see him when I came for you. Where is he?" Osfaller was annoyed when Carlos laughed, and more annoyed when I joined him. It hurt my throat.
"Even so, he saved our lives," I said. "He must have turned up the air pressure just before he jumped. I wonder why he did that." "Wanted to be remembered," said Carlos. "Nobody else knew what he'd done." Ah!
I looked just as part of the asteroid collapsed into itself, leaving a deep crater.
It moves slower at apogee, picks up more matter, said Carlos.
What are you talking about?
Later, Sigmund, when my throat grows back.
Forward had a hole in his pocket, I said helpfully. The other side of the asteroid collapsed. For a moment, lightning seemed to flare in there. Then the whole dirty snowball was growing smaller. I thought of something Carlos had probably missed. Sigmund, has this ship got automatic sunscreens?
Of course we've got.
There was a universe-eating flash of light before the screen went black. When the screen cleared, there was nothing to see but stars. Part 11. Ghost 6. Sigmund Osfaller killed 3 miners without a thought, I said.
He was right, though.
That weapons shop he built aboard Hobo Kelly. He was in love with it. No sane man toys with such things.
Saved your life.
He was wearing an asymmetrical beard when I first saw him. He's too short and stocky to pass for a Wonderlander. I've wondered about that for 12 years.
None of my business, nor yours,
Ander said.
Maybe someone was supposed to take him for a gullible tourist, or a fool, or a crazy.
He's not to be trusted, Ander. Ander laughed suddenly, stared me in the face, and laughed harder.
That's it. He needed to look crazy. He needed to look crazy enough to plant a bomb aboard a Crashlander ship.
All I had for answer was a wordless snarl. Tange, he could even be right. Our dinners arrived, and Anders' chuckle died. He stared at what was on my plate. Crew snapper is a sea creature as big as a short man's leg, with rows of fins down each side and a jaw built to crush bones. It took up most of the table. It was hideous. "Have some," I said. "It's an order for 2. We ate in silence for a bit. Anders' eyes kept straying to the crew snapper. He wouldn't touch it. He wouldn't speak of it. Presently, he said,
"For the record, any further contact with Pearson's puppeteers?"
I said, "Ander, this was an amazing expenditure just so you can hear Beowulf Shaeffer's barroom description of a species that no longer deals with any known world." Ander Smitarashid nodded.
"What if I say I talked Sigmund Osfaller out of a free vacation?"
"Maybe, if I didn't know you were recording." He was losing patience.
"Any further contact?"
"None. I've seen enough Kazinti to last me. Don't they scare the arm any more?" Ander Smitarashid said,
"You wouldn't remember the old Soviet Union? They used a technical term that translates as neutral. Neutral was any nation that could not conceivably damage the Soviet Union. Puppeteers think like that. If you can hurt them, you have to be rendered neutral."
"Better keep an eye on the planets they'll be passing on their way to nowhere."
"They'll be in range of some patriarchy worlds, including at least 3 slave species. After that, they're out of known space."
"And the core explosion is 20,000 years away. They'll have to turn first. Plenty of time."
"Yeah."
"Ander?" I set down my hashi. "Never mind."
"What?"
"They're moving at near light speed through normal space? Everything comes on as gamma rays at that velocity. Those planets are repelling gamma rays that'll make the core explosion look sickly." He stared.
"But they could have built it and never... If they can shield planets against gamma rays, they didn't need to go."
I felt a grin pulling my lips way back. Ander had lost his aplomb. I wondered, what are they running from then? What are they up to?
"Maybe it's not dependable, this shield." "No, that's stupid," he said.
I dug into my fish, letting him run on.
"So, what are they running from?"
I said, enjoying myself. "Consider this. Puppeteers don't like hyperdrive. Humans do. Kazinti do. By the time their traveling worlds reach the clouds of Magellan, we'll have been there for thousands of years.
After all, the core explosion is coming for us, too." "We wondered if they didn't like the Kzinti for neighbors," Ander said. "Or humans. Or all of us together. Known space seems to be packed with sapient species. Maybe the rest of the universe isn't like that." "They could even be running from their own reputation, but they're not, Ander. They're going too slowly. They'd find all of us waiting, every species that uses hyperdrive, or else something tougher that ate us. And they're not going to where territory is cheap." "Cheap?" "Well, they've got their own planets, but even outsiders pay rent when they use somebody's sunlight. The clouds will be packed with refugee species and locals, too. If... Ander, I can't see why they would want the clouds of Magellan at all. They could find something closer, something in the plane of the galaxy, for the shielding effect, maybe a spherical cluster. Did I mention I was out of the aliens business?" He scowled. "Yeah, and settled down forever, except you weren't. What happened?" I thought it through before I spoke. Here was my tale, and whatever Ander could check had better be the truth. "We ran," I said. "Bad mistake, but I still don't know what I could have done differently. Puppeteers don't come into it. Or, well, I got money from them years ago. I thought the arm couldn't trace that." Of course the arm had, and it wasn't much. But General Products had indemnified Elephant for his hull, and Elephant had given that to me when we were ready to flee Earth. They wouldn't trace that. Ander said, "Beowulf, what if they've got a low-thrust drive big enough for a planet? The outsiders could boost them up to speed. They'd use their own drive to turn and then stop over the next 200,000 years." I thought it over. They wouldn't have to depend on anyone else then. Yeah. Puppeteers wouldn't trust outsiders for their species' survival. "Do you think outsiders trust puppeteers?" Nobody knew very much about outsiders. "Ander, there's a place where there's no outsiders." "What are you thinking? Close to a sun?" "Outsiders and starseeds. We only guess at the relationship, but the best guess is they'll try to rescue the starseeds. Stet?" "Stet. Maybe they'll make for the clouds of Magellan." "The shock wave will drive the starseeds ahead of it, wherever they're going. There won't be outsiders near the core. Ander, there won't be anybody near the core." "What?" I was trying to picture it. Worlds in flight. Drive up along the galactic pole, then turn toward the hub. In 10,000 years, they'd meet the shock wave from the core explosion. I saw it, Ander. A shell of exploding suns, fairly tight, fairly narrow. They'd be through it in another 5,000 years. The outsiders are gone. All the sapient species are gone, too. Dead or fled or hopelessly mutated and still mutating. Thousands of worlds would have been sterilized, maybe millions, but they'd still be covered with free oxygen and organic sludge, and maybe even deep-sea life, all ready for easy terraforming. That's it. They're headed for the core." He said, "Well," and thought again and said, "At least it's different. Is this what you came for?" "Beowulf, I believe I can tell Sigmund it was worth the trip. Now, will you tell me what happened to Feather Phillip and Carlos Wu?" "Yeah, and Carlos Wu's autodoc?" He shrugged it off. "Feather Phillip vanished from the same time and locale as you and Carlos Wu and Cheryl Jantz. I'm supposed to find out who's dead." It wasn't a slip of the tongue. He put the question that brutally, quite deliberately. Maybe it got him what he wanted, because the blood was draining out of my face again. I found my hand at my throat, massaging. I said, "Nobody should have to eat with you, Ander." He looked at the monster on my plate and again wouldn't give me the satisfaction. "Who's dead?" "Me." I said, "At least Carlos. You want it from the beginning?" "Why not?" Part 12. Procrustes. Asleep, my mind plays it all back in fragments and dreams.
From time to time, a block of nerves wakes. That's some kind of arm weapon. Move it too late. Blam! My head rolls loose on black sand. Bones shattered, ribs and spine. Fear worse than the agony. Agony fading, and I'm gone. Legs try to kick. Nothing moves. Again, harder. Move! No go. The dock floats nicely on the lift plate, but its mass is resisting me. Push! Voice behind me. I turn. She's holding some kind of tube. Blam! My head bounces on sand. Agony flaring. Sensation fading. Try to hang on. Stay lucid. But everything turns mellow. My balance swings wildly around my inner ear. Where's the planet's axis? Fafnir doesn't have polar caps. The ancient lander is flying itself. Carlos looks worried, but Feather's having the time of her life. Sprawled across the planet's face, a hurricane flattened along one edge. Under the vast cloud fingerprint, a ruddy snake divides the blue of a world-girdling ocean. A long, narrow continent runs almost pole to pole. The lander re-enters over featureless ocean. Nothing down there seems to be looking at us. I'm taking us down fast. Larger islands have low, flat buildings on them. Pick a little one. Hover while flame digs the lamplighter pit wider and deeper, until the lander sinks into the hole with inches to spare. Plan A is right on track. I remember how Plan A ended. The surgery program senses my distress and turns me off. I'm in Carlos Wu's dock, in the intensive care cavity. The surgery program prods my brain, running me through my memories, maintaining the patterns lest they fuzz out to nothing while my brain and body heal. I must be terribly damaged. Waking was sudden. My eyes popped open, and I was on my back, my nose 2 inches from glass. Sunlight glared through scattered clouds. Display lights glowed above my eyebrows. I felt fine, charged with energy. Ye gods, how long had I slept? All those dreams, dream memories. I tried to move. I was shrink-wrapped in elastic. I wiggled my arm up across my chest, with considerable effort, and up to the displays. It took me a few seconds to figure them out. Biomass tank, nearly empty. Treatment, pages of data, horrifying. Terminated, successful. Date. Oh my God! 4 months! I was out for 4 months and 11 days. I typed, open. The dark glass lid retracted, sunlight flared, and I shut my eyes tight. After a while, I pulled myself over the rim of the intensive care cavity and rolled out. My balance was all wrong. I landed like a lumpy sack on sand, and managed not to yell or swear. Who might hear? Sat up, squinting painfully, and looked around. I was still on the island. It was weathered coral, nearly symmetrical, with a central peak. The air was sparkling clear, and the ocean went on forever, with another pair of tiny islands just touching the horizon. I was stark naked and white as a bone, in the glare of a yellow-white dwarf sun. The air was salty and thick with organic life, sea life. Where was everybody? I tried to stand, wobbled, gave it up, and crawled around into the shadow of the dock. I still felt an amazing sense of well-being, as if I could solve anything the universe could throw at me. During moments of half-wakefulness, I'd somehow worked out where I must be. Here it stood, half coffin and half chemical lab, massive and abandoned on the narrow black sand beach. A vulnerable place to leave such a valuable thing, but this was where I'd last seen it, ready to be loaded into the boat. Sunlight could damage me in minutes, kill me in hours, but Carlos Wu's wonderful dock was no ordinary mall auto doctor. It was state-of-the-art, smarter than me in some respects. It would cure anything the sun could do to me. I pulled myself to my feet and took a few steps. Ouch! The coral cut my feet. The dock could cure that, too, but it hurt. Standing, I could see most of the island.
The center bulged up like a volcano. Fafnir coral builds a flat island with a shallow cone rising at the center, a housing for a symbiote, the lamplighter. I'd hovered the lander above the cone while belly jets scorched out the lamplighter nest until it was big enough to hold the lander. Just me and the dock and a dead island. I'd have to live in the dock, come out at night like a vampire. My chance of being found must be poor if no passing boat had found me in these past 4+ months. I climbed. The coral cut my hands and feet and knees. From the cone, I'd be able to see the whole island. The pit was 200 feet across. The bottom was black and smooth and 7 or 8 feet below me. Feather had set the lander to melt itself down slowly, radiating not much heat over many hours. Several inches of rainwater now covered the slag, and something sprawled in the muck. It might be a man, a tall man, possibly raised in low gravity. Too tall to be Carlos, or Cheryl, or Feather. And who was left? I jumped down, landed clumsily on the smooth slag and splashed full length in the water. Picked myself up, unhurt. My toes could feel an oblong texture, lines and ridges, the shapes within the lander that wouldn't melt. Police could determine what this thing had been if they ever looked. But why would they look? The water felt good on my ruined feet, and on my skin. I was already burned. Albinos can't take yellow dwarf sunlight. A corpse was no surprise, given what I remembered. I looked it over. It had been wearing local clothing for a man. Boots, loose pants with a rope tie, a jacket encrusted with pockets. The jacket was pierced with a great ragged hole front and back. That could only have been made by Feather's horrible arm weapon. This close, the head... I'd thought it must be under the water, but there was no head at all. There were clean white bones, and a neck vertebra cut smoothly in half. I was hyperventilating, dizzy. I sat down next to the skeleton so that I wouldn't fall. These long bones looked more than 4 months dead. Years. Decades. Wait now. We'd scorched the nest, but there would be lamplighter soldiers left outside. They would have swarmed down and stripped the bones. I found I was trying to push my back through a wall of fused coral. My empty stomach heaved. This was much worse than anything I'd imagined. I knew who this was. Sunlight burned my back. My eyes were going wonky in the glare. Time was not on my side. I was going to be much sicker, much quicker than I liked. I made myself pull the boots loose, shook the bones out, and put them on. They were too big. The jacket was a sailor's survival jacket, local style. The shoulders looked padded, shoulder floats. The front and sides had been all pockets, well stuffed, but front and back had been torn to confetti. I stripped it off him and began searching pockets. No wallet, no ID. Tissue pack. The shrapnel remains of a hand computer. Several pockets were sealed. Emergency gear, stuff you wouldn't want to open by accident. And some of those had survived. A knife of exquisite sharpness in a built-in holster. Pocket torch. A ration brick. I bit into the brick and chewed while I searched. Mag specs, one lens shattered, but I put them on anyway. Without dark glasses, my pink albino eyes would go blind. Sunblock spray, unharmed. Good. A pill dispenser, broken, but in a pocket still airtight. Better. Tannin secretion pills. The boots were shrinking, adapting to my feet. It felt friendly, reassuring. My most intimate friends on this island. I was still dizzy. Better let the doc take care of me now. Take the pills afterward. I shook broken ribs out of the jacket. Shook the pants empty. Balled the clothing and tossed it out of the hole. Tried to follow it. My fingers wouldn't reach the rim. After all this, what a stupid way to die, I said to the memory of Cheryl Jantz. What do I do now? Build a ladder out of bones? If I got out of this hole, I'd think it through before I ever did anything. I knelt. I yelled and jumped. My fingers, palms, forearms gripped rough coral. I pulled myself out and lay panting, sweating, bleeding, crying. I limped back to the dock, wearing boots now, holding the suit spread above me for a parasol. I was feverish with sunburn. I couldn't take boots into the ICC. Wait. Think. Wind? Waves? I tied the clothes in a bundle around the boots and set it on the dock next to the faceplate. I climbed into the intensive care cavity and pulled the lid down. Cheryl would wait an hour longer, if she was still alive. And the kids. And Carlos. I did not expect to fall asleep. Asleep, feverish with sunburn. The surgery program tickles blocks of nerves, plays me like a complex toy. In my sleep, I feel raging thirst, hear a thunderclap, taste cinnamon or coffee, clench a phantom fist. My skin wakes. Piloerection runs in ripples along my body, then a universal tickle, then pressure, like that feather-crested snakeskin Cheryl put me into for Carlos's party. Cheryl, sliding into her own rainbow-scaled bodysuit, stopped halfway.
"You don't really want to do this, do you?"
"I'll tough it out. How do I look?" I'd never developed the least sense of Flatlander style. Cheryl picked my clothes.
"Half man, half snake," she said. "Me?"
"Like this snake's fitting mate." She didn't really. No Flatlander is as supple as a Crashlander. Raised in Earth's gravity, Cheryl was a foot shorter than I and weighed the same as I did. Stocky. The apartment was already in child mode. Rounded surfaces everywhere, and all storage was locked or raised to eyeball height. Mine. Tanya was 5 and Louis was 4, and both were agile as monkeys. I scanned for anything that might be dangerous within their reach. Louis stared at us, solemn, awed. Tanya giggled. We must have looked odder than usual, though given Flatlander styles, it's a wonder that any kid can recognize its parents. Why do they change their hair and skin color so often? When we hugged them goodbye, Tanya made a game of tugging my hair out of shape and watching it flow back into a feathery crest. We set them down and turned on the Playmate program. The lobby transfer booth jumped us 3 time zones east. We stepped out into a vestibule, facing an arc of picture window. A flock of rainbow-hued fish panicked at the awful sight and flicked away. A huge fish passed in some internal dream. For an instant, I felt the weight of all those tons of water. I looked to see how Cheryl was taking it. She was smiling, admiring. "Carlos lives near the Great Barrier Reef, you said. You didn't say he lived in it."
"It's a great privilege," Cheryl told me. "I spent my first 30 years underwater, but not on the reef. The reef's too fragile. The UN protects it."
"You never told me that." She grinned at my surprise.
"My dad had a lobster ranch near Boston. Later I worked for the Epcot Atlantis Police. The ecology isn't so fragile there, but... Bay, I should take you there."
I said, "Maybe it's why we think alike. I grew up underground. You can't build above ground on We Made It."
"You told me. The winds."
"Cheryl, this isn't like Carlos." She'd known Carlos Wu years longer than I had.
"Carlos gets an idea and he follows it as far as it'll go. I don't know what he's onto now. Maybe he's always wanted to share me with you. And he brought a date for,
Ever met her?
Balance. No, Carlos won't even talk about Feather Phillip. He just smiles mysteriously. Maybe it's love."
The children. Protect the children. Where are the children? The surgeon must be tickling my adrenal glands. I'm not awake, but I'm frantic, and a bit randy, too. Then the sensations ease off.
The Playmate program. It guards them and teaches them and plays with them. They'll be fine. Can't take them to Carlos's place. Not tonight.
Cheryl was their mother, and Carlos Wu had been their father. Earth's fertility board won't let an albino have children. Carlos's gene pattern they judge perfect. He's one of 120 Flatlanders who carry an unlimited birthright. A man can love any child. That's hardwired into the brain. A man can raise another man's children and accept their father as a friend. But there's a barrier. That's wired in too. Cheryl knows. She's afraid I'll turn prickly and uncivilized. And Carlos knows. So why? Tonight was billed as a foursome. Sex and tapas. That was a developing custom. Dinner strung out as a sequence of small dishes between bouts of recreational sex. Something inherited from the ancient Greeks or Italians, maybe. There's something lovers gain from feeding each other. Feather. The memory blurs. I wasn't afraid of her then, but I am now. When I remember Feather, the surgeon puts me to sleep. But the children. I've got to remember. We were down. Cheryl was out of the dock, but we left Louis and Tanya frozen. We floated their box into the boat. Feather and I disengaged the lift plate and slid it under the dock. Beneath that lumpy jacket she moved like a tigress. She spoke my name. I turned. Feather. Carlos's sleep field enclosed most of the bedroom. He'd hosted bigger parties than this in here. Tonight we were down to 4, and a floating chaos of dishes Carlos said were Mexican. She's an arm, Carlos said. Feather, Philip, and I were sharing a tamale too spicy for Cheryl. Feather caught me staring and grinned back. An arm? I'd expected Feather to be striking. She wasn't exactly beautiful. She was strong, lean, almost gaunt, with prominent tendons in her neck, lumps flexing at the corners of her jaws. You don't get strength like that without training in illegal martial arts. The Amalgamated Regional Militia is the United Nations police, and the United Nations took a powerful interest in Carlos Wu. What was she, Carlos's bodyguard? Was that how they'd met? But whenever one of us spoke of the arm that afternoon, Feather changed the subject. I'd have thought Carlos would orchestrate our sleep field dance. Certified genius that he is, would he not be superb at that too? But Feather had her own ideas, and Carlos let her lead. Her love-making was aggressive and acrobatic. I felt her strength that afternoon, and my own lack, raised as I was in the lower gravity of we made it. And 3 hours passed in that fashion, while the wonderful colors of the reef darkened to light-amplified night. And then Feather reached far out of the field, limber as a snake, reached inside her back purse and fiddled, and frowned, and rolled back and said, "We're shielded." Carlos said, "They'll know." "They know me," Feather said. "They're thinking that I let them use their monitors because I'm showing off. But now we're going to try something a little kinky. Or maybe I'm just putting them on. I've done it before. Then find a glitch so I can block their gear with something new. Then they fix it. They'll fix this one too, but not tonight. It's just Feather coming down after a long week." Carlos accepted that. "Stet, Cheryl, Beowulf, do you want to leave Earth? We'd be traveling as a group, Louis and Tanya and the 4 of us. This is for keeps." Cheryl said, "I can't." Carlos knew that. He said, "You can ride in cold sleep. Home's rotation period is 50 minutes shorter than Earth's. Mass the same, air about the same. Tectonic activity is higher, so it'll smell like there's just a trace of smog. Carlos, we talked this to death a few years ago." Cheryl was annoyed. "Sure, I could live on home. I don't like the notion of flying from world to world like a corpse, but I'd do it. But the UN doesn't want me emigrating, and home won't take flatphobes." The Flatlander phobia is a bone-deep dread of being cut off from Earth. Fear of flying and or falling is an extreme case, but no flatphobe can travel in space. You find few flatphobes off Earth. In fact, Earthborn are called Flatlanders no matter how well they adjust to life elsewhere. but Feather was grinning at Cheryl.
"We go by way of Fafnir. We'll get to Home as Shasters. Home has already approved us for immigration. Under the name Graynor. We're all married," Carlos amplified.
I said, "Carlos, you've been off Earth. You were on Jinx for a year."
"Yeah. Bay, Sigmund Osfaller, and his gnomes never lost track of me. The United Nations thinks they own my genes. I'm supervised wherever I go."
"But they keep you in luxury," I thought, "and the grass is always greener." And Feather had her own complaint.
"What do you know about the arm?" she asked us. "We listened to the vid," Cheryl said. "Cheryl, dear, we vet that stuff. The arm decides what you don't get to know about us. Most of us take psychoactive chemicals to keep us in a properly paranoid mind frame during working hours. We stay that way 4 days, then go sane for the weekend. If it's making us too crazy, they retire us."
Feather was nervous and trying to restrain it, but now hard-edged muscles flexed, and her elbows and knees were pulling in protectively against her torso.
"But some of us are born this way. We go off chemicals when we go to work. The doc doses us back to sanity Thursday afternoon. I've been in arm skits for 35 years. They're ready to retire me, but they'd never let me go to some other world knowing what I know. And they don't want a skits making babies."
I didn't say that I could see their point. I looked at Cheryl and saw hope in the set of her mouth, ready to smile but holding off. We were being brought into these plans way late. Rising hackles had pulled me right out of any post-coital glow. Feather told me,
"They'll never let you go either, Beowulf."
And that was nonsense. "Feather, I've been off Earth 3 times since I got here."
"Don't try for 4. You know too much. You know about the core explosion and diplomatic matters involving alien races. I've left Earth since Anne Julian Forward's work."
She gave it a dramatic pause.
"We'll have some advanced weaponry out of that. We would not want the Gazinti to know about that, or the Trinox, or certain human domains. That last trip, do you know how much talking you did while you were on Gummidgee and Jinx? You're a friendly, talkative guy with great stories, Beowulf."
I shrugged. "So why trust me with this? Why didn't you and Carlos just go?" She gestured at Carlos. He grinned and said,
"I insisted." "And we need a pilot," Feather said. "That's you, Beowulf. But I can bust us loose. I've set up something nobody but an arm would ever dream of."
She told us about it. To the Gazinti, the world was only a number. Gazinti don't like ocean sports. The continent was Shasht, burrowing murder. Shasht was nearly lifeless, but the air was breathable and the mines were valuable. The Gazinti had dredged up megatons of sea bottom to fertilize a hunting jungle, and they got as far as seeding and planting before the Fourth Man-Kazin War. After the war, humankind took Shasht as reparations, and named the world Fafnir. On Fafnir, Feather's investigations found a family of 6, 2 men, 2 women, 2 children. The Graynors were ready to emigrate. Local law would cause them to leave most of their wealth behind. But then they'd lost most of it already backing some kind of recreational facilities on the continent.
"I've recorded them twice. The Graynors will find funding waiting for them at Wonderland. They won't talk. The other Graynor family will emigrate to Home."
"That's us?" Feather nodded. Carlos said,
"But if you and the kids won't come, Feather will have to find someone else."
I said, "Carlos, you'll be watched. I don't suppose Feather can protect you from that."
"No, Feather's taken a much bigger risk. They'll never miss it." She turned to me. "I got hold of a little Stealthlander, 4th War vintage, with a cold sleep box and back for you, Cheryl. We'll take that down to Fafnir. I've got an inflatable boat to take us to the Shasht North Spaceport, and we'll get to Home on an outbound Enterprises ice liner. Cheryl, you'll board the liner already frozen. I know how to bypass that stage."
Feather was excited now. She gripped my arm and said,
"We have to go get the lander, Beowulf. It's on Mars." Cheryl said, "Tanya's a flatphobe, too."
Feather's fingers closed with bruising force. I sensed that the lady didn't like seeing her plans altered.
"Wait one," Carlo said. "We can fix that. We're taking my dock, aren't we? It wouldn't be plausible, let alone intelligent, for Carlos Wu to go on vacation without his dock. Feather, how big is the lander's freeze box?" "Yeah, right. It'll hold Tanya. Better yet, both children. Cheryl can ride in your dock."
We talked it around. When we were satisfied, we went home. "3 days out, 3 days returning, and a week on Mars while the ARM team played with the spacecraft Boy George. It had to be Feather and me. I would familiarize myself with Boy George, Feather would supervise the ARM crews, and neither of us were flatphobes. I bought a dime disc, a tourist's guide to Fafnir system, and I studied it. Kazinti and human planetologists call Fafnir a typical water world in a system older than Sol. The system didn't actually retain much more water than Earth did. That isn't the problem. But the core is low in radioactives. The lithosphere is thick. No continental drift here. Shallow oceans cover 93% of the planet. The oceans seethe with life, 5 billion years evolved, twice as old as Earth's. And where the thick crust cracked in early days, magma oozed through to build the world's single continent. Today, a wandering line of volcanoes and bare rock stretches from the South Pole nearly to the north. The continent's mass has been growing for billions of years. On the opposite face of a lopsided planet, the ocean has grown shallow. Fafnir's life presently discovered the advantages of coral building. That side of the world is covered with tens of thousands of coral islands. Some stand up to 20 meters tall, relics of a deeper ocean. The mines are all on Shasht. So also are all the industry, both spaceports and the seat of government. But the life, recreation, housing, families, is all on the islands. Finding the old lander had indeed been a stroke of luck. It was an identical backup for the craft that set Sinbad Jabbar down on Mirausk in the Fourth War, where he invaded the harem of the Patriarch's voice. The disgrace caused the balance of power among the local Kazinti to become unstable. The Human Alliance took Mirausk and renamed the planet, and it was Jabbar's prize until a later pacifistic generation took power. Jabbar's skin is displayed there still. Somehow, Feather had convinced the arms that, 1, this twin of Jabbar's lander was wanted for the Smithsonian Luna, and 2, the Belt Peoples would raise hell if they knew it was to be removed from Mars. The project must be absolutely secret. Ultimately, the ARM crews grew tired of Feather's supervision, or else her company. Rapidly after that, Feather grew tired of watching me read.
"We'll only be on Fafnir 2 days, Beowulf. What are you learning? It's a dull, dull, dull place. All the land life is Earth imports."
Their lifestyle is strange, Feather. They travel by transfer booths and dirigible balloons and boats, and almost nothing in between. A very laid-back society. Nobody's expected to be anywhere on time.
"Nobody's watching us here. You don't have to play tourist."
I know. If the ARM had Boy George bugged, but Feather would have thought of that. Our ship was in the hands of ARM engineers, and that made for tension. But we were getting on each other's nerves. Not a good sign, with a 3-week flight facing us. Feather said,
"You're not playing. You are a tourist."
I admitted it. And the first law of tourism is, read everything. But I switched the screen off and said, in the spirit of compromise, "All right, show me. What is there to see on Mars?" She hated to admit it.
"Nothing."
We left Mars with the little stealth lander in the fuel tank. The ARM was doing things the ARM didn't know about, and I continued reading. Fafnir's 22-hour day has encouraged an active life.
couch potatoes court insomnia. It's easier to sleep if you're tired. But hurrying is something else. There are transfer booths, of course. You can jump instantly from a home on some coral extrusion to the bare rock of Shasht, and buy yourself an 11-hour time lag. Nobody's in a hurry to go home. They go by dirigible. Ultimately, the floatliner companies wised up and began selling round-trip tickets for the same price as one-way.
I do know all this, Beowulf.
Oh, good.
So what's the plan? Feather asked. Find an island with nothing near it and put down, right? Get out and dance around on the sand while we blow the boat up and load it and go. How do we hide the lander?
Sink it.
Read about lamplighters, she said.
So I did. After the war and the settlement, UN advance forces landed on Shasht, took over the Kzinti structures, then began to explore. Halfway around the planet were myriads of little round coral islands, each with a little peak at the center. At night, the peaks glowed with a steady yellow light. Larger islands were chains of peaks, each with its yellow glow in the cup. Lamplighters were named before anyone knew what they were. Close up, well, they've been called piranha ant nests. The bioluminescence attracts scores of varieties of flying fish. Or, lured or just lost, a swimming thing may beach itself, and then the lamplighter horde flows down to the beach and cleans it to the bones. You can't build a home or beach a boat until the nest has been burned out. Then you have to wait another 12 days for the soldiers caught outside the nest to die. Then cover the nest. Use it for a basement. Put your house on it. Otherwise, the sea may carry a queen to you to use the nest again. You're ahead of me on this, I admitted. What has this lander got for belly rockets?
Your basic hydrogen and oxygen, Feather said. High heat and a water vapor exhaust. We'll burn the nest out.
Good. Yo. Boy, when Carlos's dock is finished with you, you know it.
Open.
The sky was a brilliant sprawl of stars, some of them moving. Spacecraft, weather eyes, the wheel, and a single lopsided moon. The island was shadow teeth cutting into the starscape. I slid out carefully into a blackness like the inside of my empty belly, and yelled as I dropped into seawater. The water was hip-deep, with no current to speak of. I wasn't going to drown or be washed away or lost. Fafnir's moon was a little one, close in. Tides would be shallow. Still, I'd been lucky. I could have wakened underwater. How did people feel about nudity here? But my bundle of clothes hadn't washed away. Now the boots clasped my feet like old friends. The sleeves of the dead man's survival jacket trailed way past my hands until I rolled them up, and of course the front and back were in shreds. The pants were better. Too big, but with elastic ankle bands that I just pulled up to my knees. I swallowed a tannin secretion dose. I couldn't have done that earlier. The doc would have read the albino gene in my DNA and cured me of an imposed tendency to tan. There was nothing on all of Fafnir like Carlos's doc. I'd have to hide it before I could ever think about rescue.
Our medical equipment, Carlos had called it, and Feather had answered, Hardly ours. Carlos was patient. It's all we've got, Feather. Let me show you how to use it. First, the diagnostics.
The thing was as massive as the inflatable boat that would carry us to Shasht. Carlos had a gravity lift to shove under it. The intensive care cavity was tailored just for Carlos Wu, naturally, but any of us could be served by the tethers and sleeves and hypo-tipped tubes and readouts along one whole face of the thing, the service wall.
These hookups do your diagnostics and set the chemical feeds going. Feather, it'll rebalance body chemistry in case I ever go skits or someone poisons me or something. I've reprogrammed it to take care of you, too.
I don't think Carlos noticed the way Feather looked at it and him.
Now the cavity. It's for the most serious injuries, but I've reprogrammed it for you, Cheryl, my dear. But it's exactly Carlos's size, Feather told us pointedly. The UN thinks a lot of Carlos. We can't use it."
Cheryl said,
"It looks small. I don't mean the IC cavity. I can get into that. But there's not much room for transplants in that storage space." "Oh, no. This is advanced stuff. I had a hand in the design. One day we'll be able to use these techniques with everyone."
Carlos patted the monster.
"There's nothing in here in the way of cloned organs and such. There's the surgery program, and a reservoir of organic soup, and a Google of self-replicating machines a few hundred atoms long. If I lost a leg or an eye, they'd turn me off and rebuild it onto me. There's even... Here, pay attention. You feed the organics reservoir through here, so the machine doesn't run out of material. You could even feed it Fafnir fish if you can catch them, but they're metal deficient."
When he had us thoroughly familiar with the beast, he helped Cheryl into the cavity, waited to be sure she was hooked up, and closed it. That made me nervous as hell. She climbed out a day later, claiming that she hadn't felt a thing, wasn't hungry, didn't even have to use the bathroom. The dock was massive. I had to really heave against it to get it moving, and then it wanted to move along the shore. I forced it to turn inland. The proper place to hide it was in the lamplighter nest, of course. I was gasping like death itself, and the daylight had almost died, and I just couldn't push that mass uphill. I left it on the beach. Maybe there was an answer. Let my hind brain toy with it for a while. I trudged across sand to rough coral and kept walking to the peak. We'd picked the island partly for its isolation. 2 distant yellow lights eastward marked 2 islands I'd noted earlier. I ran my mag specs, the side that worked, up to 20x and scanned the whole horizon, and found nothing but the twin lamplighter glows, and nothing to do but wait. I sat with my back against the lip of the dead lamplighter pit. I pictured her. She looked serious, a touch worried, under a feather crest and undyed skin. Pink shading to brown, and Anglo-tanned as if by Fafnir's yellow-white sun. I said, "Cheryl." Like the dead she had slept, her face slack beneath the faceplate, like Sleeping Beauty. I'd taken to talking to her, wondering if some part of her heard. I'd never had the chance to ask. "I never wondered why you loved me. Egotist I am. But you must have looked like me when you were younger. 30 years underwater, no sunlight. Your uncles, your father, they must have looked a lot like me. Maybe even with white hair. How old are you? I never asked." Her memory looked at me. "Tange that. Where are you? Where are Tanya and Louis? Where's Carlos? What happened after I was shot?" Faint smile, shrug of eyebrows. "You spent 3 weeks unconscious in the ICC, followed by 10 minutes on your feet. Wrong gravity, wrong air mix, wrong smells. We hit you with everything it might take to knock a flatphobe spinning. Then blam, and your love interest is lying on the sand with a hole through him. Maybe you tried to kill her. I don't think you'd give her much trouble, but maybe Feather would kill you anyway. She'd still have the kids." I slammed my fist on Coral. What did she want? That crazy woman. I never hurt her at all. Talking to Cheryl. Lifeless as she was, maybe it wasn't quite as crazy as talking to myself. I couldn't talk to the others. You remember that night we planned it all? Feather was lucid then, comparatively. We were there for her as people. On the trip to Mars, she was a lot wilder. She was a hell of an active lover, but I never really got the feeling that I was there for her. We never talked about each other's lovers. In truth, it was easier to say these things to Cheryl when she wasn't here. But most of the way to Fafnir, Feather was fine. But she wasn't sleeping with me, just Carlos. She could hold a conversation, no problem there, but I was randy, love, and frustrated. She liked that. I caught a look when Carlos wasn't looking.
So I didn't want to talk to her. And she was always up against Carlos. And Carlos, he was a bit embarrassed about it all. We talked about plans, but for anything personal there was just you, Sleeping Beauty. The night was warm and clear. By convention, boats would show any color except lamplighter yellow. I couldn't miss seeing a boat's lights. Then, 15 hours out from the drop point, that night I found her floating in my sleeping plates. I suppose I could have sent her to her own room. I mean, it was within the laws of physics, but I didn't. I acted like conversation was the last thing I'd be interested in. But so did Feather. And the next morning it was all business, and a frantic business it was. We came in devious fashion and got off behind the moon. Boy George went on alone, decelerating. Passed too close to an arm base on Claim 226 that even Feather wasn't supposed to know about. Turned around and accelerated away in clear and obvious terror, heading off in the general direction of Hrushpith, Pithcha, of another of those used-to-be Kazinti systems where they have never got the population records straightened out. No doubt the arm is waiting for us there. And, of course, you missed the ride down, but my point is that nothing ever got said. Okay, this whole scheme was schemed by Feather, carried through by Feather. I stared into the black night. Oh. I really should have seen this earlier. Why did Feather need Carlos? Through the arm spy net, Feather Phillip had found a family of 6 Shasters ready to emigrate. Why not look for 1 or 2? Where Carlos insisted on taking his children and Cheryl and me, another man might be more reasonable. She doesn't just want to be clear of Sol System, doesn't just want to make babies. She wants Carlos. Carlos of the perfect genes. Ha! Carlos finally saw it. Maybe she told him. He must have let her know he didn't want children by an armed skits. Angry and randy, she took it out on me, and then, with my eyes open to the dark, entranced, I remembered that final night. Yellow lights sprinkled on a black ocean. Some are the wrong color, too bright, too blue. Avoid those. They're houses. Pick one far from the rest. Hover. Organic matter burns lamplighter yellow below the dry flame, then fades. I sink us in, an egg in an egg cup. Feather blasts the roof loose, and we crawl out. We hadn't wanted to use artificial lights. When dawn gave us enough light, we inflated the boat. Feather and Carlos used the gravity lift to settle the freeze box in the boat. They were arguing in whispers. I didn't want to hear that, I thought. I turned off the dock's maintenance sequence. A minute later, Cheryl sat up, a flatphobe wakened suddenly on an alien world. Sniffed the air. Kissed me and let me lift her out, heavy in Fafnir's gravity. I set her on the sand. Her nerve seemed to be holding. Feather had procured local clothing. I pushed the bundle into her arms. Feather came toward me towing the gravity lift. She looked shapeless, with bulging pockets fore and aft. We slid the lift into place, and I pushed the dock toward Carlos and the boat. Feather called my name. I turned. Blam! Agony and scrambled senses, but I saw Carlos leap for the boat, reflexes like a jackrabbit. My head hit the black sand. Then, she wanted hostages, our children, but Carlos's children. They're frozen. They won't give her any trouble. But me, why would she need me? Killing me lets Carlos know she means it. Maybe I told too many stories. Maybe she thinks I'm dangerous. Maybe... For an instant I saw just how superfluous I was, from Feather Phillip's psychotic viewpoint. Feather wanted Carlos. Carlos wanted the children. Cheryl came with the children. Beowulf Shaeffer was along because he was with Cheryl. If Feather shot Beowulf, how much would Carlos mind? Blam! Presently I said, "She shot me to prove she would, but it looked to me like Carlos just ran. There weren't any weapons in the boat. We'd only just inflated it. All he could do was start it and go. That takes... When I thought about it, it was actually a good move. He'd gotten away with himself and Tanya and Lewis, with both hostages. Protect them now, negotiate later. And he'd left Feather in a killing rage, with that horrible tube and one living target. I stopped talking to Cheryl then, because it seemed to me she must be dead. No. Feather had you. She had to have you. It could happen. It could. What else can she threaten Carlos with? She has to keep you alive. I tried to believe it. She certainly didn't kill you in the first minute. Somebody had to put me in the dock. Feather had no interest in doing that. But she had no interest in letting Cheryl do that either. Tange, damn it! Why did Feather let you put me in the dock? She even let you... What about the biomass reserve? My damaged body must have needed some major restructuring. The biomass reserve had been feeding Cheryl and doing incidental repairs on us all for the entire 3-week trip. Healing me would take another 50 kilograms? More? She must have let you fill the biomass reserve with... fish? Feather showing Carlos how reasonable she could be. Too reasonable. It felt wrong. Wrong. The other body, the headless one. Why not just push that in the hopper? So much easier. Unless material was even closer at hand. I felt no sudden inspiration. It was a matter of making myself believe. I tried to remember Cheryl, pulling her clothes on quickly, shivering and dancing on the sand in the chilly dawn breeze, hands brushing back through her hair half grown out. A tiny grimace for the way the survival jacket made her look, bulges everywhere, padding pockets, opening some of them. The doc had snapped her out of a 3-week sleep, like me, awake, alert, ready. It didn't go away, the answer. It just... I still didn't know where Cheryl was, or Carlos, or the children. What if I was wrong? Feather had mapped my route to home, every step of the way. I knew exactly where Feather was now, if a line of logic could point my way. But one wrong assumption, and Feather Phillip could pop up behind my ear. I could make myself safer, and Cheryl too, if I mapped out a worst-case scenario. Feather's Plan B. Kill Shaeffer. Take the rest prisoners to impose her will on Carlos. But Carlos flees with the boat. So, Plan B1. Feather holds Cheryl at gunpoint. Alive. Some days later she waves down a boat. Blam! And a stolen boat sails toward Shasht. Or stops to stow Cheryl somewhere, maybe on another coral island, maybe imprisoned inside a plastic tent with a live lamplighter horde prowling outside. And Carlos? He's had 4 months now to find Cheryl and Feather. He's a genius, ask anyone. And Feather wants to get in touch. Unless she's given up on Carlos, decided to kill him. If I could trace Carlos's path, I would find Lewis and Tanya, and even Cheryl. Carlos' Plan B1 follows Plan A as originally conceived by Feather. The kids would be stowed aboard the ice liner as if already registered. Carlos would register and be frozen. Feather could follow him to home, maybe on the same ship if she hustled. But no way could Feather get herself frozen with a gun in her hand. That would be the moment to take her, coming out of freeze on home. There, I had a target. On Shasht, they could tell me who had boarded the Zombie Queen for home. What did I have to do to get to Shasht? Feed myself, that's easy. Collect rainwater, too. Get off the island. That, at least, was not a puzzle. I couldn't build a raft. I couldn't swim to another island. But a sailor lost at sea will die if cast ashore. Therefore, local tradition decrees that he must be rescued. Collect some money. Get to Shasht. hide myself. Whatever else was lost to me, to us, whoever had died, whoever still lived, there was still the mission, and that was to be free of the United Nations and Earth. And Carlos Wu's dock would finger me instantly. It was advanced nanotechnology. It screamed its earthly origin. It might be the most valuable item on Fafnir, and I had no wealth at all, and I was going to have to abandon it. Come daylight, I moved the dock. I still wanted to hide it in the lamplighter nest. The gravity lift would lift it but not push it uphill. But I solved it. One of the secrets of life. When and what to give up. I waited for low tide and then pushed it out to sea and turned off the lift. The water came almost to the faceplate. 7 hours later, it didn't show at all, and the next emergency might kill me unless it happened at low tide. The nights were as warm as the days. As the tourist material had promised, it rained just before dawn. I set up my pants to funnel rainwater into a hole I had chopped in the coral. The tour guide had told me how to feed myself. It isn't that rare for a lamplighter nest to die. Sooner or later, an unlit island will be discovered by any of several species of swimming things. Some ride the waves at night and spawn in the sand. I spent the second night running through the shallows and scooping up sun bunnies in my jacket. Bigger flying fish came gliding off the crests of the breakers. They wanted the sun bunnies. 3 or 4 wanted me, but I was able to dodge. One I had to gut in midair. The tour guide hadn't told me how to clean sun bunnies. I had to fake that. I poached them in seawater, using my pocket torch on high, and I ate until I was bloated. I fed more of them into the biomass reservoir. With some distaste, I fed those long human bones in, too. Fafnir fish meat was deficient in metals. Ultimately, that might kill me, but the dock could compensate for a time. There was nothing to build a boat with. The burnt-out lamplighter nest didn't show by daylight, so any passing boat would be afraid to rescue me. I thought of swimming. I thought of riding away on the gravity lift, wherever the wind might carry me. But I couldn't feed myself at sea, and how could I approach another island? On the 4th evening, a great winged shape passed over the island, then dived into the sea. Later I heard a slapping sound as that flyer and a companion kicked themselves free of the water, soared, passed over the crater and settled into it. They made a great deal of noise. Presently the big one glided down to the water and was gone. At dawn I fed myself again, on the clutch of eggs that had been laid in the body of the smaller flyer, male or female, whichever. The dime disk hadn't told me about this creature. A pity I wouldn't have the chance to write it up. At just past sunset on the 8th night, I saw a light flicker blue-green-red. My mag specs showed a boat that wasn't moving. I fired a flare straight up and watched it burn blue-white for 20 minutes. I fired another at midnight. Then I stuffed my boots part way into my biggest pockets, inflated my shoulder floats, and walked into the sea until I had to swim. I couldn't see the boat with my eyes this close to water level. I fired another flare before dawn. One of those had to catch someone awake, and if not, I had 3 more. I kept swimming. It was peaceful as a dream. Fafnir's ecology is very old, evolved on a placid world not prone to drifting continents and ice ages, where earthquakes and volcanoes know their place. The sea had teeth, of course, but the carnivores were specialized. They knew the sounds of their prey. There were a few terrifying exceptions. Reason and logic weren't enough to wash out those memories, holograms of creatures the match for any white shark. I grew tired fast. The air felt warm enough, the water did too, but it was leaching the heat from my flesh and bones. I kept swimming. A rescuer should have no way of knowing that I had been on an island. The farther I could get, the better. I did not want a rescuer to find Carlos Wu's dock. At first, I saw nothing more of the boat than the great white wings of its sails. I set the pocket torch on wide focus and high power to compete with what was now broad daylight, and poured vivid green light on the sails. And I waited for it to turn toward me, but for a long time it didn't. It came in a zigzag motion, aimed by the wind, never straight at me. It took forever to pull alongside. A woman with fluffy golden hair studied me in some curiosity, then stripped in 2 quick motions and dived in. I was numb with cold, hardly capable of wiggling a finger. This was the worst moment, and I couldn't muster the strength to appreciate it. I passively let the woman noose me under the armpits, watched the man lift me aboard, utterly unable to protect myself. Feather could have killed me before the dock released me. Why wait? I'd worked out what must have happened to her. It was almost plausible. But I couldn't shake the notion that Feather was waiting above me, watching me come aboard. There was only a brawny golden man with slanted brown eyes and golden hair bleached nearly as white as mine. Tor, she'd called him, and she was Will. He wrapped me in a silver bubble blanket and pushed a bulb of something hot into my hands. My hands shook. A cup would have splashed everything out. I got the bulb to my lips and sucked. Strange taste, augmented with a splash of rum. The warmth went to the core of me like life itself. The woman climbed up, dripping. She had eyes like his, a golden tan like his. He handed her a bulb. They looked me over amiably. I tried to say something. My teeth turned into castanets. I sucked and listened to them arguing over who and what I might be, and what could have torn up my jacket that way. When I had my teeth under some kind of control, I said, "I'm Persial January Abear, and I'm eternally in your debt." Leaving all our earthly wealth behind us was a pain. Feather could help. She contrived to divert a stream of arm funds to Fafnir, replacing it from Carlos's wealth. Right. But Cheryl and I would be sponging off Carlos, and maybe it wouldn't be Carlos. Feather controlled that wealth for now, and Feather liked control. She had not said that she expected to keep some for herself. That bothered me. It must have bothered Carlos, too, though we never found privacy to talk about it. I wondered how Carlos would work it. Had he known Feather Philip before he reached Jinx? I could picture him designing something that would be useless on Earth. Say an upgraded version of the mass driver system that runs through the vacuum across Jinx's east pole, replacing a more normal world's pinwheel launcher. Design something, copyrighted on Jinx under a pseudonym, form a company, just in case he ever found the means to flee Sol System. Me, I went to my oldest friend on Earth. General Products owed Elephant a considerable sum, and Elephant, Gregory Pelton, owed me. He got General Products to arrange for credit on Home and Fafnir. Feather wouldn't have approved the breach in secrecy, but the aliens who run General Products don't reveal secrets. We'd never even located their home world. And Feather must have expected to control Carlos's funding, and Carlos with it. And Cheryl was with me. She'd trusted me. Now she was a flat-phobe, broke and stranded on an alien world, if she still lived, if she wasn't the prisoner of a homicidal maniac. 4 months, going on 5. Long enough to drive her crazy, I thought. How could I hurry to her rescue? The word hurry was said to be forgotten on Fafnir, but perhaps I'd thought of a way. They let me sleep. When I woke, there was soup. I was ravenous. We talked while we ate. The boat was Goldfish. The owners were Wilhelmine and Toranaga, brother and sister, both recently separated from mates and enjoying a certain freedom. Clean air, exercise, celibacy, before they returned to the mating dance, its embarrassments and frustrations and rewards. There was a curious turn to their accents. I tagged it as Australian at first, then as Plateau softened by speech training, or by a generation or two in other company. This was said to be typical of Fafnir. There was no Fafnir accent. The planet had been settled too recently and from too many directions. Will finished her soup, went to a locker, and came back with a jacket. It was not quite like mine, and new, untouched. They helped me into it and let me fish through the pockets of my own ragged garment before they tossed it in the locker. They had given me my life. By Fafnir custom, my response would be a gift expressing my value as perceived by myself. But Will and Tor hadn't told me their full names. I hinted at this. They failed to understand. My dime disk hadn't spoken of this. It might be a new custom. The rescuer conceals data, so that an impoverished rescuee need not be embarrassed. He sends no life gift instead of a cheap one. But I was guessing. I couldn't follow the vibes yet. As for my own history, I just gave up, I blurted. It was so stupid. I hadn't tried everything at all. Toranaga said, "What kind of everything were you after?" "I lost my wife 4 months ago. A rogue wave. You know how waves crossing can build into a mountain of water? It rolled our boat under. A trawler picked me up, the Triton." A civil being must be able to name his rescuer. Surely there must be a boat named Triton. There's no record of anyone finding Milcenta. I bought another boat and searched. It's been 4 months. I was doing more drinking than looking lately, and 3 nights ago something rammed the boat. A torpedo ray, I think. I didn't sink, but my power was out, even my lights. I got tired of it all and just started swimming. They looked at each other, then at their soup. Sympathy was there, with a trace of contempt beneath. Middle of the night, I was cold as the sea bottom, and it crossed my mind that maybe Mill was rescued under another name. We aren't registered as a partnership. If Mill was in a coma, they'd check her retina prints. "Use our caller," Wilhelmine said. I thanked them. "With your permission, I'll establish some credit, too. I've run myself broke, but there's credit at Shasht." They left me alone in the cabin. The caller was set into a wall in the cabin table. It was a portable, just a projector plate and a few keys that would get me a display of virtual keys and a screen, but a sailor's portable, with a watertight case and several small cleats. I found the master program unfamiliar but user-friendly. I set up a search program for Milcenta Adelaide Grainer in any combination. Milcenta was Cheryl and Adelaide was Feather, as determined by their Iceliner tickets and retina prints. Milcenta's name popped up at once. I bellowed out of the hatch, "They saved her!" Will and Tor bolted into the cabin to read over my shoulder. Hand of Allah, a fishing boat. Milcenta, but not Adelaide. Cheryl had been picked up alone. I'd been at least half right. She'd escaped from Feather. I realized I was crying. And no life gift. That was the other side of it. If she sent a proper gift, the embarrassment of needing to be rescued at sea need never become public record. We'd drilled each other on such matters. "She must have been in bad shape." "Yes, if she didn't call you," Wilhelmine said. "And she didn't go home either?" I told Martin Grainer's story. "We sold our home. We were on one last cruise before boarding an Iceliner. She could be anywhere by now. If she thought the wave killed me, I'll have to check." I did something about money first. There was nothing aboard Goldfish that could read Persial January Hebert's retina prints, but I could at least establish that money was there. I tried to summon passenger records from the Iceliner Zombie Queen. This was disallowed. I showed disappointment and some impatience, but of course they wouldn't be shown to Hebert. They'd be open to Martin Wallace Grainer. They taught me to sail. Goldfish was built for sails, not for people. The floors weren't flat. Ropes lay all over every surface. The mast stood upright through the middle of the cabin. You didn't walk in, you climbed. There were no lift plates. You slept in an odd-shaped box small enough to let you brace yourself in storms. I had to learn a peculiar slang, as if I were learning to fly a spacecraft, and for the same reason. If a sailor hears a yell, he has to know what is meant instantly. I was working hard, and my body was adjusting to the shorter day. Sure, I had insomnia, but nobody sleeps well on a small boat. The idea is to snap awake instantly, where any stimulus could mean trouble. The boat was giving my body time to adjust to Fafnir. Once I passed a mirror and froze. I barely knew myself. That was all to the good. My skin was darkening and, despite sunblock, would darken further. But when we landed, my hair had been cut to Fafnir styles. It had grown during 4 months in the dock. The dock had cured my depilation treatment. I had a beard, too. When we reached civilization, I would be far too conspicuous. A pink-eyed, pale-skinned man with long, wild white hair. My hosts hadn't said anything about my appearance. It was easy to guess what they'd thought. They'd found a neurotic who sailed in search of his dead wife until his love of life left him entirely. I went to Tor in some embarrassment and asked if they had anything like a styler aboard. They had scissors. Right. Will tried to shape my hair, laughed at the result, and suggested I finish the job at Booty Island. So I tried to forget the rest of the world and just sail. It was what Wilhelmine and Toranaga were doing, one day at a time. Islands and boats grew more common as we neared the Central Isles. Another day for Feather to forget me, or lose me. Another day of safety for Cheryl, if Feather followed me to her. I'd have to watch for that. And peace would have been mine, but that my ragged vest was in a locker that wouldn't open to my fingerprints. Will and Tor talked about themselves a little, but I still didn't know their identities. They slept in a locked cabin. I noticed also an absence. Will was a lovely woman, not unlike Cheryl herself, but her demeanor and body language showed no sign that she considered herself female, or me male, let alone that she might welcome a pass. It might mean anything in an alien culture, that my hairstyle or shape of nose or skin color was distasteful, or I didn't know the local body language, or I lacked documentation for my gene pattern. But I wondered if they wanted no life gift, in any sense, from a man they might have to give to the police. What would a police detective think of those holes? Why, he'd think some kinetic weapon had torn a hole through the occupant, killing him instantly, after which someone, the killer, had stolen the vest for himself. And if Will and Tor were thinking that way, what I did at the collar, might it be saved automatically? Now there was a notion. I borrowed the collar again. I summoned the encyclopedia and set a search for a creature with boneless arms. There were several on Fafnir, all small. I sought data on the biggest, particularly those local to the North Coral Quadrant. There were stories, no hard evidence. And another day passed, and I learned that I could cook while a kitchen was rolling randomly. At dinner that night, Will got to talking about Fafnir sea life. She'd worked at Pacifica, which I gathered was a kind of underwater zoo. And had I ever heard of a cadatlino life form like a blind squid? No, I said. Would the Kzinti bring one here? I wouldn't think so. The Kzinti aren't surfers, Tor said, and we laughed. Will didn't. She said, They meant it for the hunting jungle. On Kadat, the damn things can come ashore and drag big animals back into the ocean. But they've pretty well died out around Shasht, and we never managed to get one for Pacifica. Well, I said, and hesitated, and I think I was attacked by something like that, but huge. And it wasn't around Shasht. It was where you picked me up. Jan, you should report it. Will, I can't. I was fast asleep and half dead of cold, lost at sea at midnight. I woke up underwater. Something was squeezing my chest and back. I got my knife out and slashed something rubbery. It pulled apart. It pulled my jacket apart. If it had ripped the shoulder floats, I'd still be down there,
but I never saw a thing."
Thus are legends born. Booty Island is several islands merged. I counted 8 peaks coming in. There must have been more. We had been sailing for 12 days. Buildings sat on each of the lamplighter nests. They looked like government buildings or museums. No two were alike. Houses were scattered across the flatlands between. A mile or so of shopping center ran like a suspension bridge between 2 peaks. On Earth, this would have been a park. Here, a center of civilization. A line of transfer booths in the mall bore the familiar flickering Pelton logo. They were all big cargo booths and old. I didn't instantly see the significance. We stopped in a hotel and used a coin caller. The system read my retina prints. Persial January A-Bear, sure enough. Will and Tor waited while I moved some money, collected some cash and a transfer booth card, and registered for a room. I tried again for records of Milcenta Adelaide Grainer. Cheryl's rescue was still there. Nothing for Feather. Will said,
"Jan, she may have been recovering from a head injury. See if she's tried to find you."
I couldn't be Mart Grainer while Will and Tor were watching. The net registered no messages for Jan Abear. Feather didn't know that name. Cheryl did, but Cheryl thought I was dead. Or maybe she was crazy, incapacitated. With Tor and Will watching, I tried 2 worst cases. First, executions. A public dock can cure most varieties of madness. Madness is curable, therefore voluntary. A capital crime committed during a period of madness has carried the death penalty for 700 years, on Earth and on every world I knew. It was true on Fafnir, too. But Cheryl had not been executed for any random homicide, and neither, worse luck, had Feather. Next, there are still centers for the study of madness. The best known is on Jinx. On Earth there are several, plus 1 secret branch of the arm. There was only 1 mental institution to serve all of Fafnir, and that seemed to be half empty. Neither Feather's nor Cheryl's retina prints showed on the records. The third possibility would have to wait. We all needed the hotel styler, though I was the worst off. The device left my hair long at the neck, and theirs too, a local style to protect against sunburn. I let it tame my beard without baring my face. The sun had had its way with me. I looked like an older man. I took Will and Tor to lunch. I found goldfish on the menu and tried it. Like much of Fafnir sea life, it tasted like something that had almost managed to become red meat. I worked some points casually into conversation, just checking. It was their last chance to probe me, too, and I had to improvise details of a childhood in the North Sea. Tor found me plausible. Will was harder to read. Nothing was said of a vest or a great sea monster. In their minds I was already gone. I was Schrodinger's cat. I had murdered and not murdered the owner of a shredded vest. At the caller in my room I established myself as Martin Wallace Grainer. That gave me access to my wife's autodoc records. A public doc will correct any of the chemical imbalances we lump under the term crazy, but it also records such service. Milcenta Grainer, Cheryl, had used the dock 8 times in 4+ months, starting a week after our disastrous landing. The record showed much improvement over that period, beginning at a startling adrenaline level, acid indigestion, and some dangerous lesser symptoms. 8 times within the Central Islands, none on Shasht. If she'd never reached the mainland, then she'd never tried to reach outbound enterprises, never tried to find Carlos, or Louis and Tanya. Adelaide Grainer, Feather, had no dock record on this world. The most obvious conclusion was that wherever she was, she must be mad as a March hare. Boats named Goldfish were everywhere on Fafnir. 51 registries. 29 had sail. 10 of those would sleep 4. I scanned for first names,
No Wilhelmine, no Toranaga. Maybe goldfish belonged to a parent, or to one of the departed spouses. I'd learned a term for goldfish's sail and mast configuration. Sloop rig. Every one of the 10 candidates was a sloop rig. Wait now. Will had worked at Pacifica? I did some research. Pacifica wasn't just a zoo. It looked more like an underwater village, with listings for caterers, costume shops, subs, repair work, travel, hotels. But Will had worked with sea life. Might that give me a handle? I couldn't see how. It wasn't that I didn't have an answer. I just didn't like it. Will and Tor had to hand my vest to the cops. When Persial January Abear was reported rescued, I would send them a gift. Feather didn't know my alternate name, but if she had access to the Fafnir police, she'd tan sure recognize that vest. With the rest of the afternoon, I bought survival gear, a back purse, luggage, clothing. On Earth, I could have vanished behind 1,000 shades of dyes. Here, I settled for a double dose of tannin secretion, an underdose of sunblock, a darkened pair of mag specs, my height, and a local beard and hairstyle. Arming myself was a problem. The disk hadn't spoken of weapons on Fafnir. My safest guess was that Fafnir was like Earth. They didn't put weapons in the hands of civilians. Handguns, rifles, martial arts training belonged to the police. The good news, everyone on the islands carried knives. Those flying sharks that attacked me during the Sun Bunny run were one predator out of thousands. Feather would arm herself somehow. She'd look through a sporting goods store, steal a hunting rifle. Nope, no hunting rifles. No large prey on Fafnir, unless in the Kzinti jungle or underwater. There were listings for scuba stores. I found a stun gun with a big parabolic reflector, big enough to knock out a one gulp, too big for a pocket. I took it home with more diving gear for verisimilitude and a little toolkit for repairing diving equipment. With that, I removed the reflector. Now I couldn't use it underwater. It would knock me out, because water conducts sound very well. But it would fit my pocket. I took my time over a sushi dinner, quite strange. Some time after sunset, I stepped into a transfer booth and stepped out into a brilliant dawn on Shasht. Outbound Enterprises was open. I let a Ms. Mokhti take Martin Wallace Grainer's retina prints. "Your ticket is still good, Mr. Grainer," Ms. Mokhti said. "The service charge will be 800 stars. You're 4 months late." "I was shipwrecked," I told her. "Did my companions make it?" Ice liner passengers are in no hurry. The ships keep prices down by launching when they're full. I learned that the Zombie Queen had departed a week after our landing, about as expected. I gave Ms. Mokhti the names. She set the phone system searching, and presently said, "Your husband and the children boarded and departed. Your wives' tickets are still outstanding." "Both?" "Yes." She did a double-take. "Oh, good heavens, they must think you're dead." "That's what I'm afraid of. At least John and Tweena and Nathan would. They were revived in good shape?" "Yes, of course. But the women, could they have waited for you?" Stet. Carlos, Tanya, and Louis were all safe on home and had left the spaceport under their own power. Feather and Cheryl waited, but they'd have left a message. She was still looking at her screen. "Not for you, Mr. Grainer, but Mr. John Grainer has recorded a message for Mrs. Grainer, for Mrs. Adelaide Grainer." For Feather. "But nothing for Milcenta? But they both stayed? How strange." Ms. Mokhti seemed the type of person who might wonder about other people's sexual arrangements. I wanted her curious, because this next question, "Can you show me what John had to say to Adelaide?" She shook her head firmly. "I don't see how. Now, John wouldn't have said anything someone else couldn't hear. You can watch it yourself. Her head was still turning left, right, left. "In fact, you should. Then you can at least tell me if there's been... well, I have to know, don't I? If Milcenta's dead." That stopped her. She nodded, barely, and tapped in the code to summon Carlos's message to Feather. She read it all the way through. Her lip curled just a bit, but she showed only solemn pity when she turned the monitor to face me. It was a posed scene. Carlos looked like a man hiding a sickness. The view behind him could have been a manor garden in England, a tamed wilderness. Tanya and Louis were playing in the distance, hide-and-seek in and out of some earthly tree that dripped a cage of foliage. Alive. Ever since I had first seen them frozen, I must have been thinking of them as dead. Carlos looked earnestly out of the monitor screen. "Adelaide, you can see that the children and I arrived safely. I have an income. The plans we made together, half of us have carried out. Your own iceliner slots are still available. I know nothing of Mart. I hope you've heard from him, but he should never have gone sailing alone. I fear the worst. Addie, I can't pretend to understand how you've changed, how Mill changed, or why. I can only hope you'll both change your mind and come back to me. But understand me, Addie, you are not welcome without Milcenta. Your claim on family funds is void without Milcenta, and whatever relationship we can shape from these ashes, I would prefer to leave the children out of it." He had the money. Carlos stood and walked a half-circle as he spoke. The camera followed him on automatic, and now it showed a huge, sprawling house of architectural coral, pink and slightly rounded everywhere. Carlos gestured. "I've waited. The house isn't finished because you and Milcenta will have your own tastes. But come soon. I've set credit with outbound. Messages sent to home by hyperwave will be charged to me. I'll get the service charges when you and Milcenta board. Call first. We can work this out." The record began to repeat. I heard it through again, then turned the monitor around. Ms. Mockty asked, "You went sailing alone?" She thought I'd tried to commit suicide after our wives had changed parity and locked the men out, an implication Carlos had shaped with some skill. I made a brush-off gesture and said, "I've got to tell him I'm still alive." "The credit he left doesn't apply. I want to send a hyperwave message. My expense. Let's see. Does Outbound Enterprises keep a camera around?" "No." "I'll fax it from the hotel. When's the next flight out?" "At least 2 weeks, but we can suspend you any time." I used a camera at the hotel. The first disc I made would go through Outbound Enterprises. "John, I'm all right. I was on a dead island eating fish for a while." A slightly belligerent tone. "I haven't heard a word from Adelaide or Milcenta. I know Milcenta better than you do, and frankly, I believe they must have separated by now. Home looks like a new life, but I haven't given up on the old one. I'll let you know when I know myself." So much for the ears of Ms. Mockty. Time lag had me suddenly wiped out. I floated between the sleeping plates, exhausted but awake. What should I put in a real message? Carlos's tape was a wonderful lesson in communication. He wants to talk to Feather. The children are not to be put at risk. Beowulf is presumed dead. C'est la vie. Carlos will not seek vengeance. But he wants Cheryl alive. Feather is not to come to home without Cheryl. Carlos can enforce any agreement. He hadn't said so because it's too obvious. A frozen Feather, arriving at home unaccompanied, need never wake. And he had the money. Not just his own funds, but the money Feather knew about. Family funds. He must have reached civilization ahead of her and somehow sequestered what Feather had funneled through the arm. If Feather was loose on Fafnir, then she was also broke. She owned nothing but the credit that would get her a hyperwave call to home, or herself and Cheryl shipped frozen. Though Carlos didn't know it, even Cheryl had escaped. Nearly 5 months. How was Feather living? Did she have a job? Something I could track? With her training, she might be better off as a thief. Yeah. I tumbled out of the sleep field and tapped out my needs in some haste. She hadn't been caught at any capital crime, but any jail on Shaft would record Adelaide Grainer's retina prints. The caller ran its search. Nothing. Okay, job. Feather needed something that would allow her time to take care of a prisoner. She had to have that if she had Cheryl, or in case she recaptured Cheryl, or captured Beowulf. So I looked through some job listings, but nothing suggested itself. I turned off the caller and hoped for sleep. Perhaps I dozed a little. Sometime in the night, I realized that I had nothing more to say to Carlos. Even Cheryl's escape wasn't information, unless she stayed loose. Feather was a trained arm. I was a self-trained tourist. I couldn't possibly hunt her down. There was only one way to hunt Feather. It was still black outside, and I was wide awake. The caller gave me a listing of all-night restaurants. I ordered an elaborate breakfast, 6 kinds of fish eggs, gulper bacon, cappuccino. 5 people at a table demanded that I join them, so I did. They were fresh from the Coral Isles, via dirigible, still time-lagged, looking for new jokes. I tried to oblige, and somewhere in there I forgot all about missing ladies. We broke up at dawn. I walked back to the hotel alone. I had sidetracked my mind, hoping it would come up with something if I left it alone. But my answer hadn't changed. The way to hunt Feather was to pretend to be Feather and hunt Cheryl. Stet, I'm Feather Phillip. What do I know about Cheryl? Feather must have researched her. She sure as Tange had researched me. Back up. How did Cheryl get loose? The simplest possible answer was that Cheryl dove into the water and swam away. Feather could beat her at most things, but a woman who had lived beneath the ocean for 30 years would swim just fine. Eventually a boat would find her. Eventually an island. Penniless. She needs work now. What kind of work is that? It has to suit a flatphobe. She's being hunted by a murderer, and the alien planet around her forces itself into her awareness every second. Dirigible stewardess is probably out. Hotel work would be better. Feather, days behind her, seeks work for herself, but the listings will tell her Cheryl's choices too. And now I was back in the room and scanning through work listings. Qualifications. I couldn't remember what Milcenta Grainer was supposed to be able to do. Cheryl's skills wouldn't match anyway, any more than mine matched Mart Grainer's. So look for unskilled. Low salaries, of course. Except here. Servant, Kazinti Embassy. Was that a joke? No. Here was museum maintenance, must work with Kazinti. Some of them had stayed with the embassy, or even become citizens. Could Cheryl handle that? She got along with strangers, even near aliens like me. Fishing boats, period of training needed. Hotel work, underwater porter work, unskilled labor in Pacifica. Pacifica, of course. Briefly, I considered putting in for the porter job. Cheryl and/or Feather must have done that, grabbed whatever was to be had. But I told myself that Feather thought I had no money. She'd never look for me in Pacifica's second best hotel. The truth is, I prefer playing tourist. I scanned price listings for hotels in Pacifica, called and negotiated for a room at the Pequod. Then I left Shaft in untraditional fashion, via oversized transfer booth, still in early morning. It was night in Pacifica. I checked in, crawled between sleeping plates, and zonked out, my time-lagged body back on track. I woke late, fully rested for the first time in days. There was a little round window next to my nose. I gazed out, floating half mesmerized, remembering the Great Barrier Reef outside Carlos Wu's apartment. The strangeness and variety of Earth's sea life had stunned me then, but these oceans were older. Evolution had filled ecological niches not yet dreamed of on Earth. It was shady out there, under a wonderful variety of seaweed growths, like a forest in fog. Life was everywhere. Here a school of transparent bell jars, nearly invisible, opened and closed to jet themselves along. Quasi-terrestrial fish glowed as if alien graffiti had been scrawled across them in day-glow ink to identify them to potential mates. Predators hid in the green treetops. Torpedo shapes dived from cover and disappeared back into the foliage with prey wriggling in long jaws. A boneless arm swept straight down from a floating seaweed island toward the orange neon fish swimming just above the sandy bottom. Its stinger-armed hand flexed and fell like a net over its wriggling prey, and a great mouth flexed wider and closed over the wrist. The killer was dark and massive, shaped like a ray of Earth's sea. The smaller fish was painted on its back. It moved with the motion of the ray. The ray chewed, reeling the arm in, until a one-armed black oyster was ripped out of the seaweed tree and pulled down to death. One big beast, like a long dolphin with gills and great round eyes, stopped to look me over. Owl rams were said to be no brighter than a good dog, but Fafnir scientists had been hard put to demonstrate that, and Fafnir fishers still didn't believe it. I waved solemnly. It bowed. Well, bobbed in place before it flicked away. My gear was arrayed in a tidy row, with the stunner nearest my hand. I'd put the reflector back on. I could reach it in an instant. Your Honor, of course it's for scuba swimming. Why else would I be in possession of a device that can knock Feather Phillip into a coma before she can blow a great bloody hole through my torso? I didn't actually want to go scuba swimming. Cheryl swam like a fish. She could be out there right now. Still, at a distance and underwater, would I know her? And Feather might know me, and Feather would certainly swim better than me, and I could hardly ignore Feather. Cheryl had to be living underwater. It was the only way she could stay sane. Life beyond the glass was alien, stet, but the life of Earth's seas seems alien too. My slow wits hadn't seen that at first, but Feather's skills would solve that puzzle. And Beowulf Shaeffer had to be underwater to avoid sunlight. Feather could find me for the wrong reasons. And the police of Fafnir, of whom I knew nothing at all, might well be studying me in bemused interest. He's bought a weapon, but why, if he has the blaster that blew a hole through this vest? And it's a fishing weapon, and he's gone to Pacifica, which might cause them to hold off a few hours longer. So, with time breathing hot on my neck, I found the hotel restaurant and took my time over fruit, fish eggs, and a baked potato, and cappuccino. My time wasn't wasted. The window overlooked a main street of Pacifica's village-sized collection of bubbles. I saw swimsuits and casually dressed people carrying diving or fishing gear. Almost nobody dressed formally. That would be for shashed, for going to work. In the breakfast room itself I saw 4 business tunics in a crowd of 100, and 2 men in dark blue police uniforms that left arms and legs bare. You could swim in them. And 1 long table, empty, with huge chairs widely spaced. I wondered how often Kazinti came in. It was hard to believe they'd be numerous, 40 years after mankind had taken over. Back in the room, I fished out the little repair kit and set to work on my transfer booth card. We learned this as kids. The idea is to make a bridge of superconductor wire across the central circuits. Transport companies charge citizens a quarterly fee to cover local jumps. The authorities don't get upset if you stay away from the borders of the card. The borders are area codes. Well, it looked like the kind of card we'd used then. Fafnir's booth system served a small population that didn't use booths much. It could well be decades old, long due for replacement. So I'd try it. I got into casuals. I rolled my wetsuit around the rest of my scuba gear and stuffed the stunner into one end where I could grab it fast. Stuffed the bundle into my back purse, it stuck way out, and left the room. Elevators led to the roof. Admissions was here, and a line of the big transfer booths, and a transparent roof with an awesome view up into the sea forest. I stepped into a booth and inserted my card. The random walk began. A shopping mall, high above a central well. Booths in a line, just inside a big water lock. A restaurant. Another. An apartment building. I was jumping every second and a half. Nobody noticed me flicking in. Would they notice how quickly I flicked out? Nobody gets upset at a random walk unless the kids do it often enough to tie up circuits. But they might remember an adult. How long before someone called the police? A dozen Kzinti, lying about in cool half-darkness gnawing oddly shaped bones, rolled to a defensive four-footed crouch at the sight of me. I couldn't help it. I threw myself against the back wall. I must have looked crazed with terror when the random walk popped me into a Celerico Omni Center. I was trying to straighten my face when the jump came. Hey! A travel terminal of some kind. I turned and saw the dirigible, like an under-pressured planet, before the scene changed. Her! Beyond a thick glass wall, the seaweed forest swarmed with men and women wearing fins. Farmers picking spheres that glowed softly in oil-slick colors. I waited my moment and snatched my card out of the slot. Was it really? I tapped quickly to get an instant billing, counted 2 back along the booth numbers. I couldn't use the jimmied card for this, so I'd picked up a handful of coins. Her? Celerico Omni, top floor. I stepped out of the booth and saw the gates that would stop a shoplifter and a stack of lockers. For the first time I had second thoughts about the way I was dressed. Nothing wrong with the clothes, but I couldn't carry a mucking great package of diving gear into a shopping center, with a stunner so handy. I pushed my back purse into a locker and stepped through the gates. The whole complex was visible from the rim of the central well. It was darker down there than I was used to. Pacifica citizens must like their underwater gloom, I thought. 2 floors down, an open fast food center. Wasn't that where I'd seen her? She was gone now. I'd seen only a face, and I could have been wrong. At least she'd never spot me, not before I was much closer. But where was she? Dressed how? Employee or customer? It was mid-morning. She couldn't be on lunch break. Customer, then. Only Shasters kept poor track of time. 3 floors down, the sports department. Good enough. I rode down the escalator. I'd buy a spear gun or another stunner, shove everything into the bag that came with it. Then I could start window shopping for faces. The sports department aisles were pleasantly wide. Most of what it sold was fishing gear, a daunting variety. There was skiing equipment, too. And hunting, it looked like. Huge weapons built for hands bigger than a baseball mitt. The smallest was a fat tube as long as my forearm, with a grip no bigger than a Kzinti kitten's hand. Oh, sure, Kzinti just love going to humans for their weapons. Maybe the display was there to entertain human customers. The clerks were leaving me alone to browse. Customs differ. What the tange was that? 2 Kzinti in the aisle, spaced 3 yards apart, hissing the hero's tongue at each other. A handful of human customers watched in some amusement. There didn't seem to be danger there. One wore what might be a loose, dark blue swimsuit with a hole for the tail. The other, sleeveless brown tunic, took down 4 yards of disassembled fishing rod. A Kzinti clerk? The corner of my eye caught a clerk's hands, human, opening the case and reaching in for that smaller tube, with a grip built for a Kzin child. Or a man. My breath froze in my throat. I was looking into Feather's horrible arm weapon. I looked up into the clerk's face. It came out as a whisper. "No, Cheryl! No, no, no! It's me! It's Beowulf!" She didn't fire, but she was pale with terror, her jaw set like rock, and the black tube looked at the bridge of my nose. I eased 2 inches to the right, very slowly, to put myself between the tube and the Kazin cop. That wasn't a swimsuit he was wearing. It was the same sleeveless, legless police uniform I'd seen at breakfast. We were eye to eye. The whites showed wide around her irises. I said, "My face! Look at my face! Under the beard! It's Bay, love! I'm a foot shorter, remember?" She remembered. It terrified her. "I wouldn't fit. The cavity was built for Carlos. My heart and lungs were shredded, my back was shattered, my brain was dying, and you had to get me into the cavity. But I wouldn't fit, remember? Cheryl, I have to know." I looked around quickly. An aisle over, Kazinti noses came up, smelling fear. "Did you kill Feather?" "Kill Feather." She set the tube down carefully on a display case. Her brow wrinkled. "I was going through my pockets. It was distracting me, keeping me sane. I needed that. The light was wrong. The gravity was wrong. The Earth was so far away. Shh. Survival gear. Always know what you have. You taught me that." She began to tremble. "I heard a sonic boom. I looked up just as you were blown backward. I thought I must be crazy. I couldn't have seen that." It was my back that felt vulnerable now. I felt all those floors behind and above me, all those eyes. The Kazin cop had lost interest. If there was a moment for Feather Phillip to take us both, this was it. But the arm weapon was in Cheryl's hands. "But Carlos jumped into the boat and roared off, and Feather screamed at him, and you were all blood and sprawled out like dead, and I can't remember." "Yes, dear." I took her hand, greatly daring. "But I have to know if she's still chasing us." She shook her head violently. "I jumped on her back and cut her throat. She tried to point that tube at me. I held her arm down. She elbowed me in the ribs. I hung on. She fell down. I cut her head off. But, Bay, there you were, and Carlos was gone, and the kids were too. And what was I going to do?" She came around the counter and put her arms around me and said, "We're the same height. Futz." I was starting to relax. Feather was nowhere. We were free of her. I kept telling myself you must have killed her. A trained armed psychotic, but she didn't take you seriously. She couldn't have guessed how quick you'd wake up. "I fed her into the organics reservoir." "Yeah. There was nowhere else all that biomass could have come from. It had to be Feather. And I couldn't lift your body, and you wouldn't fit anyway. I had to cut off your She pulled close and tried to push her head under my jaw, but I wasn't tall enough anymore. "Head. I cut as low as I could. Tange, we're the same height. Did it work? Are you all right?" "I'm fine. I'm just short. The doc rebuilt me from my DNA, from the throat down, but it built me in Fafnir gravity. Good thing, too, I guess." "Yeah." She was trying to laugh, gripping my arms as if I might disappear. "There wouldn't have been room for your feet. Bay, we shouldn't be talking here. That Kazin is a cop, and nobody knows how good their hearing is. Bay, I get off at 1600. "I'll shop. We're both overdue on life gifts." How do I look? How should I look? I had posed us on the roof of the Pequod, with the camera looking upward past us into the green seaweed forest. I said, "Just right. Pretty, cheerful, the kind of woman a man might drown himself for. A little bewildered. You didn't contact me because you got a blow to the head. You're only just healing. You ready? Take one, now." I keyed the vid camera. Me. "Wilhelmine, Toranaga, I hope you're feeling as good as we are. I had no trouble finding Milcenta once I got my head on straight."
Cheryl, bubbling. Hello. Thank you for Jan's life, and thank you for teaching him to sail. I never could show him how to do that. We're going to buy a boat as soon as we can afford it.
Me. I'm ready to face the human race again. I hope you are, too. This may help.
I turned the camera off. What are you giving them? Cheryl asked.
Silverware, service for a dozen. Now they'll have to develop a social life.
Do you think they turned you in?
They had to. They did well by me, love. What bothers me is they'll never be sure I'm not a murderer. Neither will the police. This is a wonderful planet for getting rid of a corpse. I'll be looking over my shoulder for that Kazinti cop.
No, Bay.
He smelled our fear.
They smell everyone's fear. They make wonderful police, but they can't react every time a Kazin makes a human nervous. He may have pegged you as an outworlder, though.
Oop, why?
Bay, the Kazinti are everywhere on Fafnir, mostly on the mainland, but they're on site at the fishing sources, too. Fafnir sea life feeds the whole patriarchy, and it's strictly a Kazinti operation. Shastras are used to Kazin, but kids and wimps and outworlders all get twitchy around them, and they're used to that.
He might have smelled more than our fear, I thought. Our genetic makeup, our diet. But we'd been eating Fafnir fish for over a month, and Fafnir's people were every breed of man. Stet, shall we deal with the hand of Allah? Now she looked nervous.
I must have driven them half crazy, and worried them sick. It's a good gift, isn't it? Shorfi and Isfahan were constantly complaining about fish, fish, fish.
They'll love it. It's about 5 ounces of red meat per crewman. I suppose that's
free-range life forms from the hunting parks.
And fresh vegetables to match. I bet the Kazinti don't grow those. Okay, take one.
Cheryl. Captain Mumad, I was a long time recovering my memory. I expect the docks did more repair work every time I went under. My husband's found me. We both have jobs, and this is to entertain you and your crew in my absence.
Me. For my wife's life, blessings and thanks.
I turned it off.
Now, Carlos.
Her hand stopped me. I can't leave, you know, Cheryl said. I'm not a coward.
Feather learned that.
It's just overkill. I've been through too much.
It's all right. Carlos has Louis and Tanya for a while, and that's fine. They love him. We're free of the UN. Everything went just as we planned it, more or less, except from Feather's viewpoint.
Do you mind? Do you like it here?
There are transfer booths if I want to go anywhere. Cheryl, I was raised underground. It feels just like home if I don't look out a window. I wouldn't mind spending the rest of our lives here. Now this is for Ms. Mokhti at Outbound, not to mention any watching arms. Ready? Take one.
Me.
Hi, John. Hello, kids. We've got a more or less happy ending here, brought to you with some effort.
Cheryl. I'm pregnant. It happened yesterday morning. That's why we waited to call.
I was calling as Martin Wallace Grainer. Carlos John could reach us the same way. We wanted no connection between Mart Grainer and Jan Hebert. Visuals were important to the message. The undersea forest was behind us. I stood next to Cheryl, our eyes exactly level. That'd give him a jolt. Me. John, I know you were worried about Mill, and so was I, but she's recovered. Mill's a lot tougher than even Addie gave her credit for.
Cheryl. Still, the situation was sticky at first. Messy.
She rubbed her hands.
But that's all over. Mart's got a job working outside in the water orchards.
Me. It's just like working in free fall. I've got a real knack for it.
Cheryl. We've got some money, too. And after the baby's born, I'll take Mart's job. It'll be just like I'm back in my teens.
Me. You did the right thing, protecting the children first. It's worked out very well.
Cheryl. We're happy here, John.
This is a good place to raise a child, or several. Some day will come to you, I think, but not now. The changes in my life are too new. I couldn't take it. Mart is willing to indulge me.
Me, sorrowfully. Addie is gone, John. We never expect to see her again, and we're just as glad, but I feel she'll always be a part of me. I waved the camera off. Now let's see Carlos figure that out. He does like puzzles. Part 13. Ghost 7. So there you have it, I told Ander. Carlos is dead. I saw Feather shoot him before she shot me. Cheryl and the children must have gotten away. Feather stayed to put me in the dock, then used the other boat. She left me marooned on a desert island. I think she'd already given up on catching Cheryl. Otherwise, why would she need me for a hostage? I can't guess where they all are now, but if Feather was holding Cheryl, I think I'd know it. How? By now she must know I'm gone. She could advertise on the personals net. There hasn't been anything like that. Ander held his peace. No point in his telling the poor Crashlander that his story leaks like a NASA spacecraft. From the way I'd told it, Ander could only guess that Feather had covered her back trail. Cheryl and the children must be as dead as Carlos, and Beowulf Shaeffer didn't have the courage to face it. If he bought it, Ander would be hunting Feather, not Carlos. And I live in Pacifica because anywhere else I'd need pills to protect me from sunlight. Feather might trace that. Ander, can you do something about Feather? I keep expecting her to pop up behind my ear. I'll see what I can do. She's armed responsibility. Could she be dead? For all I know, Carlos cut her. I don't know how bad, but I saw blood. Carlos, yeah. Sigmund isn't going to like that. What do I give him for proof? You might find traces of him on the island, but I doubt it, Ander. I think Feather dumped him in the hopper for biomass. The closest you'll get to any remains of Carlos Wu is right here. He didn't understand. I stretched my arms, flexing my still not quite familiar body. Not the fish, Ander. Me. Stet. Which island? On another matter, I said. Carlos Wu's experimental autodock is a very valuable item. I propose to sell it to you. Ander studied me, mildly amused. His hands wandered into pockets and came out with a silver match and a box of fat green cigars. He said, Your bargaining position isn't that terrific. Was he really going to fire up that thing? Tobacco. It had to be tobacco. I tore my eyes off his hands. Cheap, I assured him. I can't touch it myself, after all, and you can't afford to lose it. Look at me. That thing rebuilt me from a severed head. Buying up your trash is not exactly in my job description. I'll sell you the location. You collect it and do with it as you will. 100,000 stars. Ander smiled at the number, conveying that it was too high even to be funny. He said, They wouldn't let me smoke on the ship. Want one? No, I said, watching all my problems solve themselves. Well, half my problems. I could run clear off the planet while Ander worked at getting himself out of a cell. But he'd chosen the wrong restaurant, and I didn't believe it anyway. He'd delayed too long. His body language was wrong. I said, Wait up, don't light that. He sat there with a cigar poking out of the center of his grin. I thought you'd let me do it. I said, I toyed with the notion. If it was just a matter of you going to jail, futz, that might improve my leverage. I could make you an offer you couldn't walk away from. You used to have the tobacco habit yourself. Oh, I gave it up to make Cheryl happy, and Tange if my sense of taste didn't come back. Ander put those things away. Pacifica is a big spaceship. Make you nervous? Ander, don't tease the Kazinti. The breath caught in his throat.
The match and cigar disappeared with minimal motions of his hands. Then his head turned casually. They looked at him, 3 big males with glossy orange coats and carefully closed mouths. Looked away again. They weren't doing anything threatening. Maybe they hadn't even noticed. Right. Kzinti living in Pacifica might never have smelled tobacco, but any who had would not forget. Anders seemed calm, almost sleepy, except that his breathing was a little ragged and there was sweat trickling down his neck. The cigar had been for my benefit, but he really hadn't noticed the Kzinti. Mankind had claimed this world, hadn't we? Kzinti didn't belong here, did they? He sought the thread of conversation. "You don't know where Feather Phillip is, and you last saw the magical auto-dock a year and a half ago." "Exactly. I don't know that Feather hasn't been watching for me to come back and get it. There were Lamplighter Islands in line of sight. She could be watching for me with a pair of mag specs. Or she could be anywhere on Fafnir. But if I find her, she can take me to the island." I kept silent. "I can reach some funds. Tell you what," Anders said. "Take my entire expense credit, 5,000 and change. I'll have to live on credit till Sigmund can send me more." No, Ander. I want 100,000. "I'd have to beam Sigmund. I'd have to tell him what it's for. Where does that leave me?" "Tell him I want 200,000. Keep half yourself." "Beowulf, what you have to sell is a tool that's been left under seawater. The technology is in records left behind by Carlos Wu." "Did he leave records of his research?" "You don't know that." "Encrypted?" "You don't know." "I don't either." "Could the Fafnir government get the techniques by studying the auto-dock itself?" "We don't know." Ander laughed at that. "What are you going to tell the Fafnir bureaucrats? You stand 5'10", maybe, but you can produce records that show you 7 feet tall? Records can be faked, Beowulf. I'm your only customer." This was fun. I had his attention, finally. "What if we take a stunted Kzinti, there are a few, and skin him, and before he suffers too much trauma, we shove him in Carlos Wu's dock? Would it rebuild him into a passable human? A perfect spy?" He guffawed. "That is really ridiculous." "Oh, maybe. But there are wealthy Kzinti families on Fafnir." "They don't know how tall you used to be, either. Anyway, dealing with Kzinti is crazy dangerous. Beowulf, I've got nearly 6,000, and you can have it all. Otherwise, you'll have to wait while I tell Sigmund Osfaller what you're selling, and Sigmund makes a counteroffer, and you settle, and he finally sends credit, all by hyperwave across 10 light-years. And if I find Feather while you're waiting, you get nothing." "Good enough. Tell him 200,000 stars, 1. Half in advance, half when you've got the dock. I'll be here at the Pequod until the money comes in." I stood up. "It's midnight. Pay my consultant's fee at the hotel desk." I walked out, thinking I'd timed that nicely. I stopped at the desk to learn my room number. I told them there would be a payment entered against room charges. My back purse was hanging in the sleeping plates. I checked through it. Someone might have searched it. Someone had. Cheryl, looking for what might identify me as a family man. She'd found and removed my 2 holos of her, one with Tanya and Louis but no Carlos, the other more recent, pregnant, with Gina at her breast. 20 minutes between the plates would do me a world of good, I thought. 4 hours would be even better. No time. I rode an elevator to the roof. There I paused, gazing idly up into the black oceanic night. Sanity check. Was I being watched? In what fashion? Arm cameras are little transparent discs you apply with a thumb to a flat surface. They don't cost that much and are impossible to spot. My room would be a good place to scatter a few.
So would the lobby doors and the line of transfer booths behind me on the Pequod's roof. But Ander had had no chance to set them. Had he? I wished that I'd known Ander Smitarashid better. I hadn't learned much today. He had the instincts of a cop. He'd treated me as a felon ready to escape. He remembered me fairly well. Strong as hell. What else? He had come here for me, he'd said. More likely he'd come for us. For Carlos, the valuable one. Feather, the dangerous one. Beowulf Shaeffer, the talkative one who knows too much. Carlos's children, both United Nations citizens. Cheryl Jantz could lead him to the rest. But I could do that for him, too. He didn't need Cheryl. Ander must have reached Fafnir by tracking a sighting of Carlos's ship. Where had he begun his investigations? He'd started where he had landed, at the Shasht spaceports, of course. A party of 6, 3 of us flatphobes, would not have come to a weird world like Fafnir to stay. He would search through the hotels and spaceports and hiding places on Shasht, try to learn if we'd left, before he faced 11 hours' worth of jet lag in the islands. If he'd gone to Outbound, he'd have found the Grainer family all registered for flight. Those names and a phone file would have brought him to Pacifica. The public booths in Pacifica are lined along the dome, with a view up into the underwater jungle for its impact on tourists incoming from Shasht. Ander Smitarashid must have just arrived from Shasht when he saw me looking down at him. I didn't like that. It would mean Ander had placed cameras at Outbound. They would have been waiting when Cheryl came in with Gina. They'd be there now, for me. But I couldn't be wrong about this. Ander had been shocked stupid at the sight of me. If he had found records for the Grainers, he'd have everything. Our transplant types, allergies, eye color, height. Ander would have given up then, or persuaded himself that Beowulf Shaeffer had made himself shorter. But he hadn't known that. He hadn't. No, he hadn't followed a paper trail. He had followed one of 6 fugitives, the one he knew, through a chain of logic. Beowulf Shaeffer, albino. Track him through the regular purchase of tannin secretion pills. No? Then he must be living like a vampire, working a night shift at Shasht or the islands, at any business that caters to jet-lagged travelers. No? Then, under the sea? Losing hope? And there he is. He'd run up a long flight of stairs to catch me. He certainly hadn't phoned anyone on the way. He hadn't let me out of his sight since. Congratulations, Ander. Beowulf Shaeffer has not escaped. But Ander hadn't had a chance to call for backup. The curve of glass above me supported kilotons of seawater and a life older than planet Earth. Luminescent anglerfish and eels and elaborately shaped jellyfish writhed through the blackness. I sat on a bench and watched. Perhaps something was watching me. Ander would search in vain for Feather Phillip. That wouldn't stop his search. Using instruments on a ship or satellite, he would pick out every darkened island. Dead lamplighter, no glow of house lights. Choose among those for just 2 live islands in line of sight. Then deep radar for a hollow object more massive than sand offshore. Carlos Wu's dock. In the lamplighter pit, the scorched remains of an antique lander. He'd search out human remains. He'd find bits of my bones and read their DNA. If he found traces of Feather's blood, it would only confirm my story. If Ander was honest, he'd return the machine to Earth and the UN. If he changed his mind, so much the better. Give him something to hide, to sell. Meanwhile, Beowulf Shaeffer waits patiently for word. Let him stew long enough, paying hotel rates when he clearly can't afford it, and he'll settle for much less than his 100,000. Monitor his phone. We wouldn't want him looking for a better offer from the Shasters, let alone the Patriarchy. At least we know he'll wait. The thing is, Shaeffer knows too much. A man who has seen Julian Forward's miniature black hole and the tools he used to make it a weapon should not be running loose. Feather Phillip had told me that, but I believed it. The money is trivial. Well, trivial, given that it will never be paid. But Shaeffer needs the money. He won't run away from that. I watched the eternal show of Fafnir sea life for a time, in case I was being watched myself. I fished my flat portable out, less advanced than Anders, purchased locally, and tapped at it idly. Addresses popped up with transfer booth numbers. Some I filed, filling in a map. People went in and out of the booths. Maybe one was an arm planting cameras. Maybe not. So I strolled into the near booth. Got to kill some time, right, Ander? Or the waiting will drive me nuts. My card in the slot. Look at the wall. Watch the advertisements flow past, discreetly small by city law, and presently tap out a number. There were places a single might visit. They advertised on the walls of transfer booths. I'd never been in one. Honest, Cheryl. But when the booth flicked me in, I didn't see anything surprising. It was noisy and close. They were dressed to catch the eye in those bodysuits with windows, men and women both. The dim light favored them, and holograms of real and fantasy worlds made a distracting magic. Eyes looked me over, judging, not liking what they saw. On every world some singles nodes welcome the tourist trade. Some don't. How they knew me I can't guess, because Shasters are a varied lot. But I was not welcome here. 1 or 2 men were preparing to tell me so. I retrieved my Persial January A-Bear card, stepped from the booth, and walked straight to the door faster than they could decide, and then out. Any Flatlander who followed me through might well be delayed. I was hoping to see a restaurant or juice bar, but I didn't. Around the nearest corner then, and here was a public booth. I didn't use the card. I used coins. My ears felt the pressure drop. What I saw as I stepped from the booth was a patchy cityscape. These were the Disneys, a cluster of 10 coral peaks linked to another dozen by slide bridges. It was still night. A shadow blocked a patch of stars. A wedge-shaped dirigible just departing from the Flying Island terminal. You wouldn't find more than one dirigible company to an island. Why risk dirigibles floating into each other when any customer can take a booth to the next island over? There were 4 terminals in the Disneys, all on outlying islands. From the Flying Island terminal I began walking. Daylight would have fried me before I reached my target, but the night was a gorgeous display of stars, and the waves crashed down in spectral blue and yellow flashes of luminous algae. In this light, an albino would look no weirder than anyone else. If I had a trick worth trying, it was unpredictability. Ander might trace me as far as the singles node. What he would learn there might set him to searching hospitals for a battered PJ A-Bear. He couldn't follow coins, I thought, but if somehow he did, he'd find I had reached the Flying Island dirigible terminal, then... somewhere else, with the same haste I'd shown up to now. Possibly I'd boarded a dirigible. More likely I was on Shast via instantaneous booth. But for most of an hour I rode slide bridges toward Beast Island. On Aladdin Island I found a tourist section and a hairstyler with a wide range of settings. Nobody but a Flatlander would want his hair colored. I turned it sandy and curly and short. I stopped again to buy fresh clothing and a bigger back purse, again for a steam bath and massage, and to ditch my old clothing. Ander could have left any number of cameras on my person. Well before dawn, I walked into the Grail Hunt Terminal, where I bought my dirigible ticket as Martin Wallace Grainer. If Ander knew that name, he'd have Milcenta Grainer too, Cheryl. But he didn't have Feather, and Feather was Adelaide Grainer. We weren't caught yet. I boarded the Wyvern. I settled into a hammock chair and fell fast asleep. Part 14. The last part. Ghost 8. The core. Ashes of supernovas. Plasma thick and glowing among millions of neutron stars. Lighter stars still glowed, still retained their retinue of planets. Automated spacecraft streamed out from a pentagon of blue and white worlds. Terraforming began on a vast scale. Would they all be farming worlds to feed one home world with a population approaching quintillions? The surface would be lost. A hollow world would form and swell to Jovian size. Tens of thousands of years away. Would anyone remember the Pearson's puppeteers? They would, yes. Information is too easy to record, too difficult to destroy. When the core explosion glared in the night sky, anyone who cared would find the fleet of worlds in ancient United Nations records, and the record of their departure, and even Beowulf Shaeffer's opinion, as recorded by Anders Smitterashid, as to where they'd gone. If our civilization survived, there would be records showing whether I was right. The easy sway of Wyvern had awakened me. I knew before I opened my eyes. We were airborne. I studied my watch. 4 hours I'd slept. Not enough. Dawn must be a long way away, but I ought to do something about it. The floor jittered under my feet as I made my groggy way to the dispenser wall. The dispensers were coin-operated. I thanked my luck and bought tannin secretion pills for the first time in a year and a half. I downed 4 at the fountain, then made my way back to the hammock. I watched black water and bright islands, their centers marked by white city glow or yellow lamplighter glow, with the electric blue flash of breakers to outline their rims. Presently, one crept near. I watched while Wyvern descended to a mooring and a spiral stair came snaking up to us. Passengers were boarding at Thelinda's Island. Others were getting off. I got off. My phone was listed under Grainer, not Abear.